Good morning, Korea fans. We're into the full system now, aren't we? The full system. Full system, NA games, EU games, Korea games, a billion games. Morning Wolf, Thunder Shadow, morning Spine Me, morning Callum, Slippery, Raider Slime. Oh. But yeah, actually good games today. Morning NK. I did look at the results. We can have a goose now. We got it's still 4 minutes until the broadcast as such starts. Where am I looking? This one? Transition. Alright, what we got? So are you doing all 3 regions today? Not really. Kind of. But not really. That's why I put so many, if you read the title, that's why I put so many NA, some question marks around the NA. Yeah, so what the plan is, we'll do Korea as normal, because why not? Good Overwatch. We'll do EU. Thank you, Headrammer. Thank you for the tier 1. We'll do EU, and then Toronto want me to do their game. So I'll do their game as well, because it's actually the first game of the day. Well, the first game of the day for NA. So we'll do like the NA, that game. And then the only good NA game is the Timeless M80 one, but it's the last game of the day, which is probably too late. So we'll skip that one. So we'll do Korea, EU, and the first game of NA. Thank you, Vohan, Headrammer. Appreciate the support. I feel like the big story, everything kind of went as expected, from what I understand. Except for obviously this game. This game is for LFO is WD40, the McGravy team, the Seeker team, which obviously didn't quite go probably as many people expected. Kinky ladder for my king. Yeah, so Citrus Nation is obviously, unironically, a team we've covered before. Yeah. So there is a big element of, how does this happen? If you watch my power rankings yesterday, you'll see that I was Seeker missed a couple of maps. See, actually. But yeah, I mean, this isn't the worst. Like, I did my power rankings yesterday, and I didn't think this team would be super high or anything. Hold on, where's my pen? I've got no pen. Hold on. Let me do some stuff. I can get this working. I can get this working with barely any choking at all as well, so that's good. Bang. Bang. They play Zero Top Dragon on Koth to Tracer Echo Doom. No excuses, fuck. But yeah, we actually watched this team before, and if you watch my power rankings, I wasn't that hot on LFO. I wasn't knock out of groups hot on LFO. I thought they'd just be like 5th or 6th or something. And then this team, I wasn't super hot on, to be honest, but I knew, like, obviously, like, Z-Man, Erikek, like, established contenders players, really. Erikek was the player who nearly joined X Oblivion at one point. Break out the Sharpie. I'll just get a camera here and just draw. But yeah, that's the big one. So maybe, what am I going to do today? I need to figure out timings. When does Europe start? The first match is at 5 my time. So there's going to be like a 4-hour gap between this and Europe. Oh, we're getting a countdown. So what I'll do is I might go live a little bit early. Because there's a few... Well... Oh, what just happened? Okay. Weird transition. But there's a handful of games that I think are probably worth watching. that one probably worthwhile. The ups. Well, wrong one. This one, right? The LFO is probably worth watching the replays of. This one, it's the Redbirds one. The sheer cold one, maybe. I was told this was like the doggiest fight and maybe a really ugly game to watch. This game in theory was meant to be close, but as you can see, this is not the scoreline of a close game. Whoa. Stop shouting at me, Achilles.
Dive into the action and see some other teams. Yesterday had a couple very close.
Do a marathon 18-hour stream of all 3 regions. VODs in between. Yeah, but what happens when there's more games tomorrow?
Yeah,
it'd have to be a 36-hour stream. Avril's actually doing that. Yeah, but is he doing tomorrow as well?
Spoil things right away, but I think the first match might not get to 5. Just holding out hope.
Never stop streaming. Give a little bed stream on the go.
Settles on with mostly the tank. I think we've kind of established that we're going to see a lot of
Preds? Yeah, we should do Preds.
And then the most important question of all, what stupid name are we?
Thanks for keeping it low-key, Bazo, but yeah, 24-hour stream.
Yeah, we were workshopping a couple different things.
You think he is? What, it's like a 36-hour stream?
Sorry, Cassidy. Okay, I'm curious to see what ideas you have ready to go, but we were going back and forth between bubble,
morning time, early morning, yeah, early morning grind. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's like a min-max to do in getting this right. For me, like EU and Korea is like the min-max in terms of getting the best Overwatch. I squeeze in the Toronto one because of my relationship with Toronto. But yeah, doing all 3 regions, I feel like, because even with like the power rankings video I did yesterday, I thought the EU one, I did that one the day before and was like, okay, cool. But that one yesterday, fuck, I had to rush it. I think it was still okay. I still agree with most of my opinions, I think. Yeah, I think I'm still okay, especially with my top 4 or 5. I think I'm really happy with. But I had to really rush it in terms of getting everything together. And it was just, there's like a min-max to this in terms of doing it, but not just turning it into some kind of social experiment in terms of my mental health. Yeah, imagine on the graphic today. Yeah, for those who weren't, yeah, Majid popped into the chat yesterday and was a little bit keen on. Well, he said he thinks that, like, they're kind of leaning away from a double flex now. So now, ironically, Majid is not on the graphic, but actually has probably no chance to play today if they're just going to be playing Lucio Kiri everywhere. How important is it to get top seed over second? It's really not actually that much the end of the world. So the way it works in terms of top seed out of second is the top seed. Oh wait, let me go up a little bit. So the top seed of Group A will play the second of Group B, and it will be like this, right? And M80 will play. So it'll be like this. So C and D are paired, B and A are paired. So it can be quite good. For example, in the difference in Group A between getting the top seed, probably Toronto, and the second seed, one of these non-Toronto teams, is a pretty big difference, right? One of these would be a lot nicer than the other. Whereas maybe if we look at like Group B or even Group C and the difference between getting first and second is between M80 and Timeless, it doesn't feel as important, right? If you're the Group D one, it's like, well, I'm either going to get M80 or I'm going to get Timeless. I've got a tough game no matter what happens, so I shouldn't lose my mind. So it's more important in some groups than other. Yeah, looking for org. Well, they'd have to be. Where are they now? Yeah, they're not going to play again this week, I think, but they're going to have to come and play Bang Bang Pow Galaxy. And then they'll win whoever loses, so probably Citrus Nation again. They'll have to get the revenge on Citrus Nation. Let me just make sure I don't miss this. That would be based. And then if they do that, they'll go into the bracket against Toronto Defiant, most likely. But it is a double elimination bracket, so as much as they'll probably go, it'll probably be this game here, right? And this will be Toronto versus WD40.
We need to be seeing,
and then they'll probably go to the lower bracket. Then it's just, how far can they get in the lower bracket? But yeah, it's not a great situation for sure. I mean, to be fair, they probably would have been in that situation anyway, would they not?
One that everyone expects to be able to take that top spot, but FCG have been looking quite strong. whack as well.
Yeah, because I don't think they would have beaten Luminosity anyway. So as much as they do have to now win both games, and there's like an added little bit of tension on that, I actually think we're going to finish second in this group anyway.
Currently huddling around the middle of the pack, but this is just in case it's your first.
Hold on, let me do.
And we of course do have an extended map.
Oh, let's show us a map pool. We got time. We got time.
But there is a draft.
It means that Spray Check versus Twisted will be the semi-final. Hold on, let me do a math for you.
Yeah, we've seen nearly
all
of these maps, except I don't think New Queen Street yet. New Queen Street is kind
So in
of
theory, let's just work on the presumption that they both win their groups, right? So they're both in Group A. So what happened is Twisted Minds will play. Oh, let me do it right. Twisted Minds will play left, right, good night, or something, and then Peps will play Spray Check. But what happens is those two fixtures get put on opposite sides of the brackets.
There's someone on the team plays a really good Zarya.
So
Not necessarily the
where are we? Main event.
Someone plays a really good Zarya.
So let's say Group A.
You're right.
This is TM,
is,
and then
waiting
the
in
second
lanes
or the
and
first in
very
Group
well
B
busts that one
will
out
be
if he, so chooses,
Spray
but
Check.
something
So what
tells
happens
me
is
he
they'll
wants
get put
to
on
leave
opposite
those
sides of the
days in
bracket.
past at this point, but,
So it's
maybe
actually
I
the
could
top
be
of
wrong,
Group
because yes,
C
he
that would
did
match up with, say,
play
Twisted
with
Minds. So if
excellent
you look at the top of
Zarya
Group
both
C,
in, back over
who's
to
likely to be
the
top
side,
of Group
but
C?
also when he was
It would be
kind
Rock
of
Esports.
really
So we
making a
actually
name
might
for
get an
himself
all-Saudi
and acquiring
semi-final in that
stack
first one,
from
and then
Gladiators,
likewise we might get Spray Check
by playing
versus
on
maybe
home
Space
there,
Station in the other
so,
semi.
Yeah, he is going to be really well versed when it comes down to
Does
the
playing one less game in
Also,
groups matter if you
they
finish
just
top?
kind
You
of
play one.
pivoted into
Yeah.
that one, but we'll have to just wait
No,
and see.
because of the way the
My
schedule
eyes
works.
are very much on that second
What
series, though. I think
Chris and I were talking about this and sort of discussing the idea. Now, what would be quite nice is if you win both your games, so you win this game, you win this game, you then get to skip the second week. Oh wait, you do get to skip the second week, don't you? Oh wait, no. Okay, so some of the teams get to skip the second week, I think. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, if you get to skip the second week if you win both games, so it actually is quite nice. You're right, yeah. Because the way it'll work is we obviously had these games on Friday.
Like we were talking about,
We're gonna have these games today, and then if I change color, we're gonna have. You can't see it, but this winners match. Obviously, with those games, we're gonna have this winners match, and these two elimination matches. So what happens is blue is gonna be Sunday. So what happens is you don't have to play. You don't have to play next week then.
Very much, I'd say, improved performances.
If you win both games today, which is obviously a pretty nice buff in terms of not having to play on stream if you don't want to. Not to do that. We are getting walkouts though. We got to lock in. We got to base our predictions. I'll get a vote going as well. All right.
So RunAway is expected to be.
Let's get it full. These are yesterday's predictions. I'll fix that.
So a lot of people are questioning.
That was okay.
On Fraudwatch.
Oh wait, did we miss the other team to walk out? We'll go back in time. We'll go back in time.
See.
On it, so I'm just.
All right, here we go.
Alright, well, we'll go ahead and
get
the players out.
Some of our favorite people.
Squad, best at making their way out.
Anger Freedom.
More, and you know, we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit of growth.
Good bow. Good bow. Like, we have to be happy with that bow, right?
Very much being tied to Junker Queen is a little bit of a potential shortcoming for them in the current meta. Those are like clover cards.
What do we got? What is it?
Either
they
way,
got our bus tickets.
Brings them good luck, but we did see.
They've all got their bus tickets.
Performances from Dart and Minute in the DPS lineup for that squad.
Yeah, I think there's plenty to build on, and I mean now the question is.
It'd be funny if Majid pops up in chat again. Yes. Wait, here he is. He's on the walkout. Majid spotted.
Decent showing against
Oh, let's see. Majid bow check.
Expected to be top 3.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, Majid!
Fraudwatch is at RunAway.
He's blown it. He's blown it.
Know with these kind of things, but I think if there's like even glimmers.
All right, what's the formation?
Falcons, then
hands in.
To build on.
Oh, they've gone actually. They've a throwback to last week.
Most of the teams that we've looked at kind of have.
The hand thing was okay. The bow was shocking. It was a shocking bow.
So if you can start,
should we get
chipping away? Ways fault or was it BC? You never. Right? I mean,
why he doesn't know? Did they not tell him? Someone should have told him we're gonna do the bow. All right, okay, ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1. Oh, fuck's
Fraudwatch is at RunAway's fault.
Why didn't bow? Actually, don't know. All right, let's catch up to real time here. Haven't been in. Let's get a prediction going as well, shall we?
I'm not trying to be mean, but these guys are insanely good.
I think the most we've seen of Surmajed so far, and probably for the foreseeable future.
Who win map 1? And let's see. Wait, is it worth betting on this? Should we do map 1? Map 1 out of respect for their secret.
players.
Best
So
of Crew
maybe if there's
did give us a hell of a map one
position that ends
yesterday.
up, like you need just a Zen, right? Maybe that's when they could find their way in. But proper Stalker, Hanbin.
Hanbin means Zarya. Yep.
You could ask somebody.
Hanbin Zarya is actually incredible as well. I don't know how much. I feel like Zarya is a hero that's actually quite rarely played in Overwatch League.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah.
But Hanbin's incredible.
I think if they do decide to go
when
for
we got to
type
when we
setup,
got to the
build
season
on
6
on that Zenyatta,
finals,
that kind of thing, which we have seen a couple of attempts at.
Everyone had a slightly different read of a meta. Obviously, if you remember, we were coming in playing Ryan, and teams were playing like
that sub can, but for now, it is
Florida were coming playing Sigma, Outlands were coming playing Dive, and all of this. But it was actually Dallas arrived playing Zarya, and Hanbin was unbelievable.
What's good, y'all?
Let's get some insight from our coaching friends.
OWCS Korea interview translations, and this is a new segment that we have for week 2, which is the interview with the coaching staff
I'll
or the
figure out my
team
predictions for
representatives
as well.
And today we have from Vesta Esports crew. Please introduce yourself. Hello, I am the head coach, Sun, for Vesta Esports crew.
네, 다음으로 우리 팀 팔콘의 정크벅님 자기소개 부탁드려요.
And for Team Falcons, it is Junkbuck.
Oh, I know this guy. Look who it is. This guy subs to the channel.
First question goes to Vesta Esports crew. In your last match, we've seen
Sub to this channel, you might get to coach OWCS Korea.
How confident is your team with these new team comps, and what's the team atmosphere like?
일단 새로운 조합에 대해서는 저희도 계속해서 같은 점을 할 수 없기 때문에 항상
We can't keep playing the same team comps, so
거기에 대해
there's still a lot of research
아직
being done.
좋게 올라오지 못했다고 생각은 하는데
And
분위기는
I don't think we're 100% there yet, but the team atmosphere itself is good.
정크벅님께도 여쭤보겠습니다. 자, 팀
The next question goes to Team
선수들이
Falcons.
굉장히 많이 모여 있어서 댓글들에 도대체 저 팀을 어떻게 이기냐.
Great players have come together in a single team, and all the comments have been saying, how do you beat that team? And teamwork, and of course, Team Falcons have the only foreign player in the OWCS. So what's the secret? Behind the teamwork. And the answer is that the players respect each other, and I think that the teamwork and synergy just naturally builds around that.
자, 그렇다면 이제 양 팀에게 동동 질문을 드리도록 하겠는데요.
And this next question goes to both the teams.
몇대 몇 예상하시나요?
What are your score predictions for today's match?
굉장히 어려운 질문인데요.
This is a very hard question.
예상하기는 조금 힘들다고
I think it's really hard to predict.
힘들지만 이만큼 잘할 수
Really hard to
있다라는
predict?
각오도 들려주세요.
Can you
It's
share
not
some
very hard to
words of
predict.
resolutions on how the team will play today?
저희가 아직
I'm looking at our predictions. It's not very hard to predict.
We're still a growing team,
경험이 많지 않은 선수들이긴
and the
하지만
players
자신감만큼은
are still lacking a little bit of
네,
experience,
자, 오늘
but
경기 기대해 보도록
they
하겠습니다.
are
자, 그렇다면 팀
very
팔콘의
confident.
정크벅님 오늘 경기 어떻게 예상하십니까?
Team Falcons, how do you predict today's
어느
match?
상대를 하든 무조건 3대 0으로 이기려고 하기 때문에 그렇게
No matter who we play, our goal is always a 3 Overwatch,
시작부터
so
이렇게
that's our
정의가
goal.
불타는 양 팀의 감독분들 데리고
The thing is,
인터뷰를
yeah, I understand how he doesn't want to say,
지금까지 베스타
And that was the
how do you think the game's
team
going to go?
representative.
To then be like, yeah, well, we're getting fucking bummed today, aren't we, mate? I understand. He doesn't want to say, probably knows exact words, but you can still be honest about, like, well, obviously we know it's a tough game. We're underdogs, all of this. But, like, for this guys, well, I don't know. It's a hard one. Well, yeah, who knows? You can still be, like, honest. You can still be honest. Junkbuck Max in. He's in there, isn't he? Oh, wait, can I mute it? Let's have a little bit of volume so we know when it's
I
starting.
like the other side answers. Like we always expect a 3-0.
So yeah,
One of
so
my favorite
our
things
theory
about,
is,
maybe
I guess
it's
the
like
most
second
interesting
season
part
or
of this
third season
game
shock, where they really started coming
is
into their own, was that they
what
didn't mess
Falcons
around.
think. Our
Like, if there
Falcons
was a
on the
team they were
Zarya
supposed
pill as
to
well.
beat,
From
they
what I
just
hear,
PO'd them and left.
most of the
There were so many
teams
teams
are
that'd be
real
like,
Zarya
the
heads.
second or third best team in the league that end up going to 5 against some of the
So,
worst teams in the league, and it was just annoying. It's like, what
I
are you
guess we'll
doing?
see a lot of
What are you
that, and I
messing
guess
around?
it is
Like, we're
it's
all
always nice to
busy,
see Falcons
San
play.
Francisco would get in there and get out.
by the way,
Like we have
still
other
good
things
morning.
to do. There's no reason for us to go to.
But always nice to
Falcons,
see
so
Falcons
I kinda
play,
respect
and
that
obviously always nice to get to see a
and
lot of good people
you have
play
that holdover
Meta, or
from,
what is
from
apparently now the
Crusty
Metacom.
as well. So bringing that
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Well, Korea thinks
spirit to
Doom
the
is done
table, I
now.
suppose.
I'm not as
Taking a
convinced.
look at
I
our map,
don't think
Vito,
other
it's
regions will
gonna
be as
Lijiang Tower
convinced.
once again going to Midtown here for Vesta.
But
and
the
then we're
rumor
gonna
on the
have
street is
Esperanza for our push map.
most of
Beyond
Korea
those three
thinks
maps,
Doom
so we'll
is
see sort of
Doom is
Vasa
not
as well as
playable into
Rialto.
Zarya.
Yeah, I like the Midtown pick.
Yeah,
Looked
I think
solid
you
on
might be right,
yesterday.
Zap,
There
that
were
there's like
moments where
there's just a
if one or two
some
things
maps
goes
are easier than
differently,
others,
they
but
maybe,
for the most part, it feels
take
like
that map
the
as
impression
well
I
off
got
of RunAway.
from what people say
Esperanza, not a surprise
is
there.
Doom is dead.
We'll see if we get any further than that. We can talk about it then. But
And can't beat
Control
the Zarya,
Lijiang
but
Tower
we'll
has
see.
been the staple pick. We've seen a
I mean, I guess what's also possible is then we just get a Zarya mirror, but surely if you go a Zarya mirror, you can just start going like a Ram mirror, or yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You just start the arms race should move in a different direction.
I think that's why a lot of teams avoid Ilios.
I feel like Vareed v
the
NA has
variance
where
is
it's
so
a bit more,
high.
or
I
like
mean,
NA in Europe have
so
where
many
it's a bit
maps
more
where you're
like.
fighting like over a ledge.
It's a bit more like, well, Zarya Cass can beat Doom,
no
or,
surprises at the map
but
pick.
Ram can beat
I'm actually
that.
looking
But if
forward
you
to
go
seeing
Ram, will
what
just go
happens
Doom
on
again type
Midtown,
thing, this
because
sort
I
of
think there's some
circular
interesting
thing.
stuff that Vesta might be
Um,
able to pull off there.
I'll have to see. But first, we will start
Surprised
this off
Speedo's
here
not
on
reviewing these
controls
games?
to get ready to
Oh, is
go
he not?
into
I thought he would have done.
Lijiang Tower. Hanbin in the driver's seat here for the time
Counter swap
being.
meta would not be fun in my
Do we get
opinion.
the Zarya, or is he going to be playing
It
something
depends.
else?
I don't think
The
a
Diva
counter
would be
swap
very
meta
new
is
look and
as.
something that
I
think
mean, it's okay, but it's not as fun.
expecting at all
I think if there's
in this
a
map,
meta
so I
where
think
all
that
comps
this
are
is just going to
viable,
lend itself
like I think
to,
when I watch like Vadoom
having
versus
that
Zarya,
Cassidy
I
composition coming through for the side of Team
I
Falcons,
write.
so it seems
I'd like to see.
even these guys who have been looking like the top dogs here in the region.
When I see
are
what's
also
Vadoom versus
buying
Zarya, I don't look at it like either
Well, I'm
comp
ready
can
to be
win.
surprised because yesterday I was expecting.
I think it's just like-
Doom mirror all day.
Yeah,
And,
why is
we got
Hanbin so
something
ghostly? Look at
so
him.
Who knows what's been fucking in the lab
Fucking
here for Team
Casper's gonna get
Falcons,
him.
but, I mean, we're talking about Hanbin being the best. That support line obviously one of the best. And
But
then
yeah, when I look at Vadoom
that
versus
front line
Zarya, I
is
think
so
what the
unfair.
interesting
I think,
meta
you know,
is
people slept on Proper
if
after,
all
like,
the comps are
not
kind of
slept on,
viable and
like,
you can
after
actually
the
play all of
2022
them
he
against
put up,
each other a
couldn't have
bit, you know,
gotten
like
higher,
if you
right?
play
Like,
Vadoom
rookie
against
of the year
Zarya,
MVP,
but if
not
Vadoom
getting
team
better.
plays well, they
And
win. If
since this
Zarya
was a
team plays well,
whole,
they win.
kind of took a
That
step
type of
back,
thing.
so I don't know if people, really understand just how high.
Like to see you review one? Yeah,
I
I need to figure out. I think what we're gonna do. Firstly, maybe we'll look at one after this stream, but maybe we're gonna do the EU stream later. But I think we'll go live a little bit early for the EU stream and watch some of the replays from yesterday.
Perfectly honest.
But yeah, Hanbin's
But,
glowing.
here we
We'll
go.
get the predictions
It is just gonna be
closed.
buy-in on this new Bubble the Bandit
98% for Falcons.
composition coming
Okay.
through. We're still
Okay.
workshopping it.
Let's see
Bear
then.
with us. Good
It's
amount.
Bastion
The
May.
Junker Queen is going to be here on this Sigma.
They've- See, this is how you one up a Zarya with a Bastion. Zarya will struggle into this. What are they going now then?
The best players in the
Dive.
world can't mirror that. So
Feel the same
yeah,
back?
let's May Bastion Sigma it. Let's do it.
No, full Tracer Echo
Immediately a
dive.
Switch comes out from
Okay.
Falcons to try to deal with this.
So I guess this is the
Adjustment
meta
here that
then,
Diva gonna
like,
find
or
the
this is
high
like the
value
idea
versus
from a lot
the
of
likes of
Korean
the
teams. You go
Bastion.
Zarya,
That team Matrix.
you go Zarya,
Slow
Cass
him up,
for most
gives him a bit of
part.
a rough time. It's proper
If they
getting
go
tagged
dive,
up
you
a
should
little
beat
bit here
that.
on the
You should beat some
approach,
other
but now
things.
they're
If you ever
looking
go like a
to try to
Brawlier
tie
comp,
it
you just go
on
back
top
to
of Sigma.
dive.
The Rock hits
So you just
proper,
swap
he gets
between
taken out.
dive and the
Zarya's
Zarya.
still gonna be
No,
cleared out.
maybe
These
those
two
are like
bars
the
from Team
two
Falcons
comps.
still going to be going low, but Minute going to
Oh,
be
we went a
found
little
as
bit too
Hanbin's
far.
spoken out
We
of
got the mech though,
Make
actually.
here,
Get him,
Dart.
Dart.
Go ahead and
Nice
finish the job there
Dart.
onto the Baby Divas. Proper going to be swapping
Oh,
over
they're so
on
low
Genji.
outside. Careful
Battling
chasing
here.
outside. Don't go
Out
outside.
field
Don't
of
go
corral. They
outside.
have him taken down, and Vesta are going to be able to maintain control.
Okay, we got him.
And they switch off the Bastion
Okay.
too. This is some great rock.
Minute has
paper,
now gone
scissors
Cass
happening
as well.
Already right now, 30% for Vesta
Chio?
Esports.
Yeah, no, it was always
Really,
Chio. They got
love
Chio,
the
Fielder, and
intelligence
Majid.
that the strategy
Um,
requires, right? Like it's just a
Violet
really
is
smart
on
move.
the FTG
And also,
team.
the Control Center does lend itself to some weird play. And when
FTG is the
Bastion
team
play
with
everything that
like
Control
Finn
Center
and
has. Bastion
Alpha
is
Yi.
good on Control Center.
Oh, for sure. There's now Ant Matrix there, top of
Yeah,
the
that's right,
server
head rammer.
room. Minute
All
going to
right,
use of that,
window.
fighting
We instantly
Chio.
killed Chio.
Good
Oh my
opening
god,
kill
our
on
economy's
Off
going to be in
stretch a
shambles.
bit more of a lead here towards that sound barrier. Get some better
Wait,
timing.
if
Fielder,
Vesta
however,
beat
still looking like he
Falcons?
might be moving up rather quickly.
It's not
He's
possible,
about to
right?
press 90%
I mean,
towards that Kitsune rush, which will be huge for Falcons to try to break
Control-
through. At this
Control
point.
would be the
That
one,
Blizzard
right,
is
where
gonna
it
be
could
there to
maybe
try to slow them
happen.
down as well. The big pressure on Hanbin to try to identify where that May is at.
All right,
Trying
dive
to
coming in,
beat
aggressive
Kitsune rush
Kitsune out.
going to be invested. Blizzard comes down.
Disengage is good from Vesta. We may ult as well, just keep us alive. All right, help Dart. Let's go help Dart. Oh, Minute's going the other way. We need to help Minute as well. They're just ignoring Minute. All right, Proper's going on him now.
Going to be taken away from Dagon.
Come on, Minute. Minute was going off on Widow yesterday. Click on something. Click on something. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Good 3 on 6.
Falling to the wayside as Vesta are looking for 100 to 0.
He just isn't a Queen player.
they're definitely going to have it. All he needed was 1 or 2 kills there. And
He just
then
isn't
the
a Queen
nice
player.
flanker for Minute, who's
Your
had
Freedom's
great
back.
performances solo on this team, on the damage dealer. He's going to be able to pick those up. I think Falcons can touch. If they can touch and stall enough to get
Yeah,
a
you're right,
play up,
Arian.
they might be able to take this round.
Okay, Flux is coming in. Hanbin does have the self-destruct
All right.
available.
Can we give a mech? Give a mech. That's a
Goes
good
out
rock,
there on the
actually.
top of the
Oh, they're
blade,
so
really
low.
built up
They
sound
give a
barrier
beat
to
off.
try to get them across
We
that
high
line.
noon. Can we
Immortality
survive?
Field
Can
now
we survive?
dealt with.
Help Gafrium.
To try
Oh,
and
the
get this
boop's good
ult
from Chio,
ready to go.
actually.
They managed to corral Minute here into a corner.
We'll get to
Chio
99.
taking him down. Hanbin getting back into the magnet outfield.
Oh, Off's got one.
Blade still
If we get the
held,
Blade
but
out here, we're really
they might be
happy.
able to hold
Oh,
on to this for a
fuck, never
follow-up
mind.
fight.
This
Will be
is still really
Falcons able to get
okay.
the flip here in overtime.
I think now if you're Vesta, we have to walk up. We can window for space if they don't go early.
Vesta did
It can be helpful if we get his May up defensively.
Switches coming through, and they will immediately go
Vesta
for some
doing it
switches.
now.
Why is he going to Zarya? They flipped the meta on him. They flipped the Vesta are ahead. Vesta are ahead.
Get off of that. Really
Vesta are a step
interesting.
ahead in this
And
swap
they're
game.
Going back to a composition yet to be named.
Oh, believer in Genji in this meta?
Rudy 2D bubble shooty, perhaps.
Against like double
Blade,
flex or
Hold,
something,
and
or like
Matrix.
a kind of
Coming
back
through,
comp, I
but
can
so
see
far
it.
just going to be deflect.
Good Oh, we
Dart
catch
there on the
Dart.
flank. Stalker is able to take him down as Hanbin's going to be taken
Proper
out
had
of the
to
mech.
solo
Goto
Blade
making
Dart
good
just to
use
have a
of that
chance
Zarya
against him.
advantage. Able to find him. So now Tankless. Dartner's going to be able to join in very quickly, but energy low.
Is the Doom comp less popular now? Yeah, but word of the street is most of the Korean teams don't think the Doom beats for Zarya.
Is at the ready, waiting for an opening.
All right, now Hanbin for Rambin.
Kind of like the adjustment here for the side of Falcons, but the flip is
Falcons
in.
in, trying to one-up the swap game here.
So now they're back in control. Fielder sending out that Kitsune rush, Dart down to a sliver of HP, trying to stay alive, but it's actually going to be Gorum that gets taken
this
out
gauge
first
looks
and
okay.
foremost.
There's beat for next 5. They got the flip as well, so this is actually really fine. Come back with beat advantage, only a pulse bomb.
Helps to escort everybody a little bit further forward.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
I don't know if they have time to build up to the Graviton Surge. It's going to be pretty close. If they really commit to double bubbling on the way in rather than defensively, it's possible, and that could be the one to switch this fight. But I think we're going into last fight territory right now.
Yeah, for either side, whoever's going to be able to come away with this one.
All right, take the space. Chio has beat. How's Chio? Oh, they hit the slow into the Lucio assassination.
Build up here, though,
now we beat. Chio's going to have his beat now as well.
So needs to be respected. Now surging a little bit further up, but Mortality Field coming down.
That's good, but there's still so much pressure. He's getting deleted. Oh, he hits the
not going to find an elimination, but it might not matter because Dagon also dead. Now Off is out of the fight, and Team Falcons from 0 up to 100, looking like they're going to be able to complete this run back as Minute will not get access.
Casting a bit too loud.
He'll get taken down.
a little.
Godum cannot swap back over to the Doom Fist fast enough. So Falcons breathing a sigh of relief, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They get pushed a lot harder than they might have expected.
Falcons had to sit up there, wake up and realize, wait a second. It is interesting though that
composition that wasn't always going to work, but to be able to
normally when a comps meta, the reason a comps meta is because one, it beats most things, or it's only like one or maybe two swaps away from countering anything.
The cat's kind of out of the bag now. Do you continue to
whereas for Zarya, Tracer, Cass, Bap,
I don't know if you can still straight up mirror it.
I don't know.
So we'll see what they go.
It doesn't actually feel like it's it feels like it's really easy to counter, and it's like quite a lot of swaps to go back. It's like what, 3 swaps to go back to dive. Best from Japan. I don't know about the organization, but they're all Korean players. Okay.
For a damn long while.
So yeah, this is some of what we were talking about yesterday, where Falcons are essentially they're actually just taking a better sig comp now, and then Proper's taking a bit of a range advantage. Oh, the Augurs, the Augurs Japanese. Oh, okay. But yeah, Proper's now got the range advantage. I wouldn't be surprised. I would sort of expect Minute to. I mean, he has killed Proper, so maybe I should shut up. But I feel like I expected him to go Sojourn or something as well. It's really awkward on Night Market, I think. Like distances aren't great for Cass with how close you have to get.
Maze Wall can be so devastating trying to get back in.
Yeah, just the singular isolation onto a target. Just
no ults for ages because that fight was just over before it started. Dart is in.
As you're trying to push through, things can prove to be
really awkward to pocket Dart in this comp for Vesta, so it's like a difficult one to play Tracer in.
It's good for now.
But it's a difficult one to play like a wide style of Tracer.
Where they can actually get some shots woven through.
Minute just trying to take the duel. Alright, Hambin. They avoid the wall actually pretty much. Lamp's good. Hambin's forced back. They're gonna have to go back on point here. Oh, that's just dying in the front line here. Oh, this off angle top left. Yeah, they can't clear proper at the top left.
Fielder does fall. He'll be coming back. And still
I think that's where good for him to call that damage from.
Matrix. So cleanup continues here as Proper looks for a little other target. And yep, headshot rail there on to off to go ahead and get some added stagger.
On to off, indeed.
Yeah, it feels, especially in this map, with like the way night market is, pretty awkward for a Tracer, I think, in this type of mirror. Because you see, like, when Dart was going, like, where Hambin was just shooting on his right-hand side. Okay, he's going to force point now. I think that makes more sense. I think Stalker will go match him, though. Yeah, Chia there as well. Alright, forcing a point. Preferring this. They still can't get proper out. They should just go point, honestly. Is that bad if they just go point?
It's been rough. I think they got, yeah, just
I think so. Alright, now we're going.
In the last fight.
We're going slow, but we're going.
Right after
no, we're doubling back. We tricked him. We tricked him. Window. We tricked him. Hambin dropped. Oh, it's a good lamp and it's a good mail. Good response from Falcons there. The idea was good. Oh, Clue's good free him again. Oh. Okay.
Finding off mid-air with that headshot, getting Dart. And this is...
it was a nice idea. No, I mean, it was a nice idea by Vesta, like, for fake rotate into, like, they do catch Hambin, but Falcons just have the perfect response. For Lamp is perfect, for Mayult's good. And then they have just all the ults as well. The problem you run into there is, like, what happens, and this happens a lot, is Vesta eventually figured out the right retake, the best retake. The problem is, by the time they finished out the right retake, it's last fight, the other team has 5 ults, so even when you do the right retake... Oh, what have I pressed? Let's go live again. So even when you do the right retake, it's actually, it doesn't matter. You're too fucked.
Composition after a single day of seeing.
Yeah, they could never clear proper on that top left. Not with the heroes they had. So they had to just do something else essentially. Like if they went all the way through Mega on left side and got their Tracer to go all the way behind, they could. But I feel like that's such a long solution rather than just going point and forcing proper to come to us. So let's give these Falcons heads their
so a little bit better there, but look, this is the
let's give them their winnings. Do we need a different type of predictions? Because I feel like if we just keep predicting what do we think? Do we need a different type of predictions? Because if we just keep doing Falcons versus Vesta, I feel like it's what team will swap first? No, they'll both swap. Ajax or no Ajax? Yeah, there's still Lucio's, isn't there? Okay, let's do it. Will there be an Ajax?
That would be absolutely excellent.
Yes. No, I nearly put the options in again just as Vesta or... Alright, okay. Ajax or no Ajax? Okay.
There's another wrinkle that they have going there. But yeah, it's a very competitive first stage. Not so much second stage.
What map type is next? It's hybrid now, so probably King's Row. We've really played disproportionate amount of King's Row. What time does EMEA start? It will start at, it's 5 GMT is the first match, so it's 6 CET. I'll probably be live about an hour or so before that with some replays of yesterday's games and stuff to watch.
So I'm looking forward to seeing if they have a different idea.
Yeah, we've seen in Ash a couple of
which team will probably get a 5K?
That presence has been noted a little bit over here in Asia, but in Korea so far it just hasn't really been.
RunAway versus Genesis. Oh, what's happened to my voice? What's happened to my voice this morning?
Maybe that could be something that comes into play here. I mean, Minute just yesterday was able to, show that he does have some very solid.
Need more mods to do the grunt work. I've got it. I normally have a mod, but it's too early for him.
In map 3, and it was looking quite good. So maybe he's going to bring out something with a bit.
What I was going to say is, let's go find Korea. Where is Korea?
We'll get into Midtown.
Korea. Is that one thing that's really important to factor in about this game later? Is if we look at like how we think this table is going to go, and let's say we make a reasonable prediction that Falcons will do well. Oh, he's a pink actually. Falcons will do well, WAC will do well, and FTG are actually starting to look like they'll do well as well, right? So if this is our top 3, all right, cool. And these top 3 go straight to the LAN. Good for them. Then there's a wild card team, right? The 4th place gets to go to a wild card knockout team, or knockout tournament with Japan 3rd and Pacific 3rd. Okay. But then this 4th spot becomes a real dogfight, I think, between Genesis YETI, maybe Pokerface, but maybe not really. I think it's a 3-horse race between Genesis, YETI, and RunAway. Okay? FTG is the Finn Violet team. Finn, Violet, Alpha E, Bernard, and Flora. So, what becomes really important then if you're Genesis, YETI, and RunAway is that you probably hope to beat all these teams below you, maybe lose to all these teams above you, but your games against each other are super important. So your games against each other become super important. But if we look at the schedule now, where's my schedule? Give me the group stage. Give me the group stage. If we look at our schedule, this is today, where we are right now, March 9th. They're playing Genesis today and FTG tomorrow. So it's super important, both of these games, if they're in and around here. Because then they've got this YETI game later. That's going to be important for them. But then the rest of the games are straightforward. So I actually think this RunAway Genesis game is massive. This is really massive for both teams. So I think... Oh, wait. Yeah, I've looked at it wrong. Sorry. Yeah, it's actually... They're both this weekend. I wish I could read. But yeah, in these two games, they're playing YETI and they're playing... they've changed the format of this. It used to be like that, but now it's like top to bottom. But yeah, so this weekend for RunAway is actually make or break for their entire season. And if you saw RunAway's game yesterday where they struggled against Simpresa, well, fuck. It's a bad time to have your most important weekend of your season. I think this is... If they lose both these games, it's over for RunAway. Genesis is the Decay team. YETI is the Dong Hack Knife team. Genesis is the Decay team, Choice 01 and all that. And then RunAway is like Mag. Mag and the boys. Mag, Vigilante, Li Jie Gong. Have you watched the match from the Seeker and Mirror team? Nah, I didn't see it live. I obviously saw the result. We'll probably watch it. I'm going to do some VOD reviews maybe before the EU one. So we'll maybe watch it then. Because I think there's only a couple of interesting games that happened last night, really. A lot of free O's.
Alririghty, we are back. It's time to go into map number 2 here.
Alright. We're loading back in. Where are we going? Kingsray?
99%, but Falcons.
Midtown. Alright.
Second round of Lijiang Tower, 100% 0.
When is the podcast being released? Well, hopefully later, but hopefully at the end of this stream. Why can't I speak? What is happening?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, but there's something more interesting. There's a substitution. Substitutions on Falcons.
I need infinite water.
Not your tank player.
When the podcast, hopefully after this co-stream, so after the last Korean match. That's the hope.
Like, I
need YouTube to be okay with that, but that's the aim. Majid's in? Since when? No way.
Absolutely incorrect.
Am I in the past? Take me to the future.
Okay, making his debut here on stage in Korea. Majid stepping out, but we're deliberating about this as we're getting ready to go into that first map.
Have I thought about dual streaming to YouTube? Yeah, I just need to figure out and set it up as well.
One of the reasons you would put them in is because this feels like
I thought about it. I think
so there's not a ton at stake, so this is a perfect time to get them into get them on stage.
I think my upload speed should be enough to do it. Yeah, Majid sighting.
The big question, right, with Sir Majid on the squad was how are comms going to be?
Wait,
it's not really a
everyone has everyone bet their money already?
Crush and the
because think about it, if Majid's in, he's probably not in to play Lucio, so his chance of Ajax is just halved.
That's not the issue. The issue is communications and comms and competition.
But Majid is here. He's in Korea. He's on stage. He's ready to lock in.
And I'm not saying that's the only reason. So we shall
yeah, it's actually it's good for Majid. Terrible for our bet.
Nor did I.
We saw Majid Lucio in Overwatch League, so why not here?
Incorrect here, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, Majid said the other day that he doesn't have any maps anymore because of the way the meta's gone.
Yesterday, doesn't matter if you've
mate, so either he was just telling a bit of a fib, or
first time coming over there's going to be somebody out there that is cheering for you.
He was either telling a fib, or they're just letting him play because they're like, ah, well, we're going to beat this team anyway. Let's give Majid the experience on stage.
Yeah. So, this actually.
Do I prefer the NA or EMA structure or Asian one? I think I prefer the Asian one actually. Do I? Yeah, I think I prefer the Asian one, partly because it's a longer tournament. I think a 1 month tournament It's quite a tight turnaround, so there's quite
crushing
a lot happening
I remember him getting bullied back
very
into the corner
quickly.
on first
I don't know.
defense
I'm not sure I actually
and
really
killing
enjoy
three.
either
He's
format
like,
that
"Yeah, I thought
much.
you had me."
I would rather more of like a straightforward
That's
tournament
what I
circuit.
remember Mished playing most,
Like more of like a just
obviously
you qualify for a tournament, then you go play a LAN. You qualify for a tournament, you go play a LAN. These sort of like drawn out group stages and stuff. It obviously means like there's consistent content, but I'm not sure it's like as hype as if you just had tournaments a lot.
Very much am as well.
If not, you can always do through Caster. Oh, okay.
All of us, but
It is paid. Okay, I'll look into it, yeah, because I saw there were basically two options. You can either like pay a thing to host it for you, or you can just, there's like a plugin you can have and that gives you 2 versions of OBS.
I've been sticking through, so
Imagine is always trolling, don't trust his
I
words.
think what this is going to be, you know, if they're going to be running the double
You
flank,
manipulated the market accordingly. Surely not Ilari, right? No, I reckon it will be Anna Zen here or Bap Zen is what we'll be looking at.
This conversation coming. Falcons did choose to attack first as well. I don't know if that's any sort of indication.
But Magid will, in either option,
but
Magid will be the Zen, I'm pretty sure.
wildly on first point midtown, especially.
All right.
Like after you get past first point on a lot of hybrid maps.
Imagine I've watched
Egan out a little bit, but defensively and offensively, they can
One
be
thing we
very
will
effective.
factor in
Oh, dude, are you kidding?
is we will also be
Okay,
accepting
offense. It's offense. I'm going to slow down. Vesta,
Copy
on the other
Ajaxes
side, is running
in the
something that
polls.
They generally have some practice on.
Yeah.
They were the team that
So,
was running this
if Dart
competition, but the
Ajaxes, it
variation
will
being
count.
Not running Doom and running Jumper instead.
If we have a Dart Jax.
Yeah, I mean, good. I think just needing some more time to really.
I guess it's hard for him to copy Lucio though if they don't have a Lucio.
Leaning on
That's
that-
true.
That Junker Queen, you know, for better and for worse. You know, individually does have some very nice showing off the mechanics.
Here come all the Dart
That
heads.
tank hero, but unfortunately, it has
Fielder
been
Lucio.
working, but
Or maybe he is going to go Ilari? Surely he goes Zen.
Because right now, people don't think you could even play.
What if Fielder just goes Lucio and Ajaxes? Okay, alright.
Okay.
Looking for Preds.
That's what I thought. Fielder just going to be swapping back proper, showing the cast
Looking for
down.
Preds.
Looks like
What was
Hambin
the no Ajax?
coming through with
No
the
Ajax.
Orisa.
Hambin's on
Probably
Orisa.
wanting some
Hambin's going to
further
Ajax off.
flexibility as they do go deeper
Ah,
into
the
this
no
map.
the
That would be
Ajax
my guess.
doubters.
That's why Smurf is not in here playing this, but I'll have to just wait and
Yeah,
see.
Ilari
Now,
is the real
Ilari
pick.
is going to be stuck to. It's a little bit of heals here over towards
Hambin
Dart.
clears.
Off.
Yeah,
So
Orisa's quite a nice
needing
matchup versus
inside
Queen as
of the
well.
Firehouse. We'll get
So
Dart
this
back
should
up.
be hard for
It's gonna be
Vesta.
a slow approach here from the
But
seven
Gafrium
Falcons.
Sig looked good, so
Testing the waters
Gafrium
a
should
little
swap
bit.
Sig
Now
after
we'll just
this.
go Balls to the wall and charge forward.
Yeah, a little different style.
All right,
of
we're just
levels
kinda
of
walking
play
in.
than 2U, especially. So
Yeah.
Nothing too
just kinda waiting
crazy.
around. And also, when you've got the Ilari, you are kind of a little more.
Just trying to get
stacked as
space with
far
their
as
Cass and Ilari.
and get healing.
Oh, okay.
Well,
also
All right.
Thinking down is Servajad. Hey, welcome to the stage, my friend. You find
I
yourself
feel like
first
when they're in
blood.
the house, you can't fight him, but when they come out of his house, like kind of where proper standing down, this is when you really want to have done something to him a little bit more aggressively. Yeah, they're kind of just giving. It feels like too much respect. There's too much respect here from Vesta.
As they continue to sweep them up, that's going to be Falcons breaking through and getting themselves.
Just standing there and letting them take shots.
It's
Yeah,
also
you
one of those
either
things when you run a hero like this.
either,
where
like,
the
truly
team's
give
just
them
like,
the space,
I don't know what we
or
do against this. We haven't
do
played
something
against
else.
Ilari
So if they are
in
going to go
3 months.
Sigma,
What
I'd be interested if they swap the DPS after this as well. I feel like maybe.
Look, we talk about it, Sir Majed.
The problem Gafrium has here is even though he technically matches up well against the Orisa, he is obviously still quite weak in that frontline fight because it's just going to be him and a Kiri versus a Bat, and Cass and an Orisa. So his cooldowns match up nicely, but he's actually still outnumbered in the main.
Look to start getting this card going through the streets phase. Good up.
All right,
Back over onto that
slow and
Sigma.
steady again.
Try
No need to do
hold
anything
this
crazy.
around here. Needs to be able to play a little bit more.
Going to be a very hard comp for Dart to do a lot into. Lots of stuff that can just shoot him. Even like Bapalari is probably the hardest thing because there's just so much. Oh, not if you Dart though. If you Dart, you can just kill him. He gets 1 for 1.
Now the front line also broken open.
Dagon's looking aggressive. All over proper.
Hambin
turns and kills him. Didn't even use an ult there. What was the plan?
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense, especially for the offense here, because you don't really need to.
Is Smurf not a better Orisa? Yeah, I don't think they intended to play Orisa in this map. Or maybe they also just are just playing stuff.
Yeah, come get us. Come fight into.
But it's probably fair to say this skill disparity is about as big as we're gonna get in any of these games. All right. Okay. Difficult. We're not gonna get a shot. Okay, we use the Kitsune. Off has a beat. He has a beat. Dart's on Cass. Dart's going to gap proper. The beat goes off. Dart's going to get high noon. Dart noon. Dart noon in the back. He's killed Majid. Dart's got 2. They're holding it together. They're holding it together. Dart's going to kill 2 and even swap his hero as well. All right. Yeah, why is Smurf not playing would be an interesting question with the Orisa in play. Well, I think the logic is that if they think the swaps are more like this, like Hamben or like between Zarya or Orisa or Sigma or something, then it still makes more sense to put Hamben in. It's really possible because the skill disparity between these two teams is too big. They also sort of just don't care as well. It's a really early Flux. He's high nooned. Oh, okay. It's not a great trade of ults, really. Dart has gone Genji too. The Denji. Pulse bomb. Alright, we'll get the lamp. Can we keep poking him? I guess not. Alright, what's our next dive looking like? Not great. Not great. Can we get rid of this Orisa? Oh. Okay. Maybe we can. Hammer's getting pocketed out. Pressure on the backline. Everyone's kind of low. Oh, he's looking for the Terror Surge. Oh. The Hamben takeover. Denji. Yep. I think Versa is top 3 if they played it in the A. No.
Falcons continuing on their merry way through midtown.
A much better angle of approach there too.
I don't think someone like Versa would fit you.
Right side, look for an opportunistic ultimate ability to take down there, and you could even see
probably not that high really.
It looked like Vesta was going to try to rotate around and take that high ground away, but that's where the Terror Surge.
It's important to remember that.
Sucked him in, slammed him down. Really easy take as well. I want to see if we
like even a lot of these like mid-tier Korean teams. I think are like
it's a fun alt.
Yeah,
like Falcons and WAC. I think are like really elite tier. But some of the others, I don't know how high they'd finish. Like FTG is probably the exception. Like FTG are really high, you know. Yeah, I think a couple of them been in Korean contenders before these Vesta players, but I don't know a load about them. Alright, now we come back to Zarya.
Oh, actually, he ate the captive sun. Sorry, I missed that one. It's taking that away. Good timing on the kinetic grasp. He's able to backpedal far enough to keep himself alive.
Alright, we got one. Okay. Yeah, Minute didn't look all out on Cass earlier, but when the brief glimpses we've seen of him on like Sojourn and Widow, I feel like Minute's actually really taken over quite a lot.
Be able to control some of this high ground and get the long range, and also the long range spam coming in.
Ajax incoming. There's no there's no Orisa now. Alright, Dark Blade. Oh! Proper exposed. Proper thinks he's Dart. Proper thinks he can just ult Dart. Crow up proper.
A lot better here from the side of Vestas. Hanben going to be eliminated, resetting that energy here. Onto the high ground, looking for that accretion. Ooh, what a snipe out
oh, okay.
Okay.
His own. Oh.
Olaf was right next to him, trying to escort him back. Stalker now playing with 2 kills.
That situation went from what a play to oh no. It was going so well. We kill with Blade, we hit the fucking 3-pointer rock.
Look, you're in a terrible spot, you're already on 3rd.
Fuck, we hit the 3-pointer, but then we just get double pulse bombed. Shit. We've got Kitsune Rush though. Kitsune Rush will be a great stabilizer here. And we got Flux as well. No, yeah, like we were talking about, right? No defensive ult for him, so it's awkward. We're going to window around the corner. Can Flux us if you want. Alright, we're going to bubble and lamp. No cooldowns for a little bit if we want to peek. Kitsune Rush or Overclock could go. We could go.
Kitsune Rush at the ready here from Dagon. Could use that to try to turn the tides of things. Grab going to be chucked.
Alright, oh, we're all going to get him a grab. Okay, we survive for grab. We kill Hanben. Oh, okay. We trade. Trades are good.
That will be a successful.
We stabilize.
From the side of Vesta, and they don't even have to use the rush.
All right.
Another great
why was Gafrian refusing to play anything that Junker Queen for so long? I actually have no idea. My original take was maybe he's just not very good. Because we saw him play Junker Queen, then we saw him play Winston be bad, and we thought he was an off-tank player, but I was like, he just doesn't look that good. But now actually on Sigma, his ults look reasonable, he hits rocks. He still gets caught sometimes, but I think that's just, you know, the nature of tank these days. It's a lot harder, and he is playing against Falcons. Oh, Minute was hiding with the assassination attempt.
We should stick with it.
It's hard to do that assassination attempt when you're Sojourn. You don't have Ray though.
Also swapped over onto the Zen.
Yeah, we've already coined it though, so whenever it happens.
Who is streaming the thingy?
All right, well, overclock now.
You're gonna have to give me more clues. Overclock. Oh, all right.
Trying to get that pulse bomb stick, but he's unable to find it.
We beat. Beat comes off successfully. It'll just be on the official channel. I'll be streaming it as well on here. All right, we have for hold. We have for hold. We had all the ults. We pressed all the buttons. We have for hold.
So it's not going to be the full push coming through here for the side of Falcons.
Magic Fronies.
From the side of Vesta, but it now comes down to their own attack.
Do you know if we see player stats in the bigger LAN event? I'm not sure because the Face It matches have them, but I think that's also unique to the Face It system. So once we stop using the Face It system for maybe some, if we don't use it for some of the later games, then we won't get the stats.
We've got Alari,
so I don't think there'll be any sort of central place for it, honestly.
With Genji's rotating in and out.
Do you have any info on the World Cup? As in the the Overwatch World Cup, like the different nations, as in like what do you call it? Like just Team UK, Team USA, Saudi Arabia, all of that. My expectation is it won't happen. The way the schedule looks, it just doesn't feel like they can fit it in anywhere. So I'd be really surprised if we get like a normal World Cup this year. I mean, I hope we do because it is a fun event. I think it's one a lot of people enjoy. Yeah, I thought it did well. But when I look at the calendar, it just sort of seems like, well, where do they put it, you know? It doesn't feel like there's maybe an obvious place for it to go. So I don't think they'll be able to.
Yeah, they had the defense and then they got full health. So
all right.
To not happen here.
Yeah, and
I think a 2-month gap in the middle. What do you mean at the end? There's a 2-month gap at the end, but they normally do it at BlizzCon, right? Don't know. It feels like it'll be.
Actually hiding in.
I feel like it'll be tight. The Saudi World Cup, it's like June and July.
Offensively, doesn't. Well, we might have some changes.
Is Hanbin still playing on really low sense? I'm not sure.
Okay, Minute's heading back.
Finally, the Sig mirror we've been waiting for. Hanbin versus Gafrium.
A little more stable, a little more
Gafrium keeping his Sigma skills hidden by playing Queen for 2 weeks.
Only time will bear this out if that's the case.
I'm not too certain either way.
Nero Vioni. There's a bit of a West. Like Fraggy's played for Guangzhou and stuff. Neptuno. Kib was on it. Maybe Kib's not the best example of a white boy.
Charge up
all right, Gafrium's been kind of run over.
So picked off. Falcons for now holding the line, burning a minute off the clock.
Okay, a false start, but there's still more time. Non-Asian is maybe a better way to say it. Yeah, yeah.
A beat and a blade usually works, but if you don't get the huge value out of it, then you're kind of. I mean, that's kind of it.
Yeah, the gap in the middle will be will definitely be the Saudi World Cup. Answer your question. What was your question? Did I miss it? Is Alari not F tier? Oh yeah, I think Alari's. Yeah, Alari's shit. But if we're being honest, I think it might be possible Falcons aren't taking this super seriously. Even if we did get hold on second. Yeah, this is Magic. This is Magic's first run out. First map.
Are looking for to try to break through. They're so far away, and now one of them is going to be abandoned and started swapping over onto the May.
I mean,
yeah, if Vesta win, if Vesta somehow win this map, it's actually outrageously low Magic stocks. Outrageously low Magic stocks.
And also, they're just taking so much.
This is the sort of thing that would be like, put him on the bench for forever. All right. Oh, they die as they come in.
I'm just not sure which side this Tracer's on.
Oh.
Trying to get that
yeah.
unable to find it.
Just gonna die again. Need to maybe go this left side, I think, really. Go left side and just flip to point even. They can't meet you in the left, like, if you go, like, left from Vesta's POV, like, down the alleyway, if you go there, I feel like they can't meet you, because you have the May, and then you can maybe just flip to point. I feel like this space where Hanbin's playing now, it's quite awkward to get walls. The other thing you could do is you could do the, like, GK Esports for Saudi team always used to do this, where they would push through main, like, where Minute's looking now, but then May would walk through top alone, and then you can get a nice wall on it. They're going to go here, but I feel like this window doesn't super catch anyone. Stalker's going to get behind. They need to try and clear Hambin out of here, but it's hard. It's hard. He's not going to... We can't clear him.
DPS ultimates is one of them that's going to be used.
Stop. Alright, we're just going to push. We're just going to push. Alright, overclock back. Yeah, we're just going to get torn apart by... Yeah, there's Tracer behind because they didn't clear Hambin. Yeah, Vesta actually have no good solution to this. No good solution coming out from Vesta, and that's probably going to end in a full hold. They kind of have all the ults now, so if there's a time to win, there's a time to win. They actually need Magic to clutch.
If they want to wait for it,
they need a Magic to Ajax off. Maybe that's for play.
And make it really easy to get some going.
Just waiting out the grasp.
Alright, just straight on the tank. They wall lamp everything.
Looks like for now.
They go so early with this, no? Why'd they go so early?
10 seconds remaining here on the approach. Sound barrier likely gonna have to be used as soon as they round the corner. And
last chance for Ajax. Oh, Off's got it. Alright, gotta get a kill with this beat now. Gotta get a kill with this beat. Alright, gotta get a kill with this Flux though. Gotta get a kill with one of these ults. Alright, Proper swung out. We've got Proper. We've got Proper. One of the ults lands a kill. Minute's gonna wide sweep. Okay, we're here. We're here. We're here. Hambi wants to retake with Flux. Just don't give him a big Flux. There we go. Yeah, he can't do it. Alright, alright, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back.
Be able to get those heals. It's not going to be that full hold coming through. Vesta eventually.
Yeah, that was really weird. I mean, obviously it was a difficult fight for Falcons to win anyway, but I don't know why they went so early in the main there with Ilario. Really felt like you could have just waited until they started to walk and try and play for the try and play for the Ajax, honestly. I mean, even if they just played it slow, right? We saw all the problems Vesta had just walking in that main when Hambin just held his angle and Stalker just took the flank. Oh! Fraudulent! Gafrian would never. Yeah, it does mean we have more chance for an Ajax as well. Alright, we got high ground with Window. Can we keep fighting for it? Don't let them have it. We got wall. We got wall. We don't have to be scared. Oh, we should... Okay, we saved him. We saved him. Yeah, we can force him off. We can force him off for real, for real. Keep the cart moving. It's a bit awkward because obviously their Tracer can just block cart. We're going Window. Alright, we DP. We go underneath. Okay, we go underneath. Got a Keva. What's it called? Is it called Sunspot?
To give up the high ground because that first point.
What's the official? What's the lore name?
Down to maybe two okay-ish.
Sunstrike. Sunstrike.
This blizzard has to come in. You have to wait out grasp, obviously, and maybe.
All right, coming back up top. Sensible choices from Vesta. We've got Ilari again. Feels early again. We do manage to, yeah, okay. Alright, now we get him, It's not too bad. Alright, Magic's clean up. 1 minute left on the clock. Beat will be here. May will be here.
That is the
Flux will be here. Got enough hopes to win. Got enough hopes to win for sure. Captive Sun is the lore name, that's it. Thank you, Free Stack.
I think there are maps maybe where Ilari could still work. You know, just spitball.
Plenty of ults. We can do it.
However,
it's so possible.
Last push here for Vesta. Otherwise, they will go down 0-2 in this series.
All of the ults.
Flux. I mean,
all of the ults.
If they can just sustain. Like, wait until there's 5 seconds left.
Just don't do anything crazy. Just take top with some of the ults. Push them to the low ground. Kill them with the other ults. Probably want to window first. Window first, get the space if they flux. We don't quite have beat yet, we should be a little bit careful. Don't have to rush it. Orphan! Oh, okay, it's a good blizzard. Good blizzard. Kill Proper. Yes. Proper's dead. Beat is off. Flux? Yeah, go on. Probably don't even need it in the end, but alright. We get it in. There's time. There's time. There's time. Dart once again exposes Proper.
That's how they've won both of the points, right? They've kind of just realized that we're not going to be able to beat them on an even playing ground, but if we have two,
they're going to do it. They're going to take a map. Let's not. Remember we've watched Vesta play before, and when Vesta get close to the finishing line, they have a great ability to fumble it at the last minute. So we really do not count your Vesta stocks until it's literally over the line. Minute has overclock though. All right, Hammond's in trouble. Wall is good. Counter wall's good.
Matrix comes into play, but Fielder builds it
They
up, is able to pop
might be
that
able to get
one.
Hammond out of this, but Window's going to cover him. All right, just disengage. We'll have our own window in a little bit. Captive Sun is up for Majid.
30-some-odd% away from being built up. Majid's about to have
Let's
the
see.
Captive Sun.
All right.
Another opportunity to try to
He's
go
going for it. He's stunned. He's rocked out with Captive Sun. Go free him. Oh, it's important. Oh, he's back. He's back. It's over. It's over. The Sun Jacks.
Sun's out, right clicks being spammed, just trying to keep
Window,
alive.
window.
Now gonna be used
We're
here
doing
on the
it.
corner, but the
We're doing
Blizzard is
it.
looking for the freeze.
Oh, no Stalker as mail. Fuck.
They clean him up, but that's at the cost of Huntman and Stalker.
Oh, Dark Mail freezes everyone. Kill him, go free him. Go free him versus the world.
Not in the center of it.
Go free him versus Proper.
Able to take him out. And that is going to be good.
Oh, they're low. They're so low.
This is not going to
No.
feel any extra shielding. Kinetic Grasp will expire. The cleanup will come through. And it's just a couple meters away from taking this map out.
Oh.
Falcons hold strong. Now they lead 2-0.
A pretty impressive showing overall, though. And, you know, it's always the question of, is Falcons overlooking this team? Are they trying some interesting stuff? Obviously, they're trying interesting stuff. We've got Alari on the field.
What's the vibe here in terms of counting? I feel like we don't count the Sun Jacks.
Had to get that in there.
You think it should count?
But they played honest Overwatch for the most part.
Yeah, like
This wasn't the main
we count for Jacks. There's no way we count for Jacks.
And then the
Count
switching
it.
constantly, and they're trying to throw them off. This was kind of straight up.
There's no way we count it.
And then it was pulled off. Like,
There's no way it's an
speaks to
Ajax.
Just the volume of talent and
Because
how
it's not an
close
Ajax, it's a Sun Jacks.
which
It's
is
a distinct
essentially the
different
last
thing.
place team and the first place team.
Yeah, I mean, playing them close mid-time is getting better with every
It's not an
situation
Ajax.
that we're seeing
It's not an
outside of
Ajax.
Vesta, but that win still eluding them. So now Falcons very firmly in the driver's seat. They have this 2-0 lead. They just need
Same
one more
thing.
time as we get to go into the push, to be able to take this.
If I was- I'd say Sun Jacks. Sun Jacks.
And now having to reverse sweep the team that is predicted to be the top dogs here in Korea. It's a very
It's in the same role.
What a Cinderella storyline it would be.
Yeah, no, I can't give it just on a technicality.
Yeah, just take a map. All right, that's where
Think
we're
about
looking at.
this.
That's where you
As
want
much
to
as obviously it's going to be
be done.
disappointing.
Like, yeah, Midtown was their
Poll
pick,
it.
and I think Vesta's been cooking on that.
Think about it this way,
They have
right?
Some ideas. They understand that map very well. They
Even
understand,
though
especially second
it's going to be
point,
disappointing you don't win the money,
about how you're going to
isn't the Sun Jacks reward enough in itself?
They looked really good on that.
Isn't
but
seeing
obviously,
Majid
they
rocked out
understood. We need to
of
go
his
in there with
Zalario
advantage
on what
and
might
every
be
bit that we can
his
out of our
final ever
ultimates,
map?
because that was
No.
how they won first in like almost overtime. That's how they won second in almost overtime. And they almost pull it off in third. That third fight for
It's a
both
moral
of them,
win.
essentially,
You want your
came
financial
down to 1 and 2.
compensation.
It was very, very close at the
Dark
end, and I think
stocks are
if-
so high. No,
if
we're gonna
one
stick
Blizzard
to the
comes out
integrity.
before the other,
If Majid's in, we can
actually
bet on
went
another
down,
Sun
we might be
Jacks.
talking about that today, just-
Yeah, it very well could have been, but you know, unfortunately for them, they do find themselves now in.
Watch Brit stealing our money.
We're not gonna let that, get them, just because when you have that.
Poll was before the poll it.
But hopefully for them, it's just okay.
Okay, we'll poll it, but we're not doing a vote poll.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a total.
New
I do
poll.
feel like at some point, if you're Vesta and you're playing Falcons, a lot of
Sun
it's house
Jacks
money.
count as
Hey,
Ajax.
If we win, no one expected it. And, like,
Yes.
that's fine. If we lose, that's
No.
what everyone expected. So
Don't
I'm
allow
just
additional
kind of
votes.
impressed
It's a
with,
1 minute poll as well,
them
so you got to be
and some
in.
of the bottom teams the last couple days of how much trouble they've given top teams, because in a lot of
All right, let's see.
tournaments and formats and regions, that's not the case.
No, it is not. But we have another quick little break that we're going to jump into right now, and then when we come back, we'll get into push.
Don't either, Rich. Don't be a sore loser. The problem is, everyone's also just like, everyone's very biased in this vote. Did I apply for the co-streamer stuff? Yeah, I did, but I'm just getting fucking egoed. Other people have got it, and I'm just getting egoed. Is it Sunjax? Yeah, I think if it gets eaten, it counts as well. Yeah, I'd say. Well, I can co-stream, but I don't give it. Sorry, I should clarify, Chris. I got the co-stream thing, but I've not got co-stream approval. I've not got co-stream access. No, I'm saying all the wrong words. I have co-stream access, but I don't have clean feed access. So, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I'm not getting access. They block players from streaming PvE for the rest of the tournament. Yeah, so there's like two. The Sunjed. The thing is, I know we've done the poll, but I'm actually on Jubyhawk's side. I think I agree with Jubyhawk. Do I fight against the people here? Do I fight against the people? Is this going to be our January the 6th moment? Do I January the 6th? The problem is, all the people saying it's not fair also have a little icon next to their name showing their financial interests. Storm the palace. Can I refund the vote? Is that like the how do I void it? Kimchi. Yeah, I know we just did a poll. Why vote though? I don't know, because I thought I'd maybe feel different after the poll. Yeah, I think I'm actually overturning the people here. I'm overturning the people. This is gonna cause riots in the street. Rigged. The people are wrong. Yeah. We have to remember. Think of all the politicians and policies that have gone through. Think about that time Brexit happened. Think about all the elections and some of the world leaders we've seen. Is it really possible? Is it really possible that the people are often wrong? What you want is you don't want the people in charge. What you want is one really smart individual to have all the power.
Some of the closest that we've seen on these maps,
you want one really smart person to have all the power. And I guess in this situation, I guess it has to be me. Should I be? I should be the really smart person.
Turn their sights over towards Esperanza to see whether or not they're going to be able to get a map win.
It is 2-0, and even if it ends up 3-0...
The original poll was already... Because you put up when before Magic was subbed in. Yeah, I put it up before, but you didn't have to vote beforehand. You know, I can go bet on... I can, for example, if we use a football example, I can go bet on who's going to score in the Man United game this weekend. Which Man United player I think will score. But what I should do is I should wait to see... what the starting lineups are before I place my bet. I could place it now, but I obviously risk my player not playing or not starting.
Because there's a world in which you can just get
yeah, bring back the monarchy. I think we're monarchy pilled, if I can get my words out.
It ends up being like a widow v widow kind of matchup where
all right,
it can go completely one way or the
wait,
other.
I missed the subs. Is it just is Magic still in?
Dominated by like a widow v widow kind of matchup.
Smurf in, Hanbin out. Still Magic.
But Hanbin out, Smurf in.
Wait, is Magic still in? Surely Magic's out as well.
See what he's going to be bringing to the table. Likely to be, you know, maybe leaning back on that Doomfist or the Orisa, which
did anyone see?
We did get to see the start of that attack from the side of Team Falcons, and we know how well versed the
absolutely Suki, not a problem at all.
I said that Bellos Rio.
Do we want Sunjack spread?
What about Smurf? I'm like, well,
is he still in?
But I mean,
Ah.
It doesn't feel important.
He's
or
gone,
impactful
he's
to say,
gone.
oh, Smurf is the best X, because
Do you
there's
think-
so many
Right.
times.
Do you think we'll see Majid again anytime
For
soon?
Salisbury, truly, I think he did look very
Start of a pred. Well, what are we predding then? Yeah, we can't do a Sunjax. Do we just want the Ajax one again?
He is going to be coming back through, so we'll see what he's going to be piloting, and then we get Chio returning to the stage as well.
I think
We'll
you
do
could say
Ajax
that
again on the basis
Smurfs,
there'll be two Lucios,
top two
but I'll
talent in the
put
worlds, and then when you start talking about like, oh,
We'll
this
make
is
it
the
clear.
best ball in the world or the best Orisa in the world,
only
you're talking about
Lucio.
the specialists
All right,
in single
only
player,
Lucio. I'm writing
and
in.
there's
I'm writing the
a couple
words
things
only
that
Lucio.
transcend that idea, and
Yeah.
Smurf is definitely one of them. Yeah, I think
The
Jim Gibson
Ajax
coming to
Preds have
play
been
here,
desecrated.
given the map, I wouldn't
Do you like
hate to
full
see
cap
them
or
try
something?
out a Winston either. I think Winston
No, we're going
has been in
to,
the past good on this
I
map.
don't know.
Maybe
I feel like
good
the full.
on this map,
We'll do Ajax
depending
again.
on
We'll
who's
just Ajax
playing it, and
again.
obviously the support around it. So,
Normal Ajax poll, Lucio only.
And obviously, Chio's coming back in. No surprise there. And yeah, so
What we should do next week
I
is
wonder
if we'll see Majid. If we
there's,
see
like,
Majid or
a little
not.
halftime, a little coaching here that says like, guys, just get off this map. Like, you need to finish this map. We need to have a meeting or something like that. But
Or what about
yeah,
Echo? Okay,
it's
so
good to see Smurf
Lucio
back in.
only.
It's
Copies
definitely-
count, okay?
Well, the only
Copy
thing I can say
Lucio's
for
count
sure is that they're
if
probably
they
not gonna
actually
run
Ajax.
Yeah, that one.
I think
seems
copy Lucio's
a little
count.
bit more unlikely, a little bit more outside of Smurf's wheelhouse,
But
despite
who
the fact that he
thinks?
does have an incredibly deep hero pool. We'll find
Yeah, I
out.
think the copy counting is reasonable.
I've been like, oh, for
Because it's still actually quite hard, right? We've seen whenever we see Lucio copies, they quite often don't get beat as well. So I think it's a reasonable enough like barrier to get it off.
Before Season 9 came out now, that changes to really the core mechanics of the game. So I think there's still
All
a
right.
world in which
What if I told you it was Wait, is Kiri? Is it gonna be? No, they're going
much
Lucio.
more
It's okay.
play around the Winston.
They're going Lucio. There was a second where I was like, what if they don't play any Lucio? All right, closing the poll.
Well, he is going to be coming out the gate with this one. So Winston v Sigma, as far as the tank lineup is concerned. Proper.
Make up the rules to suit the rich. That's my plan. Yeah, that's my plan.
That we see very
Wherever,
rarely, but now
wherever
he's
the money
starting
is,
with it.
they get to
Now it goes
influence
fair
what
here.
counts.
Minute back over onto this Cassidy.
So
And
it's
kind of
actually
surprising what
Winston
we've seen
Soldier
as the
coming
second
out now
leading
from
into, you know, the
Falcons. I
Cowboy
think they had a
Falcons
read that it was going to be
even
more Sigma.
And Minute was putting up some solid.
In theory, this should be.
This time they don't have the Zarya.
I know it's all right map for Soldier because you can just, if you're proppy, you can just either play this high ground or the same high ground on the opposite side. Proppy's going to drop and swing wide actually as his dive comes in. Dart! Stalker exposed. It's a Dart world. Dart's just going to kill everyone. I don't think Falcons have really factored in that. If they don't stop Dart, he's going to.
The icicle from Maine. It has been since the game was released.
Yeah,
What if Echo begins to use Lucio B at the end of Echo ult, so they turn back to Echo halfway through? So it's, yeah, that's a good clarification, Juby Hawk. It should only be like cancelled. It has to be cancelled like because they're killed, not because it's expired.
Falcons now getting the bot under their
Like if it's rocked or something, or if he
It's
just
very
dies
similar
before he
to
gets
how
it
play
off,
the
you know?
Doomfist, but almost a little less aggressive at times.
If it's just like they basically won the fight and he's just going to cast it before it ends, that one doesn't count.
That's fine. Then you take the second bridge, totally fine. And then there's like also that house across the street, so you're really just
No Echo in the game. That's also going to help clarify this as well, yeah. But it's important to establish the rules for, you know, precedent. Yeah, we said at the start, now we thought, even though it might not be a close game, we might get to see some interesting information on where Falcons meta read is and what they think the best comps are. It's possible we've not really got that today. It's really possible the Orisa Bapalari is not what they believe to be the optimal comp on Midtown. Dive comes in again. Oh. Yeah, it's really hard for Vesta. And now we've got a situation which is always true when you're playing against this dive comp, when it's like Kiri Lucio, is once they have that, once they have the Kiri and the Lucio for support ults, super hard. What if they play on map 1? They played. Well, it looks like they played Zarya initially, like the Zarya Cass, but then Vesta were on like a Sig May comp, so then they swapped to dive and then they swapped to a Ram comp. So I think, in principle, Falcons are probably still
with 4 of their own,
still on the Zarya train as well, because it was Hanbin and proper Cass, and it looked like they just wanted to play that comp, obviously until they ran into a Sigma.
People just get absolutely deleted here.
Or a Sigma main.
As soon as that consideration the beat get committed. cleanup there on the
All right.
the bot. Again, going to be ushered back into a push position.
Okay.
Well, they kind of had to go in hastily because they did not want to give up this checkpoint for the forward respawn. So a flank from the side, the Blizzard comes in, and just a really good
Freedom's gone
response from
Queen.
Falcons to deal with that.
This is probably one of the few comps it's Queen is okay into.
Have all the other ultimates.
Still don't feel like it's that great, but it's probably one of the comps it's okay
It's been
into.
very quiet from Vesta, and we're going to see.
We'll see. We'll see.
Falling back to the old comfort pick of Jumper Queen.
And I do like the adjustment here from Dart going back over onto the Tracer. Not only
Falcons playing super slow. No reason to make the Queen team move. Oh my god, Dagon's just dead. Alright, don't try and clutch now. Avoid for temptation. Don't clutch.
That's going to be good for them. But this fight is not something that's good for them. As proper, we'll just go ahead, utilize some of that beautiful
Freedom's accepted his fate.
Kills. Shoutouts to Atlas and all Apex heads that are out there that catch
Ajax watch. That's all we're waiting for. Is Queen bad right now or something? Yeah, I don't think Queen's very good right now. I think she loses to a lot of the other tanks. I think any of these tanks where it's just one big long cooldown. Same problem Malga has in part is that it's so easy to play around. You need some kind of, not necessarily even mobility, but just like cooldowns to cycle through. Otherwise your tank's so limited because of like the inability to pocket through a lot of things.
Silent and quiet. Their ultimates have gotten zero value out of it.
Junker Queen good versus Ram? Nah, I think the Junker Queen loses to Ram.
They don't really have to force the issue here.
I think even though EXO had success in flash drops, obviously it was on the old patch, and EXO also just had the best team by far.
Breakthrough value here for the team.
She's only getting a mirror matchup. Yeah, yeah. Queen's okay against Queen, I guess. Yeah. All right, B comes in. Off has got it off. Smurf Primal.
Get away from this. Looks like they have successfully avoided the juggle as Fielder will get taken down, but Dark going to be punished there as Robert finding the kill.
Oh, he's coming back for more.
Looking to try to tag down Smurf. He's just
gets out on 1 HP. Stalker Pulse.
Able to find the kill, and Smurf finds himself back. Somehow survives the whole fight.
So hard for the Queen. It's just so impossible for Queen to do this retake. They've got kind of close a couple of times, and I guess they at least get the beat out and stuff, but it's so hard.
Yeah, the somehow Smurf survives is one of the smartest bubbles I've ever seen. He's away, he's at like 5 HP, just drops the bubble, and the shot that was going to eliminate the scientist...
Did Hector say this was the smartest bubble he's ever seen? Low HP Winston bubbles himself not to take damage.
Maybe a lot of players...
Pretty smart of you, Smurf.
Some minor gains as we get rush for rush, but Minute...
Alright, Minute is gone.
Right into the back lines, forcing him away.
We have for Rampage. We have ults. We're just dead, though. Go on, Dart. Get the trade. He was nowhere close to that trade. Nowhere close to that trade. Stalker the best tracer in the world right now.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams get to this point and then just kind of...
I feel like the answer might be yes, but it might also be... Do you know that Beatles interview where they ask if Ringo's the best drummer in the world? And they say Ringo's not even the best drummer of the Beatles? I think that might be Stalker's situation where there's a real consideration Stalker might be the best tracer in the world, but Stalker might not even be the best tracer on Falcons.
Okay, quick, nice headshot. Goes forward, they find Stalker. Once again,
but he's, yeah, he's probably at least second.
Happy to fight around this checkpoint, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues is the tank play is not doing any damage mitigation.
I'm talking about Magic Tracer, right? That's right. That's right, Rinskimmy.
It's ridiculous because there's nothing to say.
Yeah, we don't have that predictive barrier anymore. Smurf going up and over the opposite side there, knife through. I think he actually might have gotten the connection there.
I think Kev's is really up there as well. Dark clears Stalker. Oh, the beat is solid. It's going to have to be a Chio Ajax up next. Dark clears Stalker 4 is bigger than 3. It's hard to argue with that.
HP bars looking under duress here from the side of Vesta. The Minute will fall. Fielder going to get traded out.
Pilot in shambles.
Again, low on health, trying to survive, but this time will not be allowed to. Dark is able to pursue deep enough to find the elimination. Looks like Vesta.
Is Dart any good? Yeah, Dart is legitimately
Yeah, they've got
he probably is the best player in this team. Maybe him and Minute are probably the best players in this team. Minute feels like very much like a classic hit scan player though, in terms of he does really excel if he can play Widow or like Sojourn, but doesn't really excel as much on like the cast looks quite weak. The Tracer looks really mid. Stalker's okay, isn't he, though? Fuck. Yeah, I think Dart on Echo actually looks pretty good.
TP over, so you can try to push the tempo a little bit. Him falling just
And on May, like,
all
he had to,
that
like, obviously it's a shame he had that
block
bad
it.
blizzard, but the, in terms of hitting stuff, I think he's actually good.
Stalker does come in, gets 3, kind of living up
To be fair, Gafreem actually looked really good on Sigma. It's just a shame he absolutely hates playing Sigma. Because it's the only hero he's good at.
You are having a little bit of a headache, but all good. Cleans up the kills. Dagan will fall. Dash forward, dart again, just trying to find any kind of opening that he possibly can.
You think Yubi is the best Tracer? Nah, it has to be. I think it really probably is like Kev, Stalker, Proper. I mean, obviously, if Yubi keeps playing well, we'll see more of Twisted Minds versus Spray Check, right? There's like more to see. But I think to get into that elite category, it's like really hard right now.
The difference between finishing
Really hard.
through and just winning this fight and
Ah, Chio doesn't Ajax.
Dead as soon as he tries to commit the rush. The sound barrier there from Chio in response, but wasn't necessary at all. Off in minute now, going to be taken down. Put him in the side room. Going to be isolated. Finished off as
All right.
now.
Kills a guy.
Falcons are going to go for the final push. And look to
The
end
Twisted
this
Mind
map.
games, Rush Jacks,
even
grow up.
this one's over. So,
You know what the problem is with an insurrection is we can't just have an insurrection every time. We can't just keep having an insurrection.
doesn't feel good.
It's another rampage that doesn't hit anybody.
We
It's
can.
unfortunate.
We actually should have bet on full cap. Who would? Oh, I forgot who suggested it now, but whoever suggested for full cap, that was actually a good shout.
We wanted to see Vesta being able to put up a similar performance.
It's the same role, it counts. Choose
Choose
outcome. What would really send people over the edge now is if I just misclick the wrong option as well. That I think would really send people off. Wouldn't it be an Ajax? No. Complete prediction.
They
Complete.
will take the first place spot by merit of map differential. Again, early in the season, but still, this is where you expected.
Yeah, I
Falcons
don't really
to
know.
be.
Like, lots of people tell me Yubi's Tracer's really good, and I've not watched enough of it to be. I've watched enough of it to think he's good, but I think there's also like this whole other level when you start talking about like proper Stalker, Kev and stuff. I feel like that's like a whole nother level. I mean, obviously Kev is in Europe, so there's like we get a bit of a litmus test when we see Kev and Yubi in the same game, and we can see, well, who's influencing the game more? Is Kev influencing the game more? Is Yubi influencing the game more? And these will be really good tests for how close he is. Probably just Stalker, right? Stalker player of the match, Proper. Based, rock and roll.
Was impactful the whole way throughout. Roughness on those, opening rounds and whatnot, but the Sojourn, even with the decent push coming.
So I think it's not. I mean, there's no reason any Tracer can't get to that level, right? I guess, but
this was still
you have to see it. You have to see it. And as much as Twisted Minds won that 2-0,
gonna curse me for the rest of time immemorial.
that's two maps, you know. Like, let's be real here. That's two maps in the Swiss stage.
Vec had a couple of good moments. I'm not even gonna try to do the whole name now. See, that's the hack.
I mean, it's the start. It's the right thing to do as a start, right? To play well in that game, but we need to see more than two maps before you get to put yourself in the Kev category.
Was very good on that. The most recent map, obviously.
Shirtless Shax versus Yubi. Who would win on Tracer? Well, Shax would win because Yubi would just be busy jizzing everywhere. It'd be so hard for him to focus.
I mean, this team's always going to be hard.
Presuming, obviously, he's in line of sight of Shax.
Whoever, pick a name.
That would be the caveat.
I mean, you could have given it.
Give Majid player of the match for making it a... Poor Majid. Fuck.
Like, everybody was just
poor Majid.
So on point to be able to close out the series there. So yeah, this could have gone a multitude of ways. I do think that.
Yeah, if you can break line of sight to Shirtless Shax, he'll be able to focus. That's like the key. You gotta like not look at it. Don't look at his chest.
Yeah, and this is the expected.
Should Xabi Alonso avoid Liverpool?
Okay, did some stuff, interesting things. I like, they seem to understand who they are, which I respect a lot. Of like how they're gonna. No, you
just have to. You have to. It's a privileged thing to see a Shirtless Shax, so
enjoy watching them.
We have to treat it with,
despite that last match,
suitable respect.
Yeah.
Should do I think Xabi Alonso?
I also somewhat question.
Full respect for streaming logged in. If it was me,
selection, because I think it might not have been. This is the strongest thing.
Yeah, I'm not scared. I don't actually watch that. I get so. I don't actually have that much time to watch YouTube videos anymore. Normally, like when I watch YouTube things is when I play Football Manager or something, because it's just like a nice combination of stimuli. But I don't really do that as much lately.
feeling like
That's all I do is watch fucking
a little
Overwatch.
bit of,
Fuck.
and a little bit of legs there. So yeah, it also takes some.
What
of
Christopher
the
watching on
burden off of
YouTube?
your, support line if
Don't
they
know.
want to freelance a little more and have a little more.
Just
fun,
fucking
because
shorts.
it's
Fuck. I used to sit. So
Maybe that's
the way
the
I
case,
used to
but
work
yeah,
at London is
always very
at least last year
But I
was
think if
yeah.
we were playing it super
My desk was here
serious,
and Chris's
probably
desk was
would've been
here,
on Soldier for that
and
last,
I would always try to avoid stuff like
I happen to agree, but now
that
let's go
kind of
ahead and hear
content
from
because
the
it's
man
just
himself
suckers you
before I
in.
hand it over to
But I'd
Chris
find
for
myself
the
if Chris was on the YouTube Shorts do fucking perma scroll,
Thank
I
you
would
very
just find
much,
myself
Masters.
watching the shorts
I
on
am
his
back
screen,
again
and it would sucker us
with
both in.
first player of the match.
And that's probably why we were never good at dive. We were just watching YouTube
Team
Shorts.
Falcons, proper congratulations.
Yeah, YouTube Shorts it's just so dangerous. Oh.
And we'll be starting the interview, so
Let's see what
please
Proper's
introduce
saying.
yourself.
It's just first
And I
traps.
am the DPS for Team Falcons, proper.
The YouTube Shorts are so scary. You just lose your life. Literally, you age years if you start watching
So
YouTube
proper,
Shorts.
today's
Years
match
will go by unbeknownst to you.
ended in a 3-0, and it ended so quickly that I almost didn't have time to prepare for this interview. So talk to us about the victory today.
What are you saying, proper?
And I thought it would be a little bit easier, but
What would be easier?
Vesta Esports crew put up a fight, so it was a little bit harder. So
Team of Falcons who wins?
they
Falcons.
prepared it according to the last matches. Vesta Esports crew's last match, Team Comps that they showcased, but it was different. So it was a little bit harder today. So what was some of the in-game calls that was shared for Team Falcons? So when on map 1 and 2, when Vesta Esports crew almost took a round, but Team Falcons also said that before we knew it, the text on the screen said Team Falcons wins. What was the in-game calls in those scenarios? And Proper says, let's just keep going. Let's keep fighting.
I feel like this is the worst.
For this
This is the
question,
worst
a lot
type
of
of game to
heroes
ask
that
someone about the
FLC
in-game calls
were
because you
showcased
just
today,
roll them.
like
So all the in-game
Ilari,
calls is going to be. There's no like big call.
In terms
You
of your
full capped
performance,
Esperanza. What was the crucial? What was
talk
the
to us
crucial
about
call
your
when we
performance on
full capped
Genji's Sword and
Esperanza?
Cassidy, and he said he just practiced a lot.
이거 정말 상대 팀으로 만났으면 무기력할 정도로 이게 뭔가 싶을 그런 장면들이 너무 많이 나왔어요.
Real interview questions are about like, and I guess I sort of see why they don't want to do it, but you have to ask about
So,
Midtown.
are you
You have to
satisfied with
ask
your
about
performance
Midtown.
today? Because we saw a lot of those headshots, and he says, yes, I am very
오늘
satisfied.
본인이 한 그런 영웅 중에 어떤 영웅이 가장 본인에게 잘 맞으신다고 생각이 드세요?
So which of the heroes would you, out of Sojourn, Cassidy, and Genji, would you say you're most comfortable with? And he says Sojourn.
팬분들이 많이 생기실 텐데 오늘 경쟁전에 소전을 하실
Really?
분들에게 팁
I
하나만
I guess he did play
So
loads
can
of
you
it.
share some tips about how to play Sojourn to the fans?
Oh, wait, tips.
근데 소저는 별로 안 좋아요.
그렇게 말하시면
However,
어떻게 오늘
in
하셨으면서
Sojourn,
캐서디가 짱이다.
캐서디를
he actually says Cassidy is actually a little bit better than
아니
Sojourn.
그건 아니고 경쟁전 한정은 캐서디가 더 좋은 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 이렇게 소전은 좀 지향하고 캐서디를 많이 해보시라라고 또 팁도 드렸습니다. 자, 오늘 경기가 생각보다 좀 일찍 끝나서
So
팬분들이
today's
좀
match
아쉬울 것
ended a
같아요.
little bit
그런
early,
만큼
so the
팬서비스
fans
한번
might be
What was
a
the
little
tip? Just go Cassidy?
bummed out about it. So
How was his Sojourn tip? Was go Cassidy?
나시죠?
나는 것 같아요.
그죠? 그럼 한번 보여주세요.
can you give us a little bit of a ceremony?
둘, 셋.
And he shows the little hearts.
네, 자 다음 POTM을 받으시면 또 제가 이런 세레머니를 드리도록 할 테니까.
And if you receive
Why
the
didn't
next
we think of it earlier?
POTM, she's going to ask
자,
him
오늘
to do it
이렇게
again.
팀 팔콘의 프로퍼 선수와 이야기 나눠봤는데요.
That's it for the
다시
interview.
한번
And with
축하드립니다.
YETI and Whack on standby next match, I
네,
will be
저희는
throwing it
잠시 쉬는
back
시간
to the
갖고
casters.
오늘 준비된
Well, now we know how to play Sojourn.
Thank you very
Now we
much,
know how to
Chris,
play
for the
Sojourn.
translation.
All right. I'm gonna get a drink before the first game. Should we just want like a massive poll? Because which one's next? It's for WAC game, right? WAC against the YETI.
This is kind of looking like the marquee matchup here today. We'll see if it does deliver on the
All
high
right.
note and come back from the break. So
Who
don't go anywhere.
will win map 1? No quick play rules. Just in case. YETI, WAC. So, obviously, if you want to hold your vote until we see the map and the lineups and all of that, you're welcome to. And also, you got to bear in mind the word on the street is WAC or in the bin. But the problem is also the comp that YETI should be the best at, also apparently in the bin. So there's just a lot of stuff in the bin. So who really knows? Surely WAC is still the favourite though. You've been playing Sojourn right? Awesome. You've been playing Sojourn wrong this whole time. You should have just been on Cass. Alright, I'll leave you with the stream so it has the highlights and stuff, but I'm just going to grab a drink and that. Be right back. Got myself a bacon sandwich. Oh, alright. Alright. Whoa. What happened to WAC? Yeah, apparently they just fell off in scrims. Yeah, just bad scrimbucks. Bad scrimbucks, readers. Yeah, well, in theory, my biggest worry for, let's get the roster going. My biggest worry for, WAC was that when we were in, we were in the old meta. You remember from back in the day when we were still on Doom, Tracer, Echo. And it was actually, the big problem was Heesang went hard on Echo. Cool. We got a small pen again. Cool. Jumping on good hero. Cool. Chiron good hero. Cool. Shu not his best hero, but it's fine. But Lip was going to be on Tracer. But suddenly, if you start playing Lip Tracer against maybe Decay or Stalker or... I guess Fatal Florence, he's fine. But even like Viper or something, he was just going to sort of get gapped. But if it's a Zarya meta, like Zarya Cass, well then Lip can play Cass. Heesang's on Tracer. Jumping won't play. Max will be on. And then we're just, Kiri, Lucio. Shu's on Bap. That's like Bap, Lucio. Surely in theory, this meta, if it is a Zarya meta, is actually really good for WAC. But their scrimbucks have fallen off. So it's really, I guess... I don't know how good Max's Zarya is. I kind of just presumed he would be good at it because it's like a classic off-tank hero and he's the off-tank. It, in theory, on paper, should feel really an okay meta shift for WOC, and if anything, actually preferable. Because we looked at FTG, right? And they look so... I know they didn't play like the toughest opponent, but they look so good. But suddenly it's like, well, Burner's on Zarya. Bap Lucio in the backline. Alfie is on Tracer and Flora's on Cass. Like, Flora did so much compared to when he had, like, the Tracer games for a week before this one. So, in theory, it should feel good for WAC. So, I'm really interested to see if it doesn't. Because if I'm YETI as well, like, what the fuck do I do if I'm YETI? I have to just keep playing. I go Winston, actually, don't I, right? Because this is what Toronto do. When Toronto run into a Zarya, they'll swap from Doom to Winston, and then we'll just go like Winston and Maybe keep Tracer. Maybe go Sojourn. Obviously, they kind of like Knife, Viper. Kind of the problem with this is they both sort of want to play. You can maybe go Genji's rubbish. Maybe you just do Echo, but you just have to play really well. But I think if Donghack just goes Winston, it should be okay. My worry is that that's not what we really see. Because what game was it? It was this game. Maybe Yeti just stuck for course yesterday and kept playing Doom. Never went Winston. So I'm hoping that Donghack will make the swap today and go Winston. And that's like the big key. If he presses H, if he actually takes Proper's advice, uses the H key, uses it to his advantage, I think it could be a good situation for him. But we'll have to wait and see. My initial take is, I feel like it just should still be a WAC win. I think I was originally quite keen on a Yeti, especially when we're in this like hard Tracer Echo Doom type mirror. But that's probably cooled a little bit. I think now if I'm like top 4, who even is the top 4? It's so fucked, right? Because maybe it's still Genesis. Does this meta help Genesis? Yeah, I think it's okay. I think to be fair, I originally thought this meta would be quite good for Genesis because we'd have, you know, like a low impact backline essentially in terms of like when it was going to be like Kiri, Lucio or something. I was like, oh, maybe that's just a little bit easier for some of the supports. But it was meant to be good for Choicer 1 and Decay. Like Tracer Echo, cool. But Choicer 1 Echo was absolutely horrendous last week. So maybe if they can just put Decay on Cass, Choicer 1 on Tracer, this feels a little better. Kadios can play Zarya. And then we still have the Terry Lucio. Which, yeah. You'd bet all my channel points on Terry. Yeah, but who is the top 4 then? Because let's say Falcons are in the top 4. Seems reasonable, okay? Seems really reasonable. WOC in the top 4. Seems really reasonable. FTG in the top 4. Seems really reasonable. Alright? Sin Priest are not in the top 4. Seems reasonable. Vesta, not in the top 4. Seems reasonable. Pokerface not in the top 4. Seems reasonable. One of these teams has to be in the top 4 just by the law of numbers. But who? Yeti still 4th? I guess it depends how much the meta moves against them. Yeah, the games today I think are super important actually. If we look at, let me get rid of this. But especially Genesis versus RunAway, like because even if Yeti lose to WAC, it's kind of whatever. But Genesis versus RunAway and RunAway versus Yeti tomorrow, these are pivotal games. This is the battle for top 4 we're really seeing. Because then how many sort of these mirror match or these like free contenders do we actually get to see play each other again? Like Genesis versus Yeti here. You see what I mean? That is actually just not... Am I missing any? Not really. Obviously, there's always a chance that like Genesis can like upset or one of these teams could maybe upset like a FTG or something. But I feel like the last game today and the second game tomorrow are like so important. Yeah, I think this will really help us figure out who should be at the top, or when I say at the top, in the 4th place. Yeah, then like other than that, like yeah, the actual big games, because this should actually be a massive game, right? A real litmus test for is FTG. Like everyone always has this idea of a WAC Falcons top 2, but how close is FTG to that top 2 in theory? Then where is it? Yeah, Falcons FTG. That's actually what a nightmare week for FTG. Play WAC, RunAway. Maybe RunAway not so high. That's like next week is actually so. It's such a big week for FTG next week as well. Actually, they have to prepare for 3 opponents. Fuck. And then is it? What's the last one? Oh yeah, this is the big one, isn't it? The Falcons v WAC. Genesis versus FTG. Might be a really important game for both. Yeah, no, Genesis Yeti. So the last week's going to be good. Maybe just week 3, there's not as many. It's like the FTG versus WAC is the big one, right? But it might just be a both teams are qualifying type thing. What did you think about the massive choke job by LFO yesterday? I don't know, actually. I've not seen it. It seems really surprising. Yeah, I think Korea does also play on live. Yeah, because the replays work, so we must play on live. So it's the same patch for sure. What do I think about NFO's massive choke job yesterday? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just... I heard Seeker, like, yeah. I heard Seeker couldn't play some of the maps or something. I don't know. FTG beating Falcons. Replays will be gone next week. Fuck. Is that when it's dropping? When is it, like, next... As in, like... When you say next week, you mean, like... Because it's normally Tuesday, right? So... As in, like, the 12th? Yeah, as in, like... That soon, essentially. Yeah. Fuck. Well, busy Monday for everyone, eh? Busy Monday. Alright, we getting walkouts? Should we lock in? We got the right thing up. Alright. Alright, let's see it.
Welcome back,
let's have a walkout. Fuck.
Second series
Okay.
of the evening on day 2 of week 2 in Korea. Now we get ready to go into what should be.
But yeah, in terms of this next game,
nail biter of a set as we have YETI going up against WAC.
Yeah, absolutely.
better record those
One of the
POVs
big
if you want to
things
watch
I
them.
was looking
Yeah.
at some of our info sheets and prep that
New meta as well next week.
I think the other
I don't know if it will actually shift the meta that much, honestly. I don't think any of the changes
maybe it's
feel...
friendship, maybe it's buddy buddy. I don't know, but I thought that was
I mean, it could be wrong, of course. You never know with these things, but doesn't feel like it will shift the meta too much either way.
Former league players, everyone at the top of their game.
Like, it's slight buff to Doom, like, you know, like the way I see it right now. What's the patch? It's just like the DPS passive will become 15% instead of 20%. There's some Doom buffs. Was there anything else super relevant? I think there was another. Maybe that was it. I've touched maybe like Lifeweaver or something. Oh yeah, no, he did. You're right, actually, Dubbies. He said like half the ones were changed.
That's what I'm going to be keeping my fingers crossed.
Oh, but those ones are coming next week as well, and they're just not announced.
Versus Pokerface for the side of YETI, taking down that.
It's actually just horrendous for tournament integrity in terms of like just making these massive changes part way through. Oh yeah, the Ana buff, you're right, they were improving the nade. Yeah, so the big announcements were the Doom buff, the Ana buff, and the DPS passive nerf. But I think Ana's problem isn't, even if she gets a better nade, does she survive more often? Maybe not. I mean, we do see a little bit of Ana anyway. And some of these double flex comps, so does it really make her a must play though? I don't think so. Does it make Doom slightly stronger? But we're already seeing Doom anyway, you know, so I don't think it shifts it too far in Doom's Doom's favor. 60 to 90 vote. You think it's a... Yeah, I mean, it is a big difference. It's like a notable buff, but I feel like the length of time one's the big one. Because obviously everyone has more health as well, right? Everyone has more health, so the extra buff maybe doesn't put it anywhere other than it was damage as well, both healing and damage. Because the biggest problem with Ananade is that if you would hit it, it would just last forever. But because it lasts so little now, I mean, it's still powerful, right? It's not like it's a bad cooldown, but it's the length of time that I think really shifts the power level hard. I think the extra damage and healing, it'll be like a nice, it'll still feel like a buff, but I don't think we're going to start seeing Ana played everywhere necessarily.
What's really interesting too is
Falcons game is over. Yeah, Falcons 3-0'd.
What comps are going to be
Falcons 3-0'd.
Right? From one week to the next, we've seen a huge variation. From one evening to tonight, I've seen also some variation as well.
But yeah, I think the thing that's like the big thing that's annoying about this,
specific metas develop, and those
yeah, the healing negation, yeah, like if this instead they'd said, oh, it's oh, we put another like second and a half back on her nade or something in terms of like effective time, or like turning the cooldown down or something so she has it more regularly. That would be like a way bigger buff than the damage.
System, and I've been talking about this ad nauseum with with Wolf, with 9K, etc. Is just because it does
maybe 15%. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the DPS passive nerf is like it probably makes everything feel slightly better, but I don't think it actually stops a lot of the problems. You know, we just see certain tanks just get into these open situations, or like we talk about it a lot if you've watched any of the scrim streams about like some of these Winstons having problems with like their dives always become one-way trips because as soon as they take that damage, they just never fucking get it back. Same problem Malgar always has is he just can't help but take every piece of damage, so he's just becomes almost unplayable because you can just shoot him down even with like an in theory like low damage comp from mid-range or something, you know. So I mean, it's probably like a step in the right direction, but I feel like the DPS passive is still going to be super strong. Still going to make tanks' lives really hard.
This is the map. This is the order. This is what happens.
Even if it is turned down a little.
Tournament organization and how things were working there, rather than like adding that extra wrinkle of teams.
It's probably fair to say as well. I don't think we're obviously clearly not in a settled meta either. So as much as the patch might change the meta, we're not in a settled meta either. This time last week, we were all like, Doom Tracer Echo is the future. It has to be Doom Tracer Echo everywhere. And now, nah, Zarya Cassidy everywhere. So the meta wasn't settled anyway. But let's take a look at these bows and waves. Long sleeves. Oh, a lot of long sleeves here makes me anxious. Bow okay. Not great, but it's okay. Dongers with the short sleeves. Alright, give us a wave. Give us a wave. Alright. Not great. Not great. No hand thing. It's waves now. Waves now.
Yeah.
Waves of a new meta.
Thing where it's like, how'd you form their team?
See, just like last week where we thought it was going to be Doom Tracer Echo, and we thought it was going to be Hands in the Middle. Last guys had bus tickets. Yeah. Wave is, I think what it is, Wave is the default, but you can also just, if you unlock another emote, you can do that instead. But Wave is the default emote everyone gets.
Of course, the one who's just towering.
Oh, looking suave.
Which one's Lip?
Bow not great, but is that Moon on the end? Or is it, who is it? Moon, Pavan? There was another one as well on this team. I don't know what any of them really look like, though.
Having some very scary names, which is why we're so excited to get into this.
It's an okay wave. It's an okay wave.
Maybe on paper, given what we've seen, maybe a favor whack a little bit. But I think this one is close. I would be surprised either way if it's 3.
Yeah, like they're making huge patch changes. Yeah, I think the big problem as well is not just they're making like huge patch changes. It's also like we're in the middle of a really important tournament now. Are we not in the middle of like what's meant to be quite an important part of like the first ever tournament, and we're just going to change the patch massively halfway through? We're literally changing it halfway through groups. If it comes up next week, we've changed it halfway through a group stage. We're not even going to let the teams finish groups before we change the patch. It seems fucking shit, really, but yeah. Who won the walkout? Yeah, I feel like WAC won the walkout. A slight edge. They had less long sleeves, and the wave was slightly better.
Yeah, and some of these players didn't really get.
We're gonna talk to the coaches now, right? We're gonna get to see our friends, get some insights. Why are you anti-long sleeve? I don't know. Maybe it's just personal preference, but yeah, I don't like playing in long sleeves. Like even if I have like long sleeves on, I always roll them up when I'm on the computer, even if I'm cold. I just don't like them.
What synergies you have? Here is the WAC roster. I think we've agreed WAC, WAC. I don't know if it stands for anything. I tried to look it up. I couldn't find much.
Is that really true? That some Japanese teams are going to have to play 2 patches in the same match since the patch comes out in between. Jumping in. Okay.
Only some more. So I wasn't sure if that's what they were going for. If they were just going for the predictive.
Love for content. Let's see if we can get Krusty on the pod. Maybe. Yeah, I was thinking because I might message Junkbuck and see if he wants to do one because obviously his English is very good.
I hope they play some Cassidy no matter what.
But he also follows the channel. He subscribed to me on Twitch. I think probably mostly for the VODs, for the scrim VODs. But I was like, that's a nice in, right? Maybe that opens a line of contact. Oh yeah, you're right. Of course, their matches on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They're gonna get fucked. All right, let's hear from our main men.
Coaches and representatives of either squad, so we'll send it back over to Quest.
Thank you very much, casters. We are back with the Match 2 team rep interview. And on Team Yeti's side, we have Fate
Fate
on stage again.
Yesterday he had light
Team
colour
WAC
jeans,
side,
but
we
it was a problem with
have
the dark
Moon.
jacket, and now he has dark jeans.
So please introduce yourself, Moon or Fate from Yeti, and he is the coach for Team Yeti, of course.
Fate versus Moon, student versus master.
And he is the head coach for WAC.
네, 먼저 예티 팀께 질문 드리도록
It's actually
하겠습니다.
a real legacy
This
going on
first
here.
question
Battle of
goes
the
to
Legacy.
YETI. Team YETI has already shown some experience with the meta shift, showcasing them in yesterday's match.
자, 조합 접수 완료됐나요?
Has the team now fully locked into
일단
the new
어제
meta?
패배 후에 저희가 좀 모자랐던 거나 잘했어야 됐던 거나
After the
얘기를 조금 했는데
loss yesterday,
그래서 데뷔는
we
충분히
researched
됐다고 생각합니다.
about
오, 자,
what went
어제
wrong
승맛을
and what
딛고
we could have done
오늘은
better.
달달한
So,
승리의
and I
기회를
think for today,
받아줄 수 있을
that
것인지 기대가
that
됩니다.
research is complete.
다음으로는 이제 왁팀의
Ooh,
문님께
research is complete.
여쭤보겠습니다.
This next question goes for
후에
WAC.
치르는 첫 경기죠. 자, 그런 만큼
This is WAC's
왁팀
first
이번
match
메타
since the
어떻게
meta
보고
shift.
있을지도 궁금한데요.
What are WAC's thoughts on the meta shift?
맞조합하는 걸로.
And I think that I don't really have a particular thought that stands out, but I think that moving on, we are going to just match the compositions that the opponents bring out.
We're just gonna mirror.
And
Surely that's
for
gonna be
both
like a
teams,
translation.
how would you
this.
rate today's match in terms of
You can't
difficulty
actually be, we're
level,
just gonna
easy,
mirror.
medium, or hard? And YETI's fate says medium.
네.
이래도 되나요?
뭐 열심히
A
해야죠.
little bit of chuckling, and he's just, we gotta work hard.
중상이라고 말씀해 주셨는데, 자, 우리 문님은 어떻게
For Moon,
보실까요?
What if we just have better players?
I thought Fate would say hard,
어머.
but since he said medium,
이렇게 웅성웅성하고
Moon
있습니다,
says
이
very
경기장이.
easy.
자, 그렇다면 지금까지 예티 팀의 페이트와 왁팀의 문님과
Fate trying to jab
And
up,
that's
but
the
Moon
interview.
having none of it.
with Fate and Moon, and I will be sending it back to the cast.
Thank you very much.
But you can actually tell Moon is the teacher in that situation as well. Like there's like the hierarchy there as well. Like Fate's trying to have a little jab up, it's like no,
looks like we're gonna go back to good old faithful maps. No real
To be fair,
generation happening here. It's just gonna be
I don't know if you can get away with it in OWCS, but in back on British Hurricane when we were in that phase where we just won all the games, we had really big problems attacking Dorado. With whatever comp we played, we feel like we couldn't stop the other comp and vice versa, so we were always just losing Dorado. We could never attack Dorado. And eventually what our plan was in terms of figuring out how to play against the different comps was we would just mirror the comp and win because we were better. And that was the old British Hurricane solution to Dorado. To Dorado attack. Because we just couldn't figure out like a comp that could work against different things or how to play it versus different things. It would never. We kept trying, never worked. Fuck it, just mirror. We're better. And then we actually got better at Dorado, which which I guess worked.
Exactly what we saw yesterday, the entire time being the Zarya and Cassidy.
Yeah, but when in doubt, fuck it, just mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can definitely see that.
Yeah.
I mean, coming into this, the prospect of Lip, picking up that Cassidy as well.
Good morning, confusion.
That sounds damn exciting. So for one.
All right, so Lijiang Tower. I feel like we see so much Lijiang Tower.
Coming through, or potentially coming through the
Assistant coach on Hurricane.
Day and opening series, I suppose, is what we can put it down to.
Yeah, I joined as assistant coach after being assistant coach on Team UK. And then was assistant coach all the way through. Until I was assistant coach on Spitfire. Never stop assisting.
The league's old logo, and it's the game's always better when Tracer's in it, high skill expression, and pretty much that's the only thing that hasn't changed at all in almost any of these compositions is pick whichever four heroes you want.
Maybe I have time to eat some of this bacon sandwich.
Well, game is ready, so let's go ahead and start things off here. YETI versus WAC. We are hoping for a banger. We are expecting a banger. Let's see if these teams are going to be able to deliver on that.
Morning, Renee.
Jump into Lijiang Tower.
Okay. Can't tell anything.
All right,
yet.
what are we saying?
The lip rat would be great, though. I'm all here for it. Don't think we're gonna see it. Yeah, interesting stage. Which one are we on? I didn't see. Are we on Gardens?
On Garden.
Okay.
I think the fan cheer also saying whack.
It's a bacon and brie sandwich.
I'll take your word for
Part of any nutritious start to the day.
We'll get to the bottom of it at some point.
Doom is back. Yeah, it looks like.
But someone smarter than me will.
Well, this is looking like everything that you prepared for your opening day yesterday.
Yay!
As it's going to be Doom Echo Tracer to start.
All right, Doom, Tracer, Echo. The meta's back. The meta's back. Oh my god, you're right. The market's closed. The market's closed. All right, so actually on this mirror, this is actually, if I'm YETI, I'm so happy with this. I think I maybe have a bit of questions about can Knife match Hisang, but Viper over Lip in the bin. We can outvalue Viper. We can outvalue Lip for sure. I say we. I'm not. Just to clarity, I'm not on this YETI team. In case anyone was confused. All right. Donghack's still in trading. I don't know if he can... they're all in dojo. They're low. Irony in trouble. Good counter punch. Is jumping gone too far? No. Hisang's in. Hisang's going to get the kills. Lip already 60%.
Yeah,
Fuck.
a lot of it is just the damage not being able to finish it. I think
You're not Donghack.
that knife,
Don't tell anyone, but I am Donghack.
and then falls down in the wrong spot. If he's able to
After what happened on Atlanta last year, I had to go into like a witness protection program and change my name and identity. So I am actually indeed Donghack. Do you rate jump in? Yeah, I think he's good. I think he's good. I think this post shock jump in, we'll get to see the real jump in. I think he's probably like best tanks for me in Korea are something like it's probably like Smurf and Hambin, then maybe Kellen, then Bernard, and then maybe like jump in around there. Alright, with Kitsune rushing in. Double Tracer, double Pulse Bomb available. Oh my god, where'd that Lucio go? Chong getting taken for a ride, but somehow they kill everyone.
The double tracer has been so interesting to watch.
Who's the best tank in EU? Depends a lot more on the hero in EU.
Started pulling it off, and two tracers, like in
Dunno.
every other composition is
Yeah, it was such a scary beat from Chorong there. Depends on the hero a lot more in EU, I think. Like if we're just talking like Sig or Ram or something, it's probably KSA. But then yeah, Hadi best Ryan. Don't know. Yeah, I think it varies a lot more, whereas I think it's like in Korea it's actually a bit more distinct. We're actually just kind of getting bodied, aren't they? Oh! I can't believe I did that. Alright, so a lot of stuff is not holding up, right? Yeah, I was going to say, the idea that I was like, well, Viper's going to get more value than Lip seems really untrue. Seems really untrue so far. Oh, fuck. Do I think WOC is close to Falcons? On paper, yes. Oh my god, Donghack's just getting bodied this game. Why are they just showing all of Donghack's deaths? Stop showing Donghack dying. Yeah, so yeah, the Scrimbucks were at WOC were in the bin. The problem is, maybe WOC are in the bin. And maybe the Doom comp is in the bin. Alright, jump in Orisa. This at least feels like it makes more sense for WOC comp-wise.
Slower static composition. It's going to be the onus is going to be on YETI to try to dislodge this Orisa.
All right, so this is the comp that YETI lost to yesterday. Well, not the Orisa, but this is the type of comp they lost to yesterday. But Viper's in, Donghack's in. I should say the comp YETI lost to yesterday contained a Zarya when they played against FTG. So I wonder if Jumpin goes Zarya now. What are you saying, Jumpin? Not a hero we'd probably expect from him, but we said about half the heroes he played on Shock last year, so he's staying Orisa. So you still do a lot. You still try and do the same things. You try and do the same things that you would with Zarya. You can still you can deny a lot of Doom's punches. You can try and still like spin for your cast. You can block punch a lot more. Javelin him out of block, etc. But oh, what if Lip just demolished everyone? What if Lip demolished everyone?
As Donghak will be the last one to fall, so some added stagger. I say last one to fall, but still a threat here as they're looking for Viper and they take him so damn low.
It's hard because when we were watching them against FTG yesterday, there was sometimes where YETI was able to do quite nice dives.
Yeah, kind of.
And then
Smart there play from
a lot of the time it felt really easy to deal with them.
But even if you get the kill, but you lose your
I think in theory, the best course of action for this YETI comp or like this is to try and hit multiple targets at once. Like, it should be really hard for the Orisa. If everything goes onto the cast, the Orisa can help him quite a bit. If you hit like the BAP and the cast or something at the same time, the Orisa's really hard for the Orisa. Alright, have to use our cooldowns early. Knife has snaked his way in up top. It's a Lucio copy. Where's he going? Get some heals going, Knife. Get some heal amp going. Oh! Knife's rolled lip! But guys, for Lucio go. Oh, Viper's got the pulse as well. It's not over yet. They don't have cap though, but it's a tricky one. Need this fight to not last forever actually as well. Need to be careful we don't just fight forever. Alright, we're getting flipped. Oh, beat back on. Oh, they actually... Yeah, the javelin hits Bliss. It's a reset, it's a reset.
Yeah, it just seems like Yeti's never had been at full strength here, not able to combination ults the way they want to, not able to set up fights the way they want.
Am I a Scrim Bucks believer?
Really good. They're almost always getting at least
to a degree. Yeah, I think it is like a good indicator.
Cleaned up and she was gonna get taken down. Drop down here in the back. See some damage there on the shouldering as Junbin trying to stay alive but can't try parrying.
Knife smokes him.
So we'll be able to find an opener.
I'll answer that question in more detail because there's like a long answer. Let's see if they have any chance here though. Oh, Knife needs to win this duel. Oh, the pocket's good. Oh, oh no, now Lip has his ring for free. Donghak can't touch point and do this. Oh, okay, he punched and kills him through lamp. I didn't expect him to get that kill actually. Need to touch, need to touch, need to touch. Alright. Donghak needs help. Needs so much help. Need touch. Bliss gets it, but he dies for it. Ah, it's over. It's over. Yeah, part of the reason a lot of people play this BAP, Cass, and Zarya as well is it's just like, it's so hard for the Echo. Echo can be a really hard carry in this type of meta, as we saw like last week when everyone was playing it. But without what do you call it? Let me complete the prediction. But without that same freedom, it's a lot harder for Echo. One thing that helped the Echo a lot in that previous one is that actually it was a pretty free one. Oh, we get a sub? Jumping? Is that jumping gone? Max time? Alright, let me get their next poll up while we think about this. Map 2. Yeah, Bliss was dead a lot.
Essentially, it always comes down to hitting shots, and that's what they did.
Yeah, Lip does have okay aim. You're right. You're right. Where's Sparkle and Edison? They were supposed to be good. Yeah, they didn't get a team. I don't know. I think they fell off a lot. Like, maybe not fell off is the wrong word, but like season 6 wasn't a very good season for them, like individually or obviously as a team. So I wasn't as surprised not to. I was surprised to not see them anywhere, but I wasn't surprised to see them like they weren't top of the list for Toronto to import, right, or for Falcons to get on the roster or anything like that. Like, I thought if they were on a team, the best they probably could have done is something kind of like a Genesis or maybe a Runaway level team. So I'm a Scrimbucks believer, kind of. I think it's obviously if you're there's like a few versions, right? If you're just beating a team consistently in scrims, you know, like, oh, we just win 5-1 every scrim. Well, of course the Scrimbucks are useful, you know. But if the scrims are competitive, it's much more on like the meta read, I think. Like a good example is there was this SSG scrim versus EXO the other week, and what happened is the first 3 maps we only played 5 maps, but EXO won the first map, EXO won the second map, EXO won the third map. And then SSG tweaks a couple of things. I can't remember exactly what it is, but they changed the comp slightly. Then SSG win the last 2 maps. Now, EXO won this scrim, right? And EXO can sit there and go, hey, we beat SSG in a scrim. Therefore, we should feel confident we can actually beat them in a match. But actually, what's happened is these 2 maps are way more valuable than these 2 maps in terms of like understanding. if you've watched some of the Uncoachables where we talked to like Kasaurus and maybe we talked to Hydra about it as well, about the idea of in playoffs, Toronto always beat us in scrims. But there was one scrim where they hard beat us with a certain comp, but we thought we had a solution to it, and we thought they were just going to play in that comp, and then that's sort of exactly what happened. So there's like a little bit of like, the scrim bucks are true, but there's also like a way they can or can't end, you know? Similarly to when like us versus Atlanta, is we played Atlanta twice in scrims before playoffs, and it was 7 to Atlanta, 3 to us. We can't, and especially on some of the flashpoints, we got bummed. We got like really like 5-0'd or something. It felt really hard for us. Couldn't win a fight. But we thought we learnt loads from that. Like actually, those 2 blocks where Atlanta just stopped us ever touching the point or even getting close to winning a fight was so important in our development of our theory and understanding that even though the scrimbucks were in Atlanta's favor, we felt by the time the match came around, we'd be way closer than we were in that scrim. So there is like an element of that, is that in many ways, if the scrim's still competitive, is what you learn from the scrim can be more important than the actual result. There are obviously extreme cases, like if you are just 6-0 a team, 5-1 a team, and like you probably are just better than them and you'll be in the match. But once we get to like the other things and there's a lot of comp changing and stuff, it's more complicated. How often do teams change comps in scrims? I mean, a lot. I think if you watch any of the live scrims, especially if you with the teams like when we do the Toronto ones are quite nice because they play like M80 every day. So we actually get to see both teams sort of learning and develop as the meta goes along. You go, oh, okay. Like maybe the example in Toronto versus M80 is, all right, so originally Toronto just looked a little bit better on every comp, really. But then we play the next day, it's like, oh, well, clearly M80 have reviewed how they want to play the Lucio Kiri into the double flex, and all of a sudden, the double flex maps just start not working at all for Toronto anymore. So you sort of see this arms race back and forth of people trying to solve different problems and different comps. I don't know if it really answers your question, but how often do teams change comps and scrims? As much as they think they need to. So often quite a lot. If there's not like a clear and obvious meta where something just feels like too hard to deal with, you'll see teams like switch it up quite a lot. Bacon sandwich time. I've not seen Dune 2 yet, no. I've seen Dune 1, I enjoyed Dune 1. I really should go watch Dune 2. I should probably, because I never normally go to the cinema, because I always feel like the risk of somebody else spoiling the film for me in terms of ruining the atmosphere, the experience, is too high. But I did see the first Dune in IMAX, it was really good, and everyone says you should see it in IMAX, right? So maybe I should make an exception for this Dune. Yeah, I think I do agree. I'm not a big fan of popcorn though, actually. I agree on like the doing a movie to see in theatres. I used to work in a cinema, so, you know, not a huge popcorn guy anymore. Cleaned out too many popcorn bins. Yeah, but popcorn... Hold on. Let me finish my sandwich and I'll explain the cinema economics to you. I mean, you can play for those 4D experiences in cinemas. I went to one, so alright, hold on. Let me finish my sandwich. I actually worked in a cinema for quite a while, so I've got like a billion cinema stories. Hold on.
We are back, and it's now time to go into map 2 of the second series here of the evening. Whack out to a nice and early lead here, getting a 2-0 victory over on Lijiang Tower in dominant fashion. Now we get ready to go into their own map pick of King's Row.
Yeah, this is the map we've seen probably the most in the Korean region, and it is tried and true. There is a substitution with Max coming in and Junbin out for Whack. Max, very well known for their Sigma play, also can play a Zarya.
Morning, Pat Sander. Okay.
No matter what you're gonna run.
So I'll answer these questions in a random order.
So,
Yeah, for Moko, he's saying the cinema is more more spoil risk, but spoil is in like not like what happens in the movie, but like people just chatting or being on their phone or whatever. I feel like that always happens. No matter what film I've gone to see recently, there's always just some fucking idiot on his phone, even if it's like a really good film, brand new release. Everyone should be super excited about it. Thank you, Zira. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, everyone.
A lot of good options for teams on King's Row, and there is the aforementioned Max.
For what it's worth, we're just going to be talking about cinema stuff for like the next 10 minutes. But we'll get back to the Overwatch in a bit. The moving chairs. So I went to a... When I worked at the cinema, they took us to... They had a brand new 4D... They got like a 4D experience opening at one of the cinemas. And they showed us Jurassic Park. And there's these nice bits where like... There's a scene right at the start of it on like Jurassic World where they're coming in on a boat and... The chair was like rocking like you're on a boat. It's blowing air in your face. I was like, this is fucking lovely. What a lovely fucking experience. And then, as the film goes on, and it gets into more scenes where dinosaurs are fighting and stuff, you're in a helicopter and more dramatic things are happening, I feel like I'm just getting thrown around and getting like punched in the ribs. Like the whole time. I come out and I feel like I've had like, I don't know, like a workout or something. So I'm not... Some bits of the 4D are nice, but I feel like most of it you're just getting beaten up by a robot chair. So I'm not a huge fan of the moving chairs. They do like smell ones as well, I think as well.
I also love Max for this pool as well because King's Row
movie and working at the same time. Yeah, but not like a nice workout. Just like I'm just getting kicked. Just getting kicked.
You're going to probably switch tanks between first and last
point.
What happened to South Korea in the World Cup this year? Why the fuck was Sparkle in there? Rush trusts him. Rush trusts Sparkle. It should have just been Stalker though. If we're just talking like best flex ones. I mean, if you look at Rush's career, he always just takes the boys with him. Like he always just takes the boys with him. He has players he trusts and wants to work with. So I can understand that as a coach, of course. I don't know if it's like necessarily something that should apply to the World Cup, but then saying that, we also took Smex. So am I just a massive fucking hypocrite? Possibly. So but I can see there's like a wanting players and wanting some of those intangibles. I can sort of understand it, even though I think on the surface disagree with it.
But I think on the Genji actually.
Did I miss any questions?
A lot of times if you take this high ground, you can either force them to the low ground.
Do you think there could be some surprising games today? I'd talk about it after, Toby. We'll watch this one first, but yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to stream the games later, so we'll have plenty of time to talk to them. Smek should have started. Donghack Winston? No, Donghack Diva. Diva Hack. Alright, so we saw in maybe some of the Toronto scrims that M80 were able to sort of really put a number on Toronto's double flex comp here and just trade up effectively. But we've seen a lot more Korean teams struggle with this. Trades are good though. Trades are always good for the attackers here, so I think we should be good. Yeah, they got no chance. No chance against the Diva Hack. Alright. Good dive, actually. Good dive. So, what you want to do, ideally, with this YETI comp is you want to land on these people. Land on these people. Ruin their day. But sometimes you can't always land on these people because of, you know, the other team don't want to let you do that. So a lot of the time you can do... We used to call this like a sweep dive, where you don't... If you can dive these people and do a kill dive, cool. If you can't do them, we just do a sweep dive, which means we just dive an area and just clear everything behind it. So we're not looking to hard commit. If we can kill the Sigma, what we do is we just... Our tank will jump to a certain corner, bubble off, or like block for heals or something. Then we'll just clear everything behind it. So we clear the Sigma, we clear the Echo, we clear the Tracer, and we just get a bit of space. And I think we saw a really good example of that from YETI on first point here. Where they just jumped, they forced them all out of a choke, then they just shot the tank. Honest question, how Donghack go from playing on one of the best teams of the world to playing on YETI? I don't know, I think the problem is, obviously, like, the relationship with the Atlanta boys was in the bin. They'd lost complete faith in him. And then I don't really know how much of these Korean teams are really, like, what do you call it, like, friendship-based, if you know what I mean. Because the only actual orgs are, what, like, Falcon and WAC? So I don't know how much of this is actually just, like, friend teams and, like, groups of people, you know? Like, you look at even, like, RunAway as well, to be fair, yeah. Yeah, I thought RunAway, like, I was surprised Mag ended up on RunAway. I thought that would be, like, they take someone else, like a Kellen or a Donghack. Yeah, I think Knife's good, though. I think, like, this, like, Knife, Viper, Donghack, like, for right heroes, maybe not Diva, but, like, sort of Tracer, Monkey, actually is a really strong, like, couple of players. You want to try for your team? Well, yeah. I think Knife is actually insane, like, I don't know if people, like, some of it's forgotten, because obviously he was on Vegas, right? So hard to maybe look like a superstar on Vegas. But I think Knife is actually crazy. And I think Viper and Knife actually had the same experience. You know what this is? This is just like a... People who had a bad Season 6 team. Because Viper was on that Shanghai Dragons team that was fucking atrocious. And Knife was on that Vegas team that was fucking atrocious. And then Donghack was in Atlanta, but he had his personal... You know, he had his mental ruined by that. So actually, Knife, Viper, and Donghack, this is just like a... This is more like a recovery house for people who had a bad Season 6. So maybe it's like a support group. Donghack is on Rhine. Rhine alert. Irony was also on Vegas. Yeah, it's actually, this is a support group. This is like a, they all share experiences. Actually, Bliss was on Dallas, who were a bit, right? It was a bit shit. Yeah, it's just a safe space where all of these players can play Overwatch and not have a horrendous season or be bullied by their team or anything bad happen. Yeah. That's the explanation. Go on, Ben. Hesan going off. I feel like... I don't know why they went Reinhardt. I feel like they don't know why they went Reinhardt. Yeah, Dallas wasn't awful, just mid as fuck, yeah. Maybe, yeah, well, Dallas was more like, compared to last year, it was obviously a massive step down, but maybe that should have been, you kind of should expect that, right, if you lose Fielder and Shio. Yeah, I don't know why Donghack, like, if he goes Winston, it's really fine. I think the Diva is good against this too. But it's like a little bit worse against Vazario, even though it's good against the backline, but just go Winston. Come on, Donghack. Do you think he's just... Do you think he'll ever go Winston again? I think it's like it's just like a trigger hero for him. He can't do it anymore. Oh, trade 1 for 1. At least get the cart to a corner. Come on, Dong, just go Winston, mate. It's really on. Why was WOC running Ana with Sig and not BAP? So I think the main sort of division here is if the enemy team's running Doom, Ana Zen is better. If they're running Diva, or maybe Winston as well, then BAP is better. Because obviously, if you're playing against the Doom, the ability to hit sleep actually means the Doom is so fucked. The Doom is insta-dead. It's so scary for the Doom to have to play around Discord and Sleep and Rock. But once teams go Diva, obviously the Diva can eat, the Nade can eat the Sleep. Be really hard to play against. But all the BAP's defensive abilities like Shift and Lamp, it doesn't matter if the Diva is full matrixing, you know? So BAP matches up way nicer into Diva. So I think that's the main difference between both. Or...
will both fall in the meantime.
Fuck.
Cleans up the kill there onto
It's a
Iron.
real
Now,
problem that
a
Heesang's
minute
so
and a
good.
half remaining here for the side of YETI. Still do hold on to that Kitsune rush. Nearly a dupe there, but there's going to be a grab on the opposite side.
Well, Wags is just dominating here in the last point. And
All right.
Heesang
Well, now we've got Anna. All right, Anna's coming out.
been dominating the high ground and not.
Yeah, or even go back. Yeah, even going back to Diva's not awful here, because I know it doesn't feel great into Vazaria, but you just play on the high grounds, and what can Vazaria do? I mean, I guess the same should be true about this Doom. I feel like Lip's life should be so hard. Why is Lip's life not harder? Knife has gone Ash now. Go on, mate. Give a Bob going. Give a Bob going. Bob through the window. Oh, Bob's on the cart. Fuck's sake, Bob. Ah. Grab window is actually such a hard combo to deal with. Lip getting 2 bubbles. Yeah. Alright, one more. Max has gone Diva. Okay.
Just 30 seconds remaining. No further staggers can be afforded, but Irony does end up falling.
Knife has gone Hanzo. Alright. Don't know about Knife Hanzo. He's gone Sigma. We're just taking a... There's 20 seconds! Why are we swapping to the slowest cop going? Oh my god. Viper's gonna have to touch, but it'll be rough. I mean, they can probably still touch. But it's just like, it's such like a slow way to win the fight. And they have no ult. Oh, Viper's dead. Ah, fuck. Donghak has to touch now. Oh, he's dead. I don't think anyone else can even touch. Yeah, like, we swap into a poke mirror, but if we swap into a poke mirror with 30 seconds left, we just have no ults. And no great ways to win the poke unless our Hanzo just goes crazy. But why wouldn't we go dive and then we can at least... I don't know, I feel like it's easier to clutch on dive there than it is to clutch on a poke mirror.
Max played Sigma, Zarya, and then Diva.
Cursor on screen? Fuck, that's fair. They're bad at third point. Yeah, I like third point on King's Row is the difficult one, right? Like it's a really broken point for Zen and any sort of double flex in general. So you just have to make sure you win your ult fights, and it just feels like, I don't know, it feels like they tried to play a little bit too much through Max. Like, what you really want to do is if you can take this high ground, then set up your dive from here, you can actually just kill stuff in the spawn, and you can just really bypass this Zarya a lot. I feel like YETI weren't ever really able to actually do that, and they were too busy fighting in main.
And Bliss was on that Ana for quite a bit.
How does the Tracer work in a poke mirror? It's mainly about controlling space. So obviously in a poke mirror, you'd maybe want like... it depends how many, like, the map, but normally there's, like, a few different angles, right, in the poke mirror. So what Tracer is really good at, especially with Zen Orb, is just shutting down one of these angles. So if the enemy team has, like, an Ashe or a Hanzo or whatever and wants to swing a certain way, but Tracer can be very good at just denying this or denying this space, you know? Likewise, if on the flip side, if you want to take a certain angle with your Ashe or something, or your Hanzo, the Tracer is really good at helping your DPS take that angle.
Shot, no kill.
Surely they just win with Sigbap Zen into Zarya instead of playing Ryan. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like the Ryan should be good into Zarya, but I think you need a Mei with it. Like, it's really just like the wall timing. I think you could just go Ram as well, but like, I don't know. I think the dive was still fine. I don't know why they got like so in their head about swapping off the dive. You think? Even with, I don't know. I feel like you just need the right ult situation. If you're on like the Kiri Lucio stuff, if you can just get like one of those support ults in like a last fight thing. Oh, the Ryan. Yeah, no, I agree. Given the same way, the Ryan Mei means you can beat the Zarya, but the Ashe would just be free for forever. Yeah, I think they either should have stayed dive or just, yeah, maybe Ram if they really wanted to, right? Donghak's taken over though. Maybe they're just going to full hold him and we'll all eat our words.
Stuck around the backside of Statue. He will eventually fall as the seismic slam comes through. Great re-aggression here from the side of YETI to save them all for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, really patient play. Viper could have tried to play hero and go after Lip and Max, who were the two remaining offensive players on the points, but just buys the time.
Love to see a full hold. Zen, I feel like Zen's broken on third. I feel like it's such an easy map to play around.
deletes Chorong. I didn't see exactly what happened, but when
Yeah,
I
that's
saw
true.
where
Yeah.
Donghak was, I have no idea where he came from.
Well, it's one or the other, right? You either need to, like, really kill the Zarya quickly, or you need to be able to get deal with Lip. And just, like, make Lip play in a shit position.
Still are held at bay as Donghak just tries to keep them locked in.
Yeti DPS line, solid. Yeah, really big fan of the Yeti DPS line.
Taken down, they will be able to cap the point. As Viper's trying to make his way out to safety. But I mean, look at Heesung just kind of flicking.
Alright, well, the full hold is looking unlikely at this point. Might be a full problem with this full hold.
Okay, so follow up.
All the ults now as well. So this is the sort of comp. This is, I think, why teams play Ana, is because there's just like, if I'm Donghak now, I have to get into position while not getting poked down too much by the Tracer or the Echo. I need to not get rocked when I go in. I need to not get slept when I go in. I need to try not to get discorded, really, until quite late in the fight.
Then trying to deal with getting through the choke against a Doomfist and against Kitsune Rush.
We should also bear in mind that Moon just lied to our faces about wanting to mirror here.
You have to think that that's going to be the opening thing.
Maybe it was more of a translation problem, and it wasn't actually, we're just going to mirror everywhere. It was just, we're going to play our comps everywhere.
Wait for the offense. You have to be aggressive with it.
Because really, like, WACs, this match looks like it's from last week. There's, like, no sign of Zarya. Yeah, Dart was once again the GOAT. That's right, Sentinel. Don't worry. He was gapping proper in a lot of situations, but unfortunately, wasn't to be. Right, defensive Nano, the copy Ana. Running! Nowhere to go. They get their man, and all it cost Yeti was the small price of their entire team. And all their support ults. Fuck.
Yeah, should be a pretty easy second point cap. Chorong does switch off of the Zen. I mean, Zen obviously got...
Like when Prophet... yeah, like when Prophet said they would play their game and then just went to Rissamira. Yeah.
4.5 minutes to finish this one.
What's good about the Zarya comp? It's meant to be like the dive counter. That's the theory. A lot of that's coming out of Korea is that this comp that WOC have just gone, they think the Doom Tracer Echo can't beat it because you can just live enough of it. The Cass and the BAP can do so much to shut down the Echo. The Doom can't get value out of these engages, and then even if they manage to kill the Cass, you just have a high energy Zarya to carry the fight. Kind of like this, right? So this is kind of a theory. Like, even though it didn't go perfect here for WOC by any means, now Max can just take over. Bubbling up. Go on. Get in there, Chorong. And also, if we do just bubble and pocket our cast through everything, because we have 2 bubbles and lamp, then all that happens is our cast just takes over as well. So the Zarya and cast can actually be way more aggressive than most other DPS or most other hit scans would be able to be. I don't know if third point's better. I don't know why they... Yeah, I don't really know why they wouldn't just do this for the entire map, to be honest. Like, just go Zarya. I think that would be really fine, too. I think, like, it's an alright map for it. For, like, first and second. Oh, this copy's getting roasted. But it's Heesung and Chorong who have gone down before all of this. Alright, reset. Reset. I think what's actually true is this third point is the best one for dive. Because they can just set up on these high grounds. They can either set up early like they are here, or they can set up on one of the high grounds, and it's really awkward for a Zen Ana to walk in, but it's also really awkward for a BAP cast to walk in. So we're going to try and clear him first here. Probably rotate top if I'm WAC now. Or if I just kill a Kiri, maybe I can just walk. Yeah, if I just kill a Kiri, I can also just walk. Alright, they're going to beat into the spawn here. They trade beats, so it's not the worst. It's not the worst thing in the world that they trade beats here. They're going to get a recontest. Maybe it is the worst thing that they trade beats here. Oh, that's a great trade, actually. That's an even better trade. What if Viper just killed everyone? I was about to say, I really don't know about that being spawned, but Viper's just saved it. Alright, 2 minutes left. Still have to play into this Grav, which is a problem, and the High Noon. A lot of these like bubble High Noon plays make it really hard to dive as well. Just need kind of... the best hope for Yeti is it's just a crazy like 5-minute fight. Alright, we bait it out. Bliss gets caught. Alright, okay, we're gonna get grabbed. Do we dodge it? Everyone dodges it. Everyone dodges it. Well played, Donghak. All right, we're still dead.
Off over in Mega Room, and
Knife nearly has copy. Can we get a copy tracer going? Need for copy tracer just to help with the touch.
melts
All right.
Mortality.
Okay. Needs help with this touch. So much help with this touch.
Break onto the dupe, the continuing Russian desperation from Irony.
Fuck.
Save them off, but it seems like it's not gonna
All right, we
happen.
killed Chirong.
Max still
Irony
sitting
needs to get
alive.
like 2 more.
Not do the same.
No.
Whack will eventually be able to break through the defenses and get the push.
Why is there so many Aristas in OWCS? I don't know, because it feel like it's just a career thing. It's just a career thing.
Max's hero pool is made for Kings Row right now. Like, how good was
It's
that?
Dong Hover?
Signal come
Fuck.
through and be the stable offensive push that you need for the most part. The stable.
Oh yeah, you're in my latest thumbnail. Couldn't have chosen a worse photo. I only had 2 choices, I think, from the World Cup. Wait, let me find the cow photo store.
Can be so helpful if the other team starts running this high ground. and
Thank you, Wen
this
Noodles.
lodge idea rather than the Doom.
Where's the cow photo? The photo library.
Matrix and mitigate. So Max coming in was a huge clutch play. The Zarya at the end, brutal, and then again, very much like the first map.
Where am I? World
the
Cup?
damage dealers through whack were
Canada.
just a little bit stronger in almost every aspect on almost every hero.
Yeah,
Do you think I should have used for one? I don't know if you're still here, Cow, but should I use for one where you point to the sky, Cow? That one's maybe better.
Talking about how easy it can be to break through that if you just take that high ground control away from them, and it was out of their hands.
What happened with Falcons? It was a 3-0. It was a 3-0. There was a really close mid-town where Majid played, which is unfortunately going to probably reflect quite poorly on Majid.
So maybe they'll change things around in the future for Kings Row. We'll keep our eyes trained on
But yeah, it was a pretty straightforward 3-0, really.
that Sigma kind of set up. But you know, if they are going to do that, then clearly they need to have.
I don't know if I really answered via, yeah.
Right. Well, no one's really
Is it over for Majid? I mean, it's not a great showing, is it? But they're also... I don't think, like, maybe he was lying. Maybe he was providing, you know, spreading misinformation. But the other day, Majid said he doesn't really have any maps in this at the moment. Like, previously, they used to have, like, double flex maps, like Zenana type maps, Falcons. But he said, oh, this week, they're all gone. They're all gone. It's just Lucio every map. So either he was lying, and he does still play maps, or he was telling the truth, but they just thought, hey, we're going to beat Vesta no matter what. Let's just put Majid in so he gets to play on stage and gets that little experience. So if we ever do need him later on in, like, say, a bigger game or a more important game, he's at least gone through it once and he's played on this stage and everything before. That's what I think. I think that's what happened. So they were just playing whatever comp, and it ended up being closer than they probably wanted it to be.
To a strong lead, now have match point in the back pocket, and for YETI, Coach Fate, need to try to pull off a reverse return.
Why is Majid even on Falcons? So I guess I can say this. It's probably not a secret. Now, we talked about it before. So the original Falcons team was I won't write their full name to it. It was Smurf, Kev, Kai, Majid, and Astro, and Junkbuck was on this team. Junkbuck was going to coach this team as well. So this was like the original.
Surprising results so far.
This was the original Falcons roster when they wanted like an EU super team. But then obviously Astro wanted to go elsewhere. So then this whole team falls apart. But then obviously Junkbuck, Smurf, and Majid all combine essentially with the, you know, the Falcons roster that was looking for did the looking for org post, like when Hambin posted it. So the reason I think, like, Majid, because even for this team here, I think Majid was like the connect to Falcons, if that makes sense, like the person who knew them. How one Estonian's education has affected this. Yeah, the Admiral Snowball from Admiral going to Collegiate. That's a great point, Toby. No one factored in that this was actually all from... This is an Admiral Snowball situation. Admiral leaves London. Opens up the SSG one. Your Preds are boomed already, by the way. Which ones? As in, what, my career ones? Or you mean my, my power rankings? Yeah, I know, but could I really have predicted? Could I have really have predicted this? Because I feel like... Where is it? Let me find it. Like, if I had recorded the video and I said Citrus Nation are beating WD40, everyone would have been like, nah, there's no way, right? There's no way. Citrus Nation? Oh, fuck. Dunno. I feel like in NA, I'm confident in like my top 4 predictions. But like, once it gets past that, I feel like it gets like really ropey. I mean, to be fair, like let's like WD-40 are still, they're gonna get out of this group, right? Because what's gonna happen is Citrus Nation aren't gonna beat Luminosity. Did you guys, what was it, 6th I said in the end, isn't that right? I can't remember now. You went down to the wire versus Timeless? Oh, really? Oh, in the Swiss stage? In the Swiss. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like... Because everyone's telling me as well that I've only seen, like, I saw Timeless scrim. I saw their match against Toronto and Timeless got bummed. And then I saw Timeless scrim Toronto and they didn't look that good either. But loads of people are telling me Timeless are actually really good. Preds? True. Who will win? Map 3. We do a long one for this one as well because it's like the break. Yeah, everyone's telling me Timeless are really good. I've not seen enough of them play. Like, I think their roster is good and has potential to be, but everyone seems quite hot on Timeless at the moment, who I speak to. So yeah, it's possible, I don't know, like this looking for org team, like I think Seeker's really good. And I think Top Dragon's good, to be fair. I don't know, like I guess an okay team, like Zero's good, and like when we have Top Dragon and Zero in, it feels like it should be a good team. I feel like maybe Mirror's not all that. I think it's the backline problem for this team. Yeah, the problem is if you want for what you want, you know what they should do? I was talking about this the other day. What they should do is they should actually take the career pill. They should take the career pill, because if you put Mirror on Zarya, because I think, yeah, maybe Doomsy's best hero, but Zarya is also like one of Mirror's top heroes, if not his best. Then you just put Top Dragon on Tracer, you put Seeker on Cass, and then you know, I don't know about MCD's BAP maybe, but you've got Lies on Lucio still. Like, does this not just look like the best possible comp out of like the available options for this roster? And then they're playing like an anti-dive comp against, you know, if like... Because are Timeless still pretty like dive pilled, right? Because I know Toronto still play a lot of it and M80 still play a lot of it. But then this probably makes them like pretty competitive against like all the teams who are playing that comp. Yeah, I hope they don't catch on to that comp. Did they do it for some of the games yesterday and lost? Yeah, we can maybe watch some of the replays after the Korea games. Because they're all on the thing, aren't they? Yeah, I don't know what happened, because obviously it was a dogfight. Yeah, we can have a look. We can have a look after this.
Really getting caught. I mean, Bliss as well, just getting cycled back because Lip and he's on.
Have I ever thought from going from content creation to coaching? Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Sent right back into the spawn room doors, so.
Yeah, because is it they lost the first 2 maps as well, and that's the way it went, right? Like they lost the first 2 maps, and then they nearly clutched it. Is that how it went? Oh no, just lost the first map, won the second, lost, won, lost.
Kiriko's Kasune Rush. It might as well be zone control, area control.
Seeker's PC exploded for map 2. Wow.
Really reactive ultimate at times. But when Irony was getting picked off like halfway through,
Yeah, the thing is, I think like the problem is like Seeker's like such a star player, because if we just like delete Seeker from this team, does anyone pred this team particularly high?
That Whack put on the back line really ended up biting Yeti.
Alright, well, gates will open up.
You know, like we're not really considering. I think without Seeker, we're really not considering this team as like anywhere near the top 4.
Some adjustments though on that leash on tower, so maybe it'll come through depending on who gets the edge.
But yeah, I don't know. They need to get, because they don't just need to get Seeker onto like, they need to get Seeker onto like carry hero. Like Seeker has to carry for them, I think. Let me close these polls. Whoa. All right, we're back in. It's a Doom mirror. Other than Doom, what tanks can Mirror play? I mean, he plays a bit of everything. Like, to be fair to Mirror, I think he has an okay level on most things, but I think his best ones are very much Doom and Zarya. We need to get Seeker on an actual team.
yeah.
Possibly.
Lucio's
I mean, YETI could probably do with a hit scan player, right? Should we try and arrange Seeker to YETI?
So you have to be more aware of your positioning there and what angles you're allowed.
Yeah, MCD's in Korea as well, so MCD's going to be on massive ping.
Completely caught off guard, not checking that corner. Viper going to be taken out very swiftly by the side of Jinbin.
Mirror's uncomfortable if he's on the same hero for 40 seconds. Yeah.
Might not be attack FPS, but checking.
Alright, so I still feel like on paper this should be, if I'm YETI, I want this mirror. I want this mirror. Viper gets his recall force really early. Just gonna play it slow.
Backpedaling a bit here. And Zwack not wanting to try to push the issue. Greed for that checkpoint quite just yet.
Yeah, really strong push overall though. But Irony does have the small advantage in the rush. They're gonna fire it off.
This is really early actually from Irony. Has everyone just left? It's a bit of a disaster. Big Kitsune rush advantage now for Shu. They just have like support O advantage. Bliss's beat is a little bit slow. I thought Bliss was alright, but I feel like he's had like a really shit game today.
Now looking to try to build up a Kitsune rush for themselves, but is instantly going to be broken out of that dupe, and Donghak's going to be taken down.
Yeah, they just catch him. Yeah, one team chooses to disengage a Kitsune rush, the other team chooses not to disengage a Kitsune rush. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, this mirror composition is so much built around the support ultimates. Getting a later...
why isn't Left Right Good Night playing in NA? He says they wanted to, but they're all NA.
Usually he who beats last beats better.
Any chance you could hold like a main support boot camp in NA? Yeah, the main support's like the roughest role. Yeah. Because like, there's like, I think there's like Vega, then there's probably a pretty big tier break, and then yeah, then it's just like the like it's like Rack, Liar, Lep, all in this category type thing. Gonna beat back. WOC are just like a step ahead on all these support ops. Every time they just get disengaged, they're YETI, so they don't get any value. Oh, oh yeah, the reason Left Right Good Night are is yeah, they're all imports. You tell him, Rack.
What I mean by a little bit sloppy. Maybe not.
Cal's so desperate, he's out here in Twitch chat looking for Lucio's. Fuck.
More than once, and it should happen.
Why do your stickies not do that, Offery? As there's something so satisfying about there's something so satisfying about watching like these good echoes where they just hit like every sticky perfectly, then just nail the fucking left click. It's a very satisfying hero to watch. Yeah, we saw that yesterday as well. Like Donghak always going for these big meteor strikes, just doesn't. It's so hard. Like just use it as a second life and go again. All right, time to roll our sleeves up if we're YETI. We're 120 meters behind, but we've stabilized. We've stabilized. We're gonna have beat versus beat. That's all we're gonna have. We're gonna have a pulse bomb.
Yeah, the forward spawns are gonna be clutch when it comes down to the defense here. Pretty even on
the good thing about going 120 meters down so quickly is now we've got loads of time to recover.
Who's got rush? That's gonna be the advantage. It's also gonna tell you who's gonna be the aggressor for the most part in this.
Oh, why have I got such a cough?
Right now, it's kind of early.
Fuck me, that was so scary for Bliss. He's got it off though, they're gonna win the fight. Fuck. It didn't actually matter. Yeah, I don't know how he got. He was like frames away. Frames away.
The shielding just evaporates. Lip instantly scoops up two, then finds a third in the follow-up the fight. And the bot, I mean, it didn't even really get into a neutral position. They took away the forward spawns for a brief little moment. Now Whack have them back.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think that beat was to save Bliss's own life, and that was it's the same position that got caught out in the very first fight to start this off. So, luckily, Chorong had to use their beat as well, so it's not
bad cough. Yeah, it's not even like it's just like tickly, you know. It just keeps going off. I need to drink more water. Maybe I'll find a Strepsil after this map.
Checking to see if he catches anybody on that backline flank. He's just going to continue pushing in with this one. Quick pump there, Viper. Gonna have PTSD. Check every corner from here on out.
All right, where are we at?
Immediately is met with another punch. Dupe is out though. Jinmin gonna be taken down, not able to use that meteor strike.
It's all right. Doesn't matter. Wake and waste pulse fair. Should still be able to clean this fight up.
Widely just means that the bot remains in neutral.
Need to clean this copy out behind.
Some more kills gonna be necessary. And both people will start things off nicely. Does find one, taking down Shorung, but now it's gonna be traded out.
Okay.
Getting Heesung.
All right. We might be 120 meters down, but now it's time to roll our sleeves up and have another go.
Pushing it still.
For a brief little moment, but now 3:37.
Yeah, I think Lip's having a good game. I mean, hey, it's kind of just a roll, really.
Trying to contest as much as he possibly can. Definitely needs some reinforcements.
You're not going to get anything done unless you win 2 fights in a row.
Where is Bliss going?
That meteor strike down, Donghak dodge.
I feel like Bliss is the first one in on these dives.
The Dupe trying to build up towards that Kitsune rush, which Irony is holding on to, but he's the lone support.
Like, I don't know why. I swear we saw one of these yesterday where Bliss is just like in before everybody else.
Yeah, he's going to be taken out. Lip out for blood, able to find 2.
Yeah, my YETI stocks. I know, like, this is WAC, so they're probably expected to lose anyway, etc., etc., etc. But I think, and they, like, for 2 games YETI have lost this week were to FTG and WAC. He should be 2 of the top teams. Blah 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 blah. But I'm actually like I'm starting to lose a bit of YETI faith.
And Lip is there to clean it up. It's the coordination between the Doom and Tracer dive has been so sick. And if Lip's not there, it's Heesang's there. They just really have this execution of the triple dive figured out.
Yeah, but I'm also super low on RunAway as well. So I think, am I a Genesis believer? I'm kind of low on Genesis as well. I want none of them to get 4th place. Maybe we should give 4th place to a European team. Get an extra European team there. Is Korea washed? Maybe. Genesis is for Decay. Is it Decay, Kellen, Kalios, Choisewan, Maka, and Teru? Give Dart 4th place? Okay. Yeah, Felon's not playing at the moment, though. It's because it's Doom and Zarya. They seem to both be heroes for Kalios. Are we going to have a second Esperanza full cap today? We might be having a second Esperanza full... Yeah. Well, okay. Okay. Felon and Terrorist walk into it. Oh, fuck. Is it over? He got one. He got his one. That was painful.
I would have given them the upper hand coming into the series, but I was expecting a bit of a closer bout between these 2 squads, but WAC are looking dominant.
All right. All right. Obviously, that wasn't maybe the game we were all hoping for.
It was never in doubt, and I mean that felt like a
handshakes all round. Poor Donghak.
That was
the guy's coming to ruin his day again.
The DPS were great.
Lip has crushed yet another Donghak dream.
Shows up in the kill feed. They just got so much more out of their support ultimates. They got later beats.
I mean, I think Lip's Trace is meant to be good, but I always feel like it's just not in the elite category compared to like a Stalker and Decay, etc. Obviously, it's not really been a problem for WAC so far, so maybe it's fine. You think Lip player of a match?
They have the right ideas, they've got the talent, they got the players, but the execution was absolutely lacking tonight. You look at the
you want Genesis to finish ahead of FTG?
And then that last
yeah, no. I think this Genesis team might be okay, actually. The next game's so important, but yeah. Heesang dominated. I mean, it's one of the 2, right? I mean, that's maybe just how it goes when you roll a team, is your DPS just look like they're carrying because you're just getting a million kills.
Mental or mechanical, everything very much aligning for them. We'll see who this player
was he really that guy on Tracer? I mean, he was good, of course, but who's this?
Performances across the board from
Heesang. McDonald's MTD fan.
So clean. His King's Row especially is what really started separating him from everybody else.
I don't know. Do you really think Lip Tracer is on the same like category as like Stalker and Decay though?
Me too. Like to get the Genji and
like that's always been my take. Now the Lip Tracer will do okay, but it's not. It won't touch the elite ones. You know, and ultimately that's sort of what Lip has to do if he wants to beat Falcons now.
because it's not just the echo play, which was by itself. Let's not look like it was phenomenal. That kill onto Tracer on second and King's Row was beautiful.
Yeah, like I don't think like Lip's Tracer. I don't think it's like we should look at Lip Tracer and be like, well, this is unwinnable or anything. And I'm sure Lip Tracer is still better than most hit scans Tracer. You know, like if you ask me who's a better Tracer, Lip or Flora, well, it's probably Lip actually. But then I also wouldn't be wanting to put Lip and Flora on Tracer. You know, I think it's no surprise that FTG, as soon as they could get Flora back on hit scan and play Zarya instead, they were like, let's just do that instead. Did I pause it, or we just on this screen the entire time? McDonald's. You think Flora's a better Tracer than Lip?
But we'll have to wait a bit longer for that, because I don't think that they actually played.
It's a heart. It's not a heart.
Last opponent of the stage, so we will have to wait a damn long while before we see that one coming through.
I thought Lipper was a Sombra man since being in the league. Yeah, but I guess Sombra's always known for. I always thought his hit scan was crazy. He always had like pop-off clips on like Widow and stuff, or like Ashe. And when we played against Lip on Sojourn, that's like when we like. Obviously, Lip Sombra's really good, but Lip Sojourn when we played against him at the Season 5 playoffs, incredible.
Yeah, it was just clean the whole way throughout. This King's Row was just absolutely nasty from Hee-Sung. I mean, this right here, just getting this nasty. That's
a diamond. It's an M. WOCS sponsored by McDonald's. Yeah.
It was so good to watch Hee-Sung's Echo work with Lip too, especially on those chases, which, like I said, they really ruined the disengagements from the other squad. And you saw some of the.
You really think Flora's gonna have a best player on FTG? No, it has to be Alpha Yi, right? Alpha Yi, Bernard, I think have both looked really good.
Send it over to Quest for the translation as we get to hear from Hee-Sung.
Thank you very much, casters. We are back for another POTM interview.
Better hit scam, Lip or Merit?
This is match 2.
Lip, unless it's like the most important game in the world. Then it's something about Merit when the stakes are high, just something about that adrenaline does something to the guy. But it's actually, I think Lip is the best hit scan.
Introduce yourself. And I am the sub DPS for WAC, Hee-Sung.
Well, let's hear from our friend.
In the earlier interview with the head coaches, he said that he will match the enemy team comp and will win. So please share us how the match went. I think that I played properly in game 1 and 2. So, and overall, I think it went well. You've showcased your standard team comps that you showcased earlier, and also showcasing new team comps. So, what was the practice process like? And I think that we are trying out new comps during practice.
잘 모르겠어요.
잘 모르겠어요. 자, 이제 다 같이 으쌰으쌰하면서 나가고 있는 왁팀입니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 왁팀, 오늘로써 전승입니다.
And with this victory, WAC is on an undefeated streak. How long do you think that undefeated streak will continue?
아마 이번 끝까지 다 가지 않을까.
And I think that streak will continue until the end. Very confident words from Hee-Sung.
알겠습니다. 자, 에코로 POTM 오늘로써 저를 만나서
And
벌써 세
today,
번이에요.
you've received
세 번 다
POTM for your performance on Echo.
안될 것 같은데 자꾸 저한테 여기 와가지고.
And he thinks that
자, 엄청 에코를
I don't think I deserve it, but I am grateful that I'm continuing to receive POTMs.
상대팀 이제 복제한 챔피언 중에 어떤 영웅이 가장 맛있었나요?
And in terms of the duplicate
오늘 겐지를
usage,
좀
he thinks that his
Lucio.
duplicates on Genji was the most delicious.
POTM, 에코로 POTM, 트레이서까지 보여주셨는데 자, 이렇게 다
delicious Genji copies.
What's the secret behind being good at all these heroes?
저는 열심히 해도 안 되던데요.
열심히 하면 다 되지 않나.
And the secret behind it is that you just have to practice and work hard.
안 되던데 열심히 저도 해보겠습니다.
feel like there might have been
자,
some translation error
그렇다면
there.
오늘 이제 찾아오신 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드려도
And lastly,
될까요?
please share a few words to the
오늘
fans.
응원해주시고 여기 경기장
What have you got
찾아와
for us?
주신 분들 정말
Thank you for your
감사합니다.
supporting us, and thank
You're
you
welcome.
for all those that made their way
이렇게
here today.
수줍은 감사
I didn't
인사까지
make it today.
들어봤습니다. 지금까지 와게 희상 선수와
And that was the
함께
interview with
승리 다시 한번
Hisang
축하드립니다.
from WAC.
All right. Let's put the poll up for the next one. I'm gonna go grab a drink and stuff as well. But this is the big one: Genesis versus RunAway.
마지막 경기죠. 제네시스와
Thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. As good.
All right. I'm gonna go get my. Maybe I'll see if I have any delicious Genjis to eat as well. But yeah, Genesis versus RunAway. This is the big one. We'll come back and talk about it a bit more as well. But yeah, I'll leave you with the broadcast.
Don't go anywhere.
Oh, there we go. I have to get up. The game starts like 8 AM UK time, so there's like not actually enough natural sunlight. But now there truly is. Probably has been for actually hours, in fact, and I've just not realised. Genesis win. What are the early numbers saying? Let's get a poll prediction. Oh, it's neck and neck actually. Hope everyone got some delicious Genji copies in the break. If Mag just pulls out his signature Zarya, Genesis might be in trouble. Could you get 1,000 more points to put onto RunAway? Nope, no handouts in this. No handouts in this. This economy. Team with no front line versus team with no back line. Yeah. So we were talking before about which team we think are gonna get 4th place and who really deserves it. But if we look at these, two teams, this part of the team looks really okay. Maybe Choice of One I'm actually like a hater of now. But if I look at this back line, looks really okay. If we can just do something, maybe like if I just get a team that's Decay, this tank line, this, and then I get Zest. I've done it, right? I've done it. That's the team. That's the team. Genaway. RunAssist. What do I think Genesis will win? I'm actually really... I was pretty down on RunAway. Even from the start. I think Lee Jae Gong and Vigilante I really like. Though all Lee Jae-gong seems to be doing at the moment is just... He's in some sort of like turbo feed phase. So maybe even the Lee Jae-gong stocks are falling off. I think Zest definitely a good player. Definitely a top player. Not a huge fan of Prophet. I mean, I think he is good at Cass. I think he is just good at a point and click heroes. But I think Mag is the big liability on this team. Whereas on Genesis, I think Decay's really good. Kellen Kalios really good. Choice Wan, maybe not on Echo, but hopefully if I get him on Tracer, he can do better. Maka, I think, has looked good. Teru is for liability, of course, but I think Mag is a bigger liability in a more important position than Mag is. How's just Lee Jae-gong being Lee Jae-gong? Biggest fan of Kellen I've ever heard? I think Kellen's good. What's with the Kellen hate? Why is Kellyan, Kalos, Knife, Decay, Faith, Vigilante? Yeah, I mean, I feel like Lee Jae-gong should still be better. I feel like Lee Jae-gong just like, because he plays, he plays like a real psychopath style. Now, if it goes wrong, he just looks like the worst player in the world. But when it goes right, he's really good. Yeah, good point. We should try and really get Dart into that team. Do I think Choicer One will get spawn camped again? There's got to be no way Choicer One locks in Echo. What's the fastest way to improve its tank this season? Oh, that's a hard question. Probably the biggest change for tanks, probably since you've last played Vent, is the DPS passive. Now, even though it's quite new for everyone, it's just about using cover. And that's the biggest thing right now. Using cover and resetting your HP and really actually playing around your cooldowns. You'll see even tanks when we're watching these matches just get exposed or just get caught out. It's really hard for tanks right now. So if you're able to just use cover properly, play around your cooldowns properly, you'll probably be better. It'll probably be like a really big difference. I think Heesang, Choicer One, Jubin, Lee Jae-gong. Oh, thank you, DeBees. Thank you for the tier 1. What's for Rosso Patsander? Heesang, Choicer One, Jumbin, Lee Jae-gong, Lee Soo-min is the optimal team. How did Lee Soo-min get in there? Are you dating him or something? How did he get in there? If Yaki was on Genesis, maybe I would be scared, but RunAway winning. I've actually got a load of new emotes queued up, I think. Hold on, I need to finish this Strepsil. Yeah, I've got a load of new emotes queued up. Mainly just pictures of people's faces from like Uncoachable and stuff. Is it possible for shenanigans like an overly swimming coach to play a match? I think some coaches are listed as backup players, so they could technically play. But it depends how they've registered. Yeah, who played? Was it just like people like Paintbrush though? Like Paintbrush and Vala were all listed as backups and stuff, so have played. Is there anyone else? Yeah, Vala. Yeah, I don't think we'll get too much of it, but I think some coaches are just listed as backups. Where's Unter going to get a poster of Yaki for his background in the Coachable podcast? Probably not anytime soon. How will Unter react if FTG beat Maribor if they both get to LAN? Don't know. Presumably with dignity. Crimzo is a player coach for... I don't know what team that is, though, Padsander. But he's a player coach for another team. Yeah, Poco played even... Yes, is it... But the way all these leagues works is much less about what the teams say on social media, and it's who registers, you know? Our team's allowed to sign trade players at this point. Everything's locked. Everything's locked. The rosters will unlock. So the way... What am I doing? Where's the calendar? So, you know how months work. So what are we? We're in March, April. So what happens in Europe NNA? There's a tournament here. Then there's a free zone here. Freedom, roster lock again. But in Korea, this is the lock. So we're just locked for all of it. So Korea is hard locked in right now. Is it confirmed? No, I don't think anything of that's confirmed. It's just a rumor. Yeah, Majid did play this morning. Yeah, Majid was in. He got sunjaxed. He got one of them eaten. He got one of them cancelled with a rock. So it actually unfortunately a really ugly debut as far as these things go. Some guy on Reddit said it sends. Fuck. Well. Democracy agreed it was an A. It's a sunjax. I feel like we're really getting quite a robust lore now, because we originally had oh, are we kicking off? Originally, I feel like people were going to come here and be like, "Oh, what's all this Dart stuff about?" And then people are going to talk about the great Ajax uprising of of round 5 Korea.
It's now time to go into our third and final series.
I don't think Magic played great, for example. But I'm pretty sure they didn't plan that comp at all. I'm pretty sure they just threw him into play to give him a run out on stage because they knew they'd beat Vesta. So I don't think he played great, but I think it's also like it doesn't actually prove anything, right? He just played a Lari, probably one of the worst heroes on this patch.
Because we've only seen
in a comp they'd never practiced on a map they'd never practiced playing it on, you know. So did it go great? No. Was it ugly? Yeah. Is it a real indicator of
I think for RunAway you want to.
Is it a real indicator of anything? Probably not.
Dropping a map to Simprissa was not ideal. It also didn't look good on their second map either. So there were some questions about RunAway.
I think they would play him. I think my hot take is obviously part of the reason is he's on Falcons is because he was already with the org already. And to be fair, it's also like they also took Junkbuck and Smurf with him as well, right? So it's not like it was just him. But
Winston,
when it is if it is a true double flex meta, you have to remember this Dallas team with Fielder and Chio really struggled. Really struggled with that.
It's going to be interesting to see what Genesis runs.
So you then have to factor in his Fielder Chio core, the so-called brains behind this operation, or you know, so many of his teams. Went onto it. Well, on that Atlanta team that didn't utilize Vigilante or Hawk very much, and then paid for consequences for not utilizing Vigilante or Hawk as much. So is it not possible that also this like Chio Fielder core have learnt their lesson and go, maybe we do want to be a bit more meta-proof, right? Because now they sign Hanbin. What's the point of signing Hanbin and Smurf and this if you don't want to be meta-proof? So maybe it's possible Chio and Fielder have learnt their lesson. I mean, I'm sure you're right. They'd still rather play in full Korea comms and all of this.
Somewhere deep down
but I think it's not impossible that they do try to actively integrate them. And don't forget, it's not just Fielder and Chio here. It's also Krusty and Junkbuck.
Against his ex teams and then has big performances.
You know, teams who are very good at managing mixed rosters.
Always been one of my favorite players, to be dead honest.
Do you know who the primary shotgun on Falcons is? Not really, actually. Obviously, like,
so I want to see, like,
from what I understand of the players there, the ones mainly talked about are like Proper and Chio as the main ones. Wait, walkout analysis. Let's see.
I want to see those come in more conjunction.
Oh, we've got the Rock Decay! Wrong way! Oh, it's a terrible start. Can we pull it back with a good bow? Good bow? Good bow? 3, 2, 1. That's not so bad. Not too bad.
Get ready to do battle Genesis. I mean,
now what have we got? What have we got?
You know, they do have that tank sub that can come.
Oh, hands in, hands in. Yeah, get them all together, Kalios. Yeah. All right. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Their Vin's original sweaters don't have. It's just these 5 players.
Yeah, Chio and Proper are probably the
Kelly's
main
a tank
shot
that I
callers on that team.
Always overlooked, and I think the last
All right,
time I
RunAway.
saw one of the open qualifiers last year or something.
Let's see,
and I was
all
like,
in long
I'm not
sleeves, so
overlooking
immediate
Kelly or
disadvantage
something.
here.
So I expect great things for them. But for me, this match does a lot hinge on the tank matchup between, you know, the tanks.
Coach is looking good, though.
Again, Mag is a mystery to me. I'm always willing to be proven wrong, but to me, that's going to be the question in these matchups, and we put the emphasis on these teams.
All right, are you ready? What we got? What we got? Just a hands in the middle.
Don't have a medium to high level tank.
3, 2,
everything
1.
else is going to fall apart. That's just the nature of how.
Maybe
the
it's
game
soft on the way up here. I think Genesis maybe.
Yeah,
Did you think
because
Genesis
coming
edged
into
that?
week one
Did Genesis edge
and
that?
having that opening matchup of the stage be, you know, RunAway versus Falcons, we were expecting. Okay,
Genesis's power's worse than the Titanic.
Now that this is kind of the S tier type pick.
I think Genesis edged it.
Last season, you think about him in Wrecking Ball.
I think it was too soft on the up.
They just haven't been playing it at all.
RunAway was better?
It seems like it's just fully fallen
Oh
out
yeah,
in favor
maybe
with
Decay just
all of
fucked
these
it. Yeah, the wrong way from
squads.
Decay
No
maybe
one's
just
seemingly
fucked it. You're right.
willing to try to make it work on stage, but for the side of Genesis,
Maybe Decay fucked it.
Calios
Decay's
starting
fucked it.
here.
You're
And
right.
this
You're
is
right,
a
Cubert.
very scary squad. Decay and Choi Se-won, another one of these. Just
I think it was all better, but the Decay fumble was actually the biggest fumble.
God, that is a nasty set of players.
Right. Choi Se-won, I remember
Come on, Teru.
watching them break out the scene
Please
as
carry
the
RunAway.
really bright spot of the revamped Los
You're right,
Angeles
we need
Valley
better
that they were
synchronization.
playing in APAC, and that was a tough squad, right? It was not ideal, but
Okay.
Choi Se-won always had moments, always.
All right,
always
so in
stood out
theory,
for
there
these
are
guys
some
like,
good
well,
things for
there's
RunAway
talent
about
right there.
this
But yeah, this is
meta
RunAway
change.
squad.
Maybe Mag Zarya or having played Rissa,
substitutions,
it
that
doesn't
support
feel the
line
greatest.
I don't know.
But
feast or
Prophet
famine
did look
might
good on
be a
Cass
good way to say
yesterday.
it. They can-
He did
they can
really
take
click
over
on
maps,
things
but then
when
they
he
can
needed
also,
to click on things.
Pull off some head scratchers.
And Zest is good at Tracer, and you know, yeah. So it's there are some at least. It's like some up, some down for them at least.
Lee Jae-gon is like he's like a 400.
RunAway slightly edge of the odds. Are they? Are odds? Let's see. What's the poll? What's the poll saying?
So we'll see how
51%
how
RunAway.
reserved, how contained they're going to be able to play.
Oh.
But we did see RunAway getting, back.
What was
into that
the YETI versus WAC score? It was a 3-0 for WAC. It was
The fact that
not
they took
close.
those
It was not
opening two
close.
Maps yesterday versus in Prissa to find that form is what was concerning.
Should have put some grass on there. What's when you ever have an Anfield where they have like the sign above?
Yeah, we need to focus up and kind of answer the questions. I know a lot of people were like, "This is not the RunAway expected, RunAway fraud watch, etc., etc." Look, they're playing professionals on the other side as well.
Yeah, I
So,
think.
you know,
Yeah, I
some
always
credit
think
to
with Zest.
Prissa
Now, I think
and
he's
their
a
map
good
picks,
flex, one of the better
things
flex
like that.
DPS
So,
in Korea.
you would expect
But
RunAway
if
to
you look at any of
play,
the
a little
any of the
cleaner.
real big dogs, like the Decays or the Stalkers, he's not close enough to them. He's sort of like, I think almost like Zest is like a tier breaker between like good.
Thank you very much,
and mid,
casters. We are back for the
Tracers
final
in Korea.
team rep interview of the
Let's
day.
hear from our boys.
This is between Genesis versus RunAway, and on Genesis side, we have Kalios. Please introduce yourself.
네, 안녕하세요. 제네시스
let's go, Callie.
역할을 맡고 있는 칼리오스
This is
신우이라고 합니다.
Kalios. I am the team captain and the tank
네,
player
captain.
for Genesis.
네, 다음으로는 러너웨이 팀의 러너님 자기
And
소개
as for
부탁드립니다.
Where's his armband?
안녕하세요. 러너웨이의 감독을 맡고 있는
And
got
I
no
am the
armband.
head coach for RunAway. Runner. A lot of RunAway fans in this crowd today,
잘생겼다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데
saying that he's handsome and stuff.
먼저 제네시스 팀의 칼리오스님께 여쭤볼게요.
So the first question goes to
오늘
Genesis.
두 번째 경기인데 메타가 바뀌었고
What are you saying,
This is
Kalios?
Genesis' second match in the OWCS Korea. How confident is your team in the shifted meta?
원래 메타픽이었던 둠피스트 트레이서 관련해서
Doomfist
자리아 캐서디가
and
대체 픽으로 떠오르고
Doomfist
있는데 저희
and
팀 선수들이
Tracer
자리아 위주
is now being countered by Zarya and
캐서디를
Cassidy.
잘하는 선수도
It's
있어서
confirmed.
그렇게
And we
Kalios has
have
confirmed
players
it.
that are good at Cassidy, so
네, 그렇군요. 자,
so
그렇다면
we're pretty confident.
러너님.
Alright.
자, 어제 경기
This next
3대 1로
question goes to
승리를
Runner.
하셨습니다. 오늘 경기는
RunAway took a
몇 대 몇
3-1
보십니까?
victory in yesterday's match, so how do you predict today's match will go?
어제 경기보다 조금 힘들 수 있다는 생각을 해요.
I think today's match is going to be a little bit tougher.
탱커인 칼리오스도
And
이제 같이 해봤기 때문에
We worked with Kalios before, so and I know that he's good. He's good at Zarya.
메인 딜이 또 매섭기 때문에
And their DPS is pretty spicy.
불안하긴 하지만
He's cooking a little bit,
오늘도
so
3대1 정도로 이기지
he
않을까.
expects to win 3-1 today again.
Is this really how Koreans talk in terms of like cooked and spicy?
Yesterday.
Does that stuff actually translate? And this is the same
What's your
lexicon
prediction for today's match?
is still used.
Looking a little nervous here. Needs to be honest.
3대1 하겠습니다.
And he also goes with 3-1 victory.
Both of them will think it will be 3-1. But to different teams.
The final question goes to both teams. What's the
Some
one thing
Some
your
respected
team
their
is better
teams
than your
put effort
opponents
in.
today? He's looking a little nervous.
그 상대 런어웨이는 비교적 뭐 팀을 이끌어가는 인게임 리더 같은 포지션의 선수가 없는 것 같지만 저희 팀은 저도
RunAway
있고
looks like they don't have like a someone that is they lack a little bit of leadership, but our team has a player that is full of leadership, so
제가
I
리더기
think we
때문에
will push ahead.
버가웃에서 소리를 엄청
And
지르고
Ooh, no leader call out.
He can yell really loud from the waiting room, so and he is the leader of the team.
그런 부분이 있겠지만
Ooh, Runner thinks he's the leader.
He thinks that there will be a tracer diff between the two teams.
A tracer gap, he thinks.
A little bit on top.
Runner, he thinks
So
Zest
we'll
is
make
going to
sure
gap
keep an eye
Choice
out
one.
on that tracer. And that was the interview between Kalios from Genesis and Runner from RunAway. Which team will win? And with that, I will be sending it back to the casters.
All right, thanks. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Quest, for the translation. I mean, Runner.
All right, where are we going? Whoa, new map. New map.
The expectations today. Knows that this is
New map.
You know, even with the one loss that they have had.
Will Troy be Tracer anymore? Yeah, I think. Well, I think what's happened is the meta's going to shift. So we're going to have a Zarya. It's going to be Kalios, Zarya,
I love if the
Decay,
what are you
Cassidy,
better than
and
the other
Choice
two? What,
One
just
Tracer.
Overwatch? That would have been such a baller move.
Fuck knows what Mag is going to play, but we'll find that out the hard way. Is Nepal a good Orisa map?
When RunAway finally
Not really, no.
To kind of carry
I think what you want to do on Orisa, like the broad idea is just, can I go to one corner, can I go to another corner, can I go to another corner, and play quite aggressive onto stuff. But on like Sanctum especially, when it's like, you know, this long, you know, points here and it's this long fucking staircase. This is like a really, you can do that, but it's like, it's a long one to do. Similarly on Village, there's lots of like long open rotates that are just really fucking shit for the Orisa. Shrine as well, it's quite open. Yeah, I think actually it's a really poor Orisa map. Do I prefer Junker? What's it called? New Junk City or Saravasa? Saravasa.
Leaning towards the latter, of course. So we finally see some escort here in the Korean region. And if we
Give me those interviews in NAMEA or Astro to call Master Old. Yeah, I was thinking I should do something like this, but it's like too early. Not for these games. I'm maybe not going to be here next weekend either, so I'm going to miss potentially going to miss the second day of EMEA and NA groups. But we'll see. But I'll be there for the final ones mostly. Master is pushing 40. That's true.
I mean, I understand it. I read, you know, every language very fluently. I'm just not going to share.
Have they played any Samoa?
Yeah, that's
I didn't. Obviously, we don't know from games last night. We've seen it in the Swiss stage, I think. But I actually can't remember seeing them play it
still near
in the Korean one. I mean,
but yeah, for all intents and purposes, might as well be. So that's going to be in every matchup. Watching the Tracer v Tracer, to me, it's still all about the tanks.
I don't know, maybe not.
In my opinion, and then you know the support lines. RunAway support lines is funny to me.
Is Samara a bad map or something? I don't think. I think.
On a leash.
I don't know, people just like Lijiang. I think what's going to happen with these map bans is Samoa plays quite differently. Like Volcano and Beach are quite difficult stages. Even Downtown's quite a difficult stage. So whenever there's these like awkward maps, teams will just avoid them. You know, like a lot of the reason we only see so many maps in Overwatch is because you're forced to play every mode.
Yeah, so Kalios, given that he was doing the team rep interview there at the start, just needing a little.
Yeah, we do know the scores from last night. The LFO one where they lost to Citrus Nation is probably the one you're talking about. Yeah, we've seen him already, so you can discuss it. There's no, we're not spoiler keeping. Yeah, it's really wild as fuck.
Yeah,
we'll maybe watch the replays after this.
Some people are different. You know, some people you don't want to have to use the rest of.
Any other players having a massive real jobs?
Motivation to get to end the game even faster.
Don't know.
And have a really big pop-off performance.
It's one way to get to,
Not that I know of, really. Not at least out of, you know, like the, I guess, like the top few teams.
For some people, that's drinking 3 gallons of water. The extra biological motivation.
I've already gone through 1.5 liters in this broadcast, plus a soda on top of that. So, yep, that's
all right.
It's gonna be me, but luckily we have breaks in between.
See, implying Overwatch isn't a real job.
Had a liter of cola,
Fuck.
of course.
How am I going to explain this to my mortgage company?
Too much coffee. Yeah, I try not to over caffeinate because that is definitely a risk during these broadcasts because it's just a risk.
Don't want to get jittery. Don't want to have the crash.
Yeah, try to suck in the water here and there.
All right.
As we wait for them to set up, I mean, we got plenty of time. It's been a very quick evening thus far.
Have I told everyone you're unemployed?
I'm trying to wrap my head around.
What do you mean told everyone? Like announced it?
So they're sharing their pseudoscience personality, but then it's Kay's dog, and I don't know if that's an insult.
So like, I had my my leaving London post. Surely that's the announcement post, right?
Maybe that's Decay's dog's personality.
Maybe he has a
Decay's dog? What are we talking about?
Maybe now we have.
Is what the sign said?
MBTIs because people weren't.
Stop the vote. Not stop the vote.
Be just as accurate.
Needs to get into the map.
Doesn't really matter.
I mean, the vote's going to end in like 4 minutes and 20 seconds,
Okay,
so it might even be stopped early anyway.
Collaboration between Vins and RunAway that again.
Boston Uprising, a Boston head.
And when I looked at Runner's sweatshirt, I actually thought the writing was in pink, and I was like, they're leaning into it already. Already starting. I was wrong. Apparently, I'm white pink colorblind.
Oh.
All right. Here we go.
Yep.
Here we go.
It's a new thing, I guess. So.
All right.
Well, let's get ready to jump into this one, as it looks like we should.
Presumably, so yeah, we're expecting Decay, Cass, Kalios, Zarya, Teru, Terrorist.
Stay hydrated, check your posture.
And I think that would be better for Genesis.
Communicate with them enough. They miss you.
Good morning, Petra. Isn't Li Jaegong Chinese? No, he was just on Shanghai Dragons for a while. So he was in China for a while.
You're just
Mag Overwatch, if you can hear me, don't throw.
I mean,
people actually, I always feel like I wasn't that big on this RunAway team. I wasn't that big a fan of them, but the people still seem to like them.
Well, I took a sip of water and I sat up straight.
How did Terry go on this team to play main support? I don't know. It's outrageous, isn't it? Nah, Teru is on this team as Lucio, and Faith is on Poker Face as Lucio.
It's quite helpful. Mine has a slight little back on it, so I can lean a little bit, but if you lean too far back, it's gonna hurt.
That has to be unbelievable.
The game is ready. There's the dubstep coming through.
Nah, I think there are, because it's like Chio, Li Jaegong, Violet, Faith.
Okay.
Well, I would have said Bliss as well, but Bliss also just like has started feeding his brains out, so maybe I'm a bit of a my Bliss belief is down. All right, Mag's gonna go Ryan. I'm locking the predictions. Mag's on Ryan. I'm locking the predictions.
Looks like we're gonna have very similar compositions. The change this last second. I'm just gonna wait.
Dart main support when? Yeah, Dart's gonna have to roll swap to fill this gap. Faith clears Violet. Let's not get carried away. Let's not get carried away.
So they're gonna be sticking with the standard.
All right, it's dive. It's dive. Prophet is on Echo. This surely has to be a mistake from RunAway. But if there's one thing RunAway are getting a reputation for, it is for picking the wrong compositions. And if there's one thing Li Jaegong already has a reputation for, it is for feeding. It's literally been like 15 seconds. It's been 15 seconds. Prediction hasn't been closed. It has been closed.
I think. Yeah.
It's closed. It's closed.
Go for it. Zest will stay.
We have to close. We have to close them. We have to close them fast because Li Jaegong goes for like a world record death every first fight on Koth. Can you change your bet? Which way round was it? It's two is RunAway. The twos in chat are RunAway. Oh, yeah, you guys are fucking cooked. He's got Rambo. This is, in theory, a good swap. This now should make Kalios' life harder and a more competitive. Tracer's life in the bin. No Tracers needed. It's okay with a flank. Or forces Lamp. Needs to save him out of this. Yeah, the Ram should kind of run over Vazario here. Kalios has got high energy, but now he has no bubbles. Has to be careful. Alright, he's full energy. Oh, pulse bomb. He's low, he's low, he's low. They kill Mag. Can they DP for window? No. No. Oh, Zest with the cleanup. Alright. Runner said it was going to be a Tracer gap. Did it? What does he know? He knew. He knew.
Off last night with a ultra carry and just really nice patience there, waiting out.
Why did they just run out this comp to start with? Don't know. My impression is my impression of RunAway so far is they are not actually that
It's really interesting. We don't see a ton of
what's the word? They're not actually that smart as a team. Not necessarily in terms of like in-game decisions, but like the big like what comp do we play where? How do we blind counter these guys? I feel like RunAway just lose this. All right, hiding against the grab. All right, they get the beat and this out. Oh, Mac are in trouble, and DK's actually one who dies for all of that. They did use everything defensively though. So maybe it's not the worst trade in the world. Terrio has beat advantage coming back.
That's the only kill they're going to be able to get. Mag claiming
interesting now if Kalios stays or swaps.
71%. The swap here has been looking good.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about this? Is if because I think RunAway might be right that this is the good swap. But if this is the good swap and we're playing this comp, at what point do we just go Ram Moira? Do we just go Ram Moira again? Are we just in a full circle? Should this just... We're just in a circle? Oh, he's got Orisa. Why has he got Orisa instead of Ram? Maybe Kalios doesn't have a Ram in him. Alright, Terrio has beat advantage, but they have Annihilation, so just take a neutral first. Alright, pressure on him. Annihilation popped. Beat over the top. Just get the kills. Choice of one. Nice follow-up. Well, it's actually 4v4. Who's it?
All of a sudden, it's just
Zest can clutch, actually. He's 1v2. He's 1v1. 1v1.
1v1 here versus Choice A1.
Oh!
The pulse bombs get ready to come through, but the rejoin is going to be there from
what a bitch move.
Yeah, smart as Zest to stay.
He backs out of a 1v1. He backs out of a 1v1.
Mag switching over to the Orisa now.
Actually, oh, good. We're in an Orisa mirror. Grow up. Grow up, Korea. It's not an Orisa meta.
Matrix coming through from Vigilante, looking to shove them back. Okay, popping.
Oh, right, Javelin to cancel this. Magnetic grenade through the window.
He's gonna start bleeding down. Pulse bomb out from Zest.
Oh, Zest
piling in on top. The cast that he finds an elimination and Prophet with the Deadeye cleaning up.
Okay.
Looks like that is
RunAway looking up. RunAway looking up.
146%. It was looking really rough. I mean, it went from looking just the most desperate despair.
Wouldn't the Doom Dive beat the cast Ram? Yeah, but yes. Yes, in theory, but what would happen? They would just go Zarya instead of Ram. And then in theory, the Zarya and the Lamp give it enough pocket.
Absolutely crushing. Not to say anything bad about Choice A1, of course, looking very solid. Is seemingly playing on another level.
You know, I think, yeah, Zest is looking good. I always, and maybe someone has probably watched more Korean than me can confirm, but the impression I always got of Zest is he had his reputation for being like a really high talent player, but would not turn up in the big matches. But this is probably sure he just categorized as a big match given its importance. But first round, he's turned up. Why aren't we playing dive? I thought it was meta. It's over. It's been unfortunately that meta's over. The it's a it's now a Zarya meta. I know I say that with currently 0 Zaryas on stream, but it's a Zarya meta. No, so I think how it works is what's happened in Korea is everyone was super dive build. Doom dive is for future. And then everyone figured out that Zarya cast beats the Doom dive. Now one way to beat that is to then swap to like a different tank, so like a Ram or something that runs over the Zarya. Which is why we sort of see this sort of Zarya then go to some other stuff.
Yeah,
and then people, I think Orisa into Ram isn't that bad, but that's kind of where we are with the meta. So it's quick play meta. Yeah, just keep swapping the tag. Just keep swapping the tag, swap the comp.
When you're trying to take out the points, you can rotate back onto the point and kind of launch people off.
Yeah, Prophet is actually really good. I always thought with Prophet is he's like no brain, all aim. Like if you can just stand there and click on stuff, he'll do really well. Like I'd seen him do really well on Widow and stuff before. Yeah, I've cursed him now though. The mag takeover though.
I'm not just trying to make his exit. That's just around the backhand side. Looks like he will be able to escape, but everybody else swept under the
Yeah, I always had like a reputation as Prophet was like this really good Widow. But I always worry with like they kind of ANS players, you know, where like they are really good, but they struggle on certain metas. But he's looked really good on cast to be fair to him, so maybe that reputation is changing. Pulse bomb's good. Lamp though, no lamp now. Prophet just deletes him.
Lobbed in there for good measure. RunAway inserting some dominance here. Terror will be able to trade one back as Zest will fall, but now the Deadeye right out in front of the
Oh
spawn.
fuck! Ace! Ace! Give him the ace! Give him the ace! Oh!
Take him down, but
Decay stops it.
This is a very hard.
Is Lucible playable with all comps? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, some of the obviously if you can get away with a double flex, like the kind of thing Genesis are doing, is possible. But they're also not getting away with it. You should have believed, Commander. You know, Lee J Gong was just testing for waters in that first step. All right.
Important for Lee J Gong to keep this beat.
All right.
Mitigate anything that they try to throw at it. With a pulse bomb, a stun out of Deadeye.
Okay. All right, walking up. Doesn't want to go too far. Terry transcends. What do we transcend?
The touch needing to come in. There it is. So
we just low. Just choice someone, just force it. Terror Surge coming in. Scary. Beat over the top. Yeah, it's gonna be a Flux Jax. RunAway in the money.
And RunAway. They saw your
all right, RunAway fans. You were right.
You were saying on Twitter, fraud watch. They say absolutely not. Let's shut up any concerns that people might have had about us from that match yesterday.
All right, fuck.
Swinging and damn. Zest, what a performance!
It didn't even actually look that close in the end, did it?
That very first fight, it was just all RunAway.
Let me queue up the next. All right.
This is reminding me a little bit
next
of the last
fight.
match where you're running very similar combinations.
Doubled my money. Let's go. Plus 8k. All right.
Was probably a better cast than Decay. Zest was the better tracer.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think Decay's like main best heroes are Tracer and Genji, and he's got like a decent hit scan, you know. Oh yeah, Zarya is actually really good. What they should do is put Zarya, DK and Zarya.
And that's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see cleanliness.
And then I guess Kellen goes DPS. Oh yeah, old Decay Widow did go hard. Yeah, I feel like it's been ages since I seen him play a proper hit scan, but I think Decay can play all of the heroes quite well. I don't know. The problem is, I think Prophet is just really good.
Swap over. It was just all RunAway all the time. So very dominant beginning for them.
So, yeah. My sneaking suspicion is maybe both of these teams are like frauds. My sneaking suspicion is that all three of these teams in this contention, like YETI, Genesis, and RunAway, might be somewhat fraudulent. But maybe I'm just too hard on RunAway. I might just be too much of a mag hater, and maybe that's my problem. Maybe mag is slowly but surely changing my mind.
It's better for
you think I'm a hater?
Those heroes than to be playing a Doomfist, and then
you have to gamble more on Genesis to get your money back. Yeah, that's true.
Your supports to maybe feel like they have to make a play, which they always
I put them quite low in my power rankings, and I've just never been convinced by them. And then when I watched their game against Simprisi yesterday, I was so annoyed at all of their comp choices and all of this. It really didn't feel like they had a clue what was going on.
And I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised
but
if they decide to just
I don't know.
stick with that.
Maybe Genesis are just also fraudulent. That's my cope, is that losing that this win will not make RunAway good. It will just mean they're the least bad. Does Genesis just need a coach? Do they not have anyone? Let's do a fact check.
Defenses just have not been super strong.
I know they got Ho Chi Lee. They got Ho Chi Lee.
Yeah, it just, I mean, it's to each team. These defenses have been
Yeah, I don't know too much about Ho Chi Lee. I think he's meant to be okay from what I hear. I don't have like a clear read on it though.
Even when you're running like an offensive Sigma or something.
Being
like
a hater for no reason is totally okay. Just keep hating.
Those right stairs because you know the tracer wants to be there, and you say no, you can't do that. Jump the gap. Or
yeah, I'm not sure actually.
That, somebody missed their jump or someone's below. You go to that giant pack room. We've seen fights happening there. So yeah, Kings Row first, not been figured out by the defense just yet.
All right. Oh my God, the votes now are so over. You guys are so reactionary.
So I'm looking forward
Genesis
to
Cook, you think?
Yeah, that's why I'm curious to see if they're going to try to make that adjustment, try to force that Orisa in. But we'll find out after a quick little break.
You just certified it's that Kings Row attack. That sealed it. Yeah, that old Genesis Kings Row attack was maybe not what really anybody wanted. Got to go more all in on Genesis. Yeah, I mean, I think the most impressive ones right now is the DPS line. Seems to actually be playing really well with Zest and Prophet. I think in general, especially that copy on the first one, where it's like a BAP, Lucio, Tracer, Mirror, it's actually really hard for the Tracer because they've got no clear pocket like you do in like the Kiri, Lucio type comp. So it's really awkward for the Tracer in a lot of situations. That's why we see so many Tracers just die into these Cassidys because it's like just a really hard matchup to play. Not possible for Zagay to play Genji here. It depends. Well, it's kind of just a different comp then. Then they're just playing all-in dive, and I think there seems to be very much this notion that the Doom can't beat the Zarya cast. At least in Korea, there seems to be a very big notion. What's interesting is, so what happens because other regions have been playing these comps where like Doom, Tracer, Echo. Kiri, Lucio, because we've seen like Toronto playing this comp, right? And then we've seen other teams go like Zarya, not McCree. I'm cancelled. Cassidy, Tracer, BAP, Lucio. But then what Toronto do is they just go Winston instead. And they just go Winston, and I guess you can maybe go Sojourn as well. I mean, it's like this comp still just win. Is that not like an easier? This is going to be my last broadcast. Fuck. Is that not just easier than having to like just take a Zarya mirror or start going like Ram and Orisa? Did anyone do Ram versus Orisa so far? Yeah, that last round was just Ram versus Orisa. Mag Ram and then Kalio swapped to Orisa, but we only got to see like 1.5 fights on it really. Yeah, SSG do this I feel like yeah, the Winston swap, maybe a Sojourn swap if you're really struggling, because obviously like the Echo's life does get really hard into this. I wonder if Nat just does it. When did the EU game start? I think is it 6 CET? 6 CET. Or maybe be live a little bit earlier in the co-stream to watch some of the replays of yesterday's games. Do you think EU now has a better chance against? Yeah. Well, it's this weird theory where I think, because if you're convinced Doom can't beat Zarya Cass, so you don't go Doom, so you just go Ram or something. You just go like Ram Sojourn or something, right? Seems to be like a reasonable answer. But then if you do this, well, in theory, then if you just go Ram Sojourn, can you not just go back to Doom Tracer Echo? The problem is like to get to this, it's just like a billion swap. Well, not a billion. What's it like? 3 swaps? Maybe 4 swaps if you want to swap if this is a BAP and you want him to be a Kiri here as well. I guess it's 3 swaps, right? You'd keep the Tracer, keep the Lucio.
We are back.
It doesn't feel great, does it?
DG Arena. Genesis versus RunAway. RunAway looking very much alive.
Yeah, I think the Tracer is really useful with the Cass Sigma, because you want your Cass and Sigma to be quite aggressive, and the Tracer is very good at also helping you be aggressive and just clear stuff out. Like, if you're playing this Zarya comp against this Doom comp, what you actually want is just to fuck up the Doom, Tracer, and Echo's life as much as possible. And Tracer's really good at that.
Being aggressive with it, which I like, to be able to turn on that gear. Like, I think that's a key to how RunAway should be playing, is when they have the advantage, to push the advantage. You know that Liege gone.
Spray Check looks strong when they're not throwing for content. You believe Spray Check and Twister can put a fight against Korea Brawl? I think there's this weird thing where I actually think Spray Check are the best team against dive, even though there's a real chance that Twisted Minds are the strongest team in the Ram, like the Brawl mirror, or the Ram mirror maybe specifically. I think against dive, Spray Check are way better than Twisted Minds are.
So far it's been entirely one-sided, and
Versus got a crazy Orisa.
like you said, this.
I feel like Orisa, I don't know.
So
I feel like Europe went through like a Orisa phase and then it just sort of fell off. Toronto tried to run Orisa on Esperanza a bunch and like Orisa double flex and then just gave up on it as well. Choice One is still a broken man. Yeah, I thought I had a lot of hype about Choice One. I thought he was meant to be like the sort of the shining light on a shitty Guangzhou team, but he might just have been. What's the opposite of a diamond in a rough? Just a piece of shit in the rough? Maybe that's too much, maybe. But yeah, he maybe just wasn't that good. Maybe that's a nicer way to say it. A piece of bark. Coal in a pile of coal. You thought you found a diamond in a pile of coal, but it was just. Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of those fans had been cheering for on LAN years ago. Decay, of course, being one of those players. You mentioned
if your other team is running Orisa, I feel like Sigma's probably like the go-to one. Let me close those predictions. Yeah, I feel like Sigma's the obvious one to go. Maybe, I think Ram's really fine into Orisa as well.
Just sitting on Orisa. I think that's a solid choice for them. They just
Fool's Gold, yeah.
They see the Sigma and they realize like, okay, the high ground.
That's good actually.
Isn't really that important anymore because how the hell is this?
All right. Up there? So in theory now, yeah, just go Sigma. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Me and Kalios, two mines. None of the same.
Usually, if you're going to fight those
two great mines,
because you're trying to stop the other tracer, you expect us. It's going to be a tracer.
Okay, so it should just now be. It's now just a relatively straight one. I feel like you can just go Sojin in this, or is Cass really better than Sojin?
You vacate the high ground by sending everyone up those stairs. This is like
maybe is so good at bullying the tracer is worth it. Let's see. All right, early on point. Mag's gonna come out. Mag's kind of just in the open now. Shoot Mag. Shoot Mag. He can't stay here. No way Mag can stay here. All right, we got him back eventually. Oh, Choice One dead. Prophet with the swing. All right, Lamp force out. Now we have to go back. Oh, Zest in trouble. Run away. Haha, get it? Because it's for team name. Prophet, it's so annoying having those cast just swing through Hotel constantly. Like, Prophet's causing such menace. Such menace. Oh, post bomb. It's good. Choice One redemption arc. They're pushing through. He's killed the back line. Yeah, Choice One is, as I was saying, I always knew this guy was a diamond in the rough, and I never had my doubts about him. And so I'm really glad he's turned up here.
You know, it's going to sound weird, but all said, not a terrible defense. You know, relative to what we've seen. Problem is, you know, they're going to be pushed back here. They're not going to be able to hold on to the archway unless they're able to win a fight.
He was a diamond in the rough on Guangzhou, and that's why I've always said about him. And as we can see, I'm probably being proven correct here once again. I'm getting flashbanged by the sun. Hold on.
Nicely done. Big advantage here. Terror does have that sound barrier available. Lijigon still far away from his.
Yeah, Genesis have conquered King's Row first point, but it was a completely different matchup. So that probably helps him. Terror Surge. Beat over the top. Flux. Lijigon beat in response.
Keep everybody alive for the time being as the K has to roll back out the safety.
So what is Jimmy? Jimmy's a forbidden fruit. You're not allowed, Jimmy. Oh, gotta go hard now, Decay. Gotta go hard. All right. Keep going hard. There's a BAP above you as well. Careful, Decay. Man on. Yeah, and in football, if you're the home team, the crowd will always shout man on for you. You could probably actually really do the same in Overwatch, right? If like a Tracer's flanking you or something, like just screaming like man on. Because the Tracer's sneaking up on your Baptiste.
Again, like RunAway did lose that fight. It was pretty nice that they got in position to hold the archway, but everyone hit Q. A really nice beat.
Do I support a Premier League team? Yeah, I'm a Man United fan. Man United fan.
Cassidy,
which is a pleasant experience.
Single shot, so they did a good job of just buying some time.
All right, window coming back here. Yeah, but thank you for your condolences. So yeah, we're able to swing this corner with window. Just disengage if I'm Genesis. Don't do anything crazy. We're gonna go with High Noon first. Can window it back. Mag's going in, window it back. Oh, how does Lee Jae Gong die in that? If you go that close, if you go as close in that corner as RunAway have, you actually have to go first. Like, it's really awkward to not go first if you're the Orisa team there, because as you saw what happened when that when they swing with the High Noon, there's just nowhere for Mag to go, so Mag has to go forward, but Vigilante wants to go backwards. It doesn't work out, so I guess we're now going Reinhardt. When is Uncoachable out? Hopefully after this match. I need YouTube to stop fucking me though. YouTube has hit us again with a limitation. All right, we're now on Reinhardt. In theory, Reinhardt is like, it's kind of okay into Sig, but I feel like you really need the Mei. But I'm also not super, like, you know, super Rein build. Who's the guest on Uncoachable? McGravy this time. Recently exposed LFO fraud, McGravy. God bless him.
Neither of these comps really have the support initiations. I guess you try to take this angle away, drop a window, crack a shield, and then go.
Yeah, but Mag's just getting right up in front of it, and Decay instantly dealt with, so not able to utilize that Ant Matrix at all. This one comes to bite them in the rear. And the rest of these ults going to have to be held on to. With this time by,
Pulse bomb.
He will go down to that pulse bomb from Choice A1, but this means that...
I mean, Kalios was on Boston last year, right? So surely he should know to go Orisa. What would Smurf do? If Smurf was playing against a comp looking like Runaways,
yeah, and this is why you want to hold the corner. I mean,
and he's a Boston player,
a lot of different games,
what would Smurf do?
To mitigate a lot of that damage, and then
what would Smurf do?
The Rein just has to go, and you're going to get a lot of that stuff.
Think about it. I know he's got ult, but think about it, Kalios. What would Smurf do?
Find the elimination, Flux, the pickup, Immortality Field.
Okay, we force Lamp. We need to save beat for Shatter, probably. Just keep shooting him, though. Keep shooting him.
To block out the Shatter. Mag is going to be able to find the timing here on this one. Barrier goes up.
Oh, shield's been used. Big slam.
And there you have it. Multi-man Shatter coming through.
That's not what Smurf would do. Oh, they beat it for it, and Decay didn't live. Oh, it's a disaster now. Lee Jae Gong with a beat in the back pocket. Yeah, when they didn't beat, I thought they were just going to accept, you know, just accept it. Like, oh, okay, we lose. It's fine. Keep our beat for our beat.
Yeah, and, you know, part of me is just happy for Mag.
Oh, now we're on the high ground as well.
Play the Reinhardt, but
Terror is terrible.
Value out of the Shatter against
well, it's really hard to argue with alliteration.
The barrier's got to come down eventually. The barrier's going to get cracked, or it's going to be at a weird angle.
Like Terry the Terrorist, it's really hard to argue with alliteration. This is an aggressive High Noon swing. We've swung to spawn with High Noon. Don't think we need to do that.
Would have been a really good elimination there for the side of RunAway, and already they've been taken down to about a minute remaining. Pulse bomb out from Choice A1, met by the Immortality Field, so they get
all right, push back. High Noon, are we going through it? Oh my god, we're not going through it. Mag's going through it.
Absolutely decimated as Mag just rushing forward to fight. It's just not going to be theirs.
All right, all right. Kalios is we're learning though. We're learning though, because
it's a brilliant
we're on Orisa
from Vigilante, because
so now surely Varyn's cooked.
Where you need to be holding, obviously now they're going to hold up top. But
oh, where is Decay? Decay has swung so far. Is Decay just dead? Oh, he gets out. Oh, 30-second. We need to touch as well. Oh.
And it's a great defensive window by Vigilante.
Zet is behind with Pulse.
As you said, 20 seconds left. Genesis has to find something.
The good news is the cart's rolled so far back, the touch is actually really easy for Genesis. Oh, back at dancing. Window through. Disengage is good from RunAway. All right. Mag shield in disrepair. Mag shield in real disrepair. Lamp has to be used. Oh. Prophet is so good, right? Just hits everything. Yeah, lots of Maka's windows has been really easy to disengage. Really shallow.
RunAway is
Terror Surge
in overtime.
All right, Kalios has Terror Surge. He's standing at the spawn door. Mag is close to Shatter.
Like 2 swings before Shatter.
Waiting our Javelin. Didn't want the Javelin to cancel with the Shatter anyway. It's fine.
He's got this ult at the ready. They should be pretty well aware of it. Fire strike.
All right, yeah, just make Mag shield as weak as we possibly can. Terry's gonna have beat as well. Huge advantage. Kill him! Oh, he gets the lamp off. Post bomb misses. Prophet dead. Shatter. Oh, they don't even touch.
They're not touching the cart. Is Genesis not touching the cart?
I guess Zest was just dying as well.
Unfortunate.
My
All right.
God, I thought RunAway just let them push. I
All
was
right.
mistaken. They had the setup. They had the force. It was gone. The terrorist is coming through, but it's just too far away.
Do you also see that Genesis actually had a massive time bank, and within like a couple of fights of going Orisa, they've just full capped.
Tragic.
If they, what would Smurf do?
Win condition for RunAway now.
Yes.
Apparently. It was a,
Yes, for prediction wrong. Yeah, I've got the scoreline wrong before, but I've never got the winner wrong.
Play it in that specific corner on King's Row.
But I'm gonna get proven
to be able
right.
to mitigate
Gonna get
damage,
proven
and
right.
You saw that was where the main fight happened. And
Smurf
so
would
many
go
times they
Winston.
were trying to fully in and push past and get a window, and it seemed
Looked like a
RunAway knew
free?
Exactly what the strategy was for them to try to.
What do you mean? Yeah,
get
I predicted 3-1 Genesis for that one. Is it like awkward to read?
Kind of do
Let's
a
see.
forward hold on spawn camp. So that composition looked really nice for RunAway. And now the question is, what do they run on offense? Is the worrying thing. Can't really run the Rhine on offense.
You still have faith in Genesis? So the way I'm starting to feel about this race for fourth battle between RunAway, Genesis, and YETI is it's not about who you have faith in. It's
Maybe he was just gonna go diva.
they're all super risky.
Stick with this one as Zest also
What's above my head? What do you mean?
Another quick
The predictions?
Man going over to the Winston.
Oh, a little to the left. I can do that.
Way through.
Oh yeah, Runaway's quite a long name.
Hotel, but my God, the HP bars right now so very low, and yep, Decay.
There we go.
On that one, and this first volley, well, it is not going to do
All right, I looked away for a second.
so much damage.
Mag is dead. Oh, it's an all-in dive. Genesis got full health by this comp, and we're like, this is what we're going to do.
It's not bad though, because there is no taxi. The biggest thing that Genesis has going against them is the slowest support line on the planet. So they're gonna try to take advantage.
Nah, Toby, that's crazy logic. No one would do that. Sigma's not a real hero, so don't worry about it. Disengage is good, but Runaway will be happy with this. Got pressure on the point. This retake's now going to be really hard. Decay does have copy, though. Where's Decay? Decay's getting focused? Where's Decay? They're diving through. Oh! Mac is in big trouble. Seru in trouble. All right. Good dive from Runaway. Actually, a very good first point from Runaway.
Can maybe try to build up towards that pulse bomb.
Yeah, choice. Yeah, they have actually also swapped the DPS in his situation. Terry Lucio, Macabat. Kadios going to be going Zarya then.
To try to kill the enemy tracer for that stagger.
No one expects the monkey through the window. What a really cool initiation there. They don't want to.
Winston Rush. Yeah, in theory, Runaway's comp should still be okay versus, or should be better than Zarya versus another Doom.
I mean, it's fine if they have time to set
But
up.
he wants to say Sigma.
Completely decimated by the dive.
Interesting. This is now. I'm going to put it in the weird category. Weird looking comp from Genesis.
Now, see if Genesis are going to be able to try to take any semblance of archway control back here away from Runaway.
Lots of ults. The support ults of a big one. Alright. Duplicate. Alright. Let's see the Decay Primal. Go on, Decay. Alright. Wow. Prophet has died, so it's okay.
Decent control found here as Zest now out in the open in a bad spot. Not leading the most of the damage there,
he's fucked.
The sticky bombs as well as choice A1 coming.
All right, spawn cam going on. Terry back on Lucio. Oh, what? Oh my god. This is why it's possible both teams are just a little bit mid. All right, both support ults now for Runaway. If I'm Genesis, I really need. If I'm going to lose a fight to these support ults, I actually need to do it way before cart. It's probably in my interest to take a fight earlier. But I do. Decay's now back on Cass, which again really implies we're going to go Zarya after this Flux. So we do want to use Flux in this one. Zest considering a blade drop. So window comes through. All right, defensive Flux now. Yeah, defensive Flux. It's all right. It's a good Flux. It's a good Flux. Oh, it's a good pulse as well! Nicely done. I really like that from Genesis, actually. We window early, put them under pressure. They want to Kitsune rush through. They want to beat through. Then we have the Flux to peel with it. We even actually combo with the pulse bomb so we kill through beat. Really nice from Genesis, actually. Ho Chi Lee stocks in the ascendancy.
Because that window went down, they wanted to go in. Mag had jumped in and it looked like the blade was going to come out, but had to spend time deflecting. So now they're going to
All right. Now,
be a naked blade
coming back again.
No nano, no beats into Terro's beat. But
Quires Kalios and sick. I mean, to be fair, the Flux actually got big value, and now he's on the hero because he's not died. Blade's coming through now. Lamp's okay. Beat's okay. Oh no, Kalios still died actually. Not quite in time. Maybe the beat is not okay. All right. Do they get a touch now? I don't think they get a touch. Or Teru under duress. Mag will let him live. Yeah, they really don't get a touch here. Is what? Ah, fuck. Fuck. Kalios has gone Orisa.
Basically go the length of the map.
Yeah, I thought the beat was just in time there to save Kalios. It looked like it was just in time, but it really didn't save him.
He's been on the cast, and he's making his presence continuously known. Swings back through, finds
Mag now on Zarya, step ahead.
For a little bit more, goes rolling forward. Mortality field does come down.
Profits the M-Boss, maybe.
Says, okay, you know what? Juicier target is going to be that tank. Looks forward. Is Decay now going to be swapping over?
Yeah, it's actually the thing is as well, Decay's gone Widow. The thing is as well, it's every time we're on Profit POV. Every time we're on Profit POV, he just seems to be hitting every shot.
Everyone on cast, right? Make sure that cast is totally fine. Profit would be one of the top choices to put on that cast. It's been absolutely amazing. And
right.
almost got Decay there. It was very close to getting Decay before he got his head taken off.
Okay, well, shot there on his Zest, taking an immense amount of damage.
All right, Choice one with a Tracer Gap. Undisputable Tracer Gap. So now, what are we looking to do if we're... What's the swap now if we run away? Do we just keep everything else and just go... Maybe we get over to BAP. Yeah, Profit's going to go Widow. Fucking hell. These comps are so weird now. Everyone's just like... just trying to say a swap ahead. Never Sigma. Yeah, this is like... This is... This is the hero. This is the one hero I would be like, oh yeah, Profit would be good at this.
A damn long while since we've gotten treated this one here.
Never turn down a Widow 1v1. All right, window around the corner. Yeah, again, it's just a little bit too easy to disengage, isn't it? Oh, Decay's back. Decay is back. All right. Actually, not a huge amount of time here for Runaway, but they are getting up to all of their ults, and there's not great ult answers here for Genesis because they don't have that beat yet. They need to... don't know. If the cart's still quite far, it's hard to disengage. And it was hard to like die and get another fight here if you're Genesis, so you maybe have to disengage. You just need Decay to keep winning this Widow duel. We desperately need time for Terry to get this beat up, because it's really hard to survive both support ults and a beat. Or both support ults and a grab, I should say. So we just need Terry to get this beat up. So maybe one more duel and we probably get beat if you can, Decay. Oh, that's not how to get beat, Teru. Alright, Choice One pressuring him out. Choice One's really behind. Zest. Oh, fuck. Zest won the Widow duel with a pulse bomb. I mean, it's under a minute though, so we'll get another round. Teru is going to get the beat. Don't you worry, Genesis heads. Teru's just about to get in his beat. We're coming out to touch. We're going to Terror Surge. We're going to Ajax, Lee J Gong. We're going to get our own beat. There we go. Kalios on point. Not a problem. Yeah, we got time. Teru going to get a beat. We grab for Tracer. Tracer's lamped. Beat. Teru. Teru still got the beat. Yep. Everyone got the beat. Everyone's alive. Yes, Teru. Teru's pulling it back. Decay's gone Sojourn. Profit's dead. Nice, Teru.
Completely cutting them off from one another as the picks are continued to be found, and it looks like that should just about I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch here.
Doesn't know.
Seth's going to try for it, blinks in, does manage to force out that overtime. So second shot at it, but this needs to be played to absolute perfection, but no, he can't make his way back in. Great control there from
Genesis back.
Genesis to just barely pull off that.
Genesis never full capped? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know why I said that, yeah. I said that even though I can quite clearly see there's a yellow box right there, yeah. But Genesis are back.
Absolutely clutch. You know, I think it is a really good counter to that composition that we've seen.
Complete prediction. Genesis back.
It's so critical to make.
Never even close. Yeah, never in doubt, was it? Never in doubt.
I still have questions about the Mag Zarya. It took a long time to get that.
All right. Know your 10 points. Score of its previous two matches, it was 3-0 for both of them. Falcons won 3-0 and WAC won 3-0. Maybe as expected. The YETI one wasn't even that close, to be honest. What's the big story of the day? Big story of the day is Magic played, and it was a bit of a dogfight, unfortunately, against Vesta. And maybe the big story is that YETI did kind of just get bodied by WAC.
It's like, well, get a better Widow. It's always been the best answer. And no one really wants to hear that, but it is still the best answer.
Decay baiting the Widow ego duel just to stop Profit from destroying his team on cast. Big brain.
Decay got the better of the Widow 1v1 both times.
WAC and Falcons 3 tiers above everyone else. I think actually, Cal, I think for FTG might be closer to WAC than at least than I initially thought.
I said it at the top of the series before we got into this.
Imagine if Violet was on Falcons as the 6th. That would be unreasonable. All in one more time on RunAway. Fuck. All right, we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go grab a sandwich, but I'll leave it up, give a vote in, because I think we're gonna take a longer break on the cast now. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. You can all watch me eat my sandwich.
That could break you as a team, because it was looking really good, and then just to clutch it up there. But now it's like kind of swings the momentum back the other way of like, okay, guys, we dropped the ball, but look how we rallied. Like, that's pretty good. For RunAway, I think we're going to Esperanza. I would be surprised if we weren't.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, maybe Mag can play the Winston. There's a blueprint of how to play the Winston out here too, so
True.
That's good. Actually, I did like though the Reinhardt corner hold. I thought that was a really smart play. It's a nice adjustment. It was their best hold of all of King's Row by a mile. So they're finding ways to cover up some of their deficiencies, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see Mag, back under the RunAway banner, back on that Reinhardt that did make him famous, that made people around the world kind of just know who he was when he was still playing in contenders. So that was awesome to see. It worked a treat until the attacker came around and they just couldn't quite make it happen. So still some things that need to be filled in. The Zarya not finding as much impact as they would have liked there for that final push, but it's good to have a nice competitive series here to round out the evening. So tied up 1-1, somebody's obviously going to be taking the lead as we get ready to go into push. And given that it's not Coliseum, which RunAway was looking incredible on yesterday,
right.
I think this is very much anybody's game. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will get into Esperanza and see who's going to be moving up to match point.
Okay, he also looks like my third Graham brother. I don't think that's true at all. Don't think that's true. Oh, what am I? Why am I spilling stuff? Fuck. Schedule. This is the last game of the day for Korea, but we're getting some. Where is Europe? Has anyone seen Europe? Yeah, we're getting these games later. And this one. Is that right? Yeah, it needs 3 later. Europe is gone, guys. Somebody must know where Europe is. Yeah, we're getting these 3. So Europe is streamed today. I'll be co-streaming it here as well, but there'll be an official broadcast too, which will be nice for everyone, I'm sure. Did Twisted Minds win? Yeah, their first game, yeah. But they only had to beat, I think they had to beat the 16th seed, so, yeah. Yeah, and this one is probably like, you think 3-0? No. Like, I don't know, we'll get into it more later in more detail, but like, I think this is probably a 3-0. I think this is probably a 3-0. Do I just hate everyone? This is maybe a 3-1. But I think this is a 3-1. Those are my predictions. Where does Naga stack up against against NA's flexes. I think if Naga was to play in North America, it's pretty high actually. So like, let me get the NA ones up. Obviously, there's Pelican and there's Sugar Free, which I think are like obviously really difficult players to stack up against. But once you like, so Naga's below Sugar. Where is he? Below Pelly, probably below Spectra as well, to be fair. But then once we get to that, I think actually, you know, like he's probably worse at Tracer than Rocket, but he's better at He's better at May and Echo than him. So he's probably worse at Tracer, but everything else he's probably above Rocket. Top Dragon, like Top Dragon again, he's probably like worse at Tracer, Genji, but then like Echo May he's better at. You think NA just seem worse than EU? Yeah, I think when I look at NA, there's like Toronto, Timeless, M80 and Luminosity. And then these two teams, there's like a top 4 and then there's these 2 teams as well, like the Students of the Game and LFO. But then outside of that, I think the quality's quite low. Whereas if we go to Europe, well then I'm actually like, well this team's good, this team's good. I'm not convinced by Rock yet, but I think this team could be good. This team's good, this team's good. I mean actually, well Peps are decent, Quick are decent, Sheer Colder actually I think decent. Left, right, good night are decent. You know, there's like just a little bit more depth, I think. Not like by a massive amount, but you know, like 2 or 3 teams more. Yeah, if Top Dragon was on low ping, obviously I think that would make a big difference, but that's the downside of having to obviously import players, but not have like the org support for it.
Now we go into the push game mode. And we have Esperanza, of course.
They should give Junkrat back. Yeah, I mean, because RE actually become like a top competitive team as well. So in reality, Europe can have quite a competitive, or EMEA I should say, can have a quite competitive top 10 if it's like a decent, you know, like if we draw the line a little bit like that. Yeah. NA's just too small. Yeah, they just need more space. After Toronto scrims, you're quite sure EU will be NA? And I think I was actually, from watching Toronto scrims, I'm actually getting increasingly Toronto pilled. What do I think of Rock? I think Rock will probably finish like maybe something a bit underwhelming, like 5th or 6th this time. But they'll improve. Like the difference between Rock this tournament and Rock next tournament, I think will be quite big. I think Rock have a team that can maybe like hopefully improve a lot. But to be fair, this meta's not awful for them, right? If they can get
yeah, and maybe I think if you're
what do you call it? If they can get the best out of Checkmate, if Rojo can start playing, I think they've got the right pieces there, Rock, but it's just too soon. Did you see a play from Kazakhstan? Yeah, if you watch, I actually bigged up. There's a Kazakhstan player called Kai41. I talked about him actually in to promote my YouTube channel, my EU Power Rankings video. I talked about Kai41 because I think in reality we all want to be pretty big Kazakh Kai41 fans. Because KK41, my mate Kazakh Kai, I think he'll do well. Obviously, I don't know if he's not actually initially done well, right? But of course he doesn't beat SSG, right? But this dogfight game, Kazakh Kai, I'm big on. Kazakh Kai is going to take over.
Take care of that. Get back into it.
Yeah, so we really want to be Kazakh Kai 41 pills. KK41's in the chat for our mate Kai.
We were kind of filling a little bit of time.
We'll catch it. I think his elimination game is, I want to say next week maybe.
Point to try to save his Tracer was like the most classic leading on to me. I loved it. Just seeing the silhouette from a distance, it was just hilarious to me.
Yeah, I mean, just oh, Zess is over there. He's getting fired at. I must go diving forward.
I've got you. I'll save you.
Hold on.
Man's an absolute madman. Want some more Decay fans.
How's the content creator life treating me?
Of course. I mean,
yeah, pretty decently.
You know, as mentioned, like
feel a little bit refreshed after not covering the games last night. Got like a full night's sleep.
You know, when we were on NBC and had kind of like a revolving seasonal venues and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Decay's
so I'm ready for a big weekend,
which is insane. And the guy still has it. I mean, we've seen so many other people who started around that same time starting to step away. I mean, Prophet, you know, his career a little bit older than that, but now, you know, stepping over to retire, Gesture in that same form. But Decay still here, still looking to play, and still putting up solid numbers.
You got to stop bringing up how long these guys have been playing because it just makes me, face my own mortality at a certain point.
Yeah, I think I picked a decent day to dodge.
Because I'm like, when Decay
love always how they always hide their faces.
When Decay started playing, and
yeah, what someone was telling us the other day, Seiji, was
2017?
that apparently if you don't hide your face, there's like these websites where they'll just post your face and then you'll just get online bullied, which is why everyone's so sort of reluctant to have their face shown. So.
I either was casting the
I guess online bullying works.
Still casting them,
certainly seems to have put these people on the back foot.
Them after, like, Monty and Doa started casting their career.
Am I taking a break today?
Yeah.
I'll take a break in some form. When is this going to finish, you think?
The players that didn't quite make it.
Yeah, these people, no fear. Don't give a fuck. So I think I might watch, maybe I'll watch the NA game. Do I watch the NA game after this? Maybe I'll take a break after this and then come back for VODs. I think I might just do the VODs before the EU games. So like maybe an hour a bit before.
Gameplay that I don't recognize and don't have at least several memories of specific maps, specific points. So it's been a fun journey to be on.
Thank you, MO1.
Let's see what they run here.
Predictions? Sealed.
Okay.
All right. All right. I'll come back to this. I'll come back to you, Sandwich.
And the Arista as well was looking damn good for them just a map ago. So let's see how it fares. As Kalios is going to be coming out with that Zarya.
Yeah, a little wrinkle on both sides here because Genesis is not running the Baptiste. So no immortality.
All I know about Twister, I don't know specifics from Twister's Mind Scrims on Korea, but most detail I know is they went there, they were playing Ram, they got absolutely bodied by the Doom comp, and then, oh dear Terry, and then they started mirroring a lot more, and they were still losing more maps than they were winning, but it got closer.
Now high ground is going to be taken. Vigilante joining in alongside Prophet.
All right. Why is Terry on Lucio? That's just his role now. This is his full-time job. Full-time Lucio guy.
Immediately when you're running two,
have games been close?
Especially when you're running
WAC versus YETI was a complete stomp. Vesta had a really close map versus Falcons. It was the Magic map as well, which but I think Falcons were just like putting anyone into play. Zarya Kaz viable Doom counter. And that's the current working theory. Korea seems very Zarya Kaz pilled, and that Doom might be dead. Alright, disengage here. Prophet's accuracy stats. He's doing stuff, isn't he? Yeah, Falcons had to play like the worst comp possible. Really try, and Destiny won.
They're still committing into this one.
All right. Oh, good window.
Giving the kill. Immortality built now lobbed in as the barrier once again coming up.
Oh, good rock actually.
Out on.
Kalios wants to play. Kill Prophet.
Down here on the back end, but as the dive forward comes through,
all right.
They will be able to confirm it there on the Prophet.
Oh, Zest is still behind.
One, but widely. RunAway.
Yeah, they actually just might die here.
Backing off a little bit here. As the bot now held in this.
Terry's gonna try and live. Terry can't live. Zest is all over him. Yeah. I don't know why Kalios and Terry tried to walk forward there. It was a 2v3. He's killed. Kalios has killed Vigilante though, so maybe he was right all along. Ult's coming online. Everything should be there for Genesis. So a bit of a window here.
Keep at least high ground positioning here. Prophet has been a menace on this bridge, but they're gonna find that and then just gotta get out of there.
Trying to stay tucked away, but eventually Decay coming up with the kill.
All right, finally a Decay gap. All he needed was a window and double damage.
Called in here from Lee J. Gone, and he just gets pooped back so very far. Gonna get cleaned up, but Zest able to find Terror at the same time. So
Zest causing so much havoc. Oh, don't let Zest trade. Nice Decay. There we go. Decay's doing all right now. The Decay redemption arc in full flow.
Allow them to have the full 5 players together. As Maka does get dropped, but that's also some added stagger here onto
5 UK time, 6 CET.
Switches.
I think we'll do some VOD reviews, maybe like a little bit before that as well, maybe like an hour or so before. Oh, he's gone Reinhardt. Now this works on, what was it? On Nepal. Was it Nepal? No, Kingsray.
In a great spot with 4 ultimates here. RunAway had to burn through everything and make some switches, so it's going to be tough.
So let's see. They have all the ults though, so I think Ryan matches up quite nicely into Sigma individually. but the May is a big help. Teru's just rolled Zest. This is why Teru's on Lucio. Look at that. Zest in the bin. Free control push.
As they look to just try to break through this doorway and get in on top of this Sigma.
Oh.
Taking down low, HP bar still going to be hovering around.
Alright, we need to clear this Reinhardt. Oh, we have to lamp. There we go. Just take the space. Take the space. Don't do anything crazy. They're going to window out this other side. The pulse bomb timing is way off from Choice 1 there, but Decay's going to kill him anyway. Flux and High Noon. So it ends up being kind of expensive, but they'll get cap off it. RunAway going to full reset. And it's still a beat advantage here too.
Heck of a thing.
It is a Teru beat advantage, so it's slightly smaller than a normal beat advantage, but it's still beat advantage.
Yeah, Genesis had to burn through a lot there, but totally worth it.
Max got like 0 ult charge off his fight as well.
Minuscule lead on push can win you the map.
Alright.
Man, they're just going to get rained on, and Prophet is always going to be in position.
This retake is so hard. If you just have to walk this, like this channel that RunAway are trying to walk up now should be so hard. Zest going to get focused down. Window is still pretty early from Maka. I feel like loads of these windows are early. They might still be able to just chase for kills anyway. Oh, they're so low. They're so low. Lee Jae-gong's got a different way. Prophet's dead. They can now actually just be really brave from this chase. Any more? No. That'll do, though. Genesis on top. Isn't Kalios' comfort hero with Zarya? Yeah, it should be a comfort hero for him. But the MPs have been swapping. Yeah. I think the Sigma's really fine against it. Obviously, the Orissa's good against it too, but I think the Sig can be really fine against the Rhine. Who in the world said go Rhine? This is not the first time they've gone Rhine, unfortunately. Oh, he's got Shatter. Big.
Shatter goes in. Doesn't find anybody.
Oh.
Coming up short.
Oh.
Is well committed in.
Well, they windowed as well, which is a big problem.
Where Genesis can pull back, operate on the high ground. That's proven to be so very difficult for this.
Yeah, the general idea is right. You know, use the window to make sure they have no shield or have to use all their cooldowns, then slam afterwards. But we're chasing quite a lot. On Choice 1. Oh, he's got lamp.
Forced out. Choice 1 can just wait.
Just let him live. Yeah, Vigilante is certainly not hitting any of his team while he's dealing with all of this. What? They just rotated and left Vigilante. Guys, you forgot about Vigi. Alright. Mag's taking the mirror. Oh, these. Where are they going? There's fighting happening all over the place. I think Maka's on point right now for them. Alright, let's go group with Maka. Oh, Decay's gonna die. These teams might just both be wank. They're just all over the place. What's Lee Jae-gong up to? Fuck, he's gonna get away with it. Does Mag have shift? Are they beat defensively? Alright, disengage should be okay. Teru with a later beat. Pulse bomb, scary. Window.
Trying to pump out enough heals to keep Kalios alive, and as you can see,
alright. The window was fine actually, it kind of got him out of a fuck situation. Now they can just play it slow though, back on high ground.
They know how much of an advantage they have right now with that high ground held. Once they lose it, they're going to be sitting pretty. Cess chasing in, looking for choice they want.
Oh.
Grenade will connect onto him there, but
where's Kalios? Oh, that's a good rock actually. Lamp is good, but he needs so much more help than that. Can we get Kalios out of this? They've gotten Kalios out of this situation, unbelievably. Oh, post bomb scary! The lamp's good, no lamp now. Oh, they're trying to cross still. This has been like, they've been going through the trenches here, RunAway to get here, but somehow, some way, they've got themselves a knife position. Oh, they catch him as well. How did they get away with that? I think Kalios' initial position was a feed, right? Because Kalios is there so early. Genesis spent all their resources saving Kalios, which means they're not able to shoot the cross and everything properly. So I think maybe Kalios doesn't, just kind of just fed with his initial position. He can just sit high ground, honestly. Make their life impossible. Now Teru has gone Zen. 2 minutes left, go Zen. I don't know. Don't know about it. Don't like double flex on this map at all, so I'm not convinced about it, but yeah. Okay, Flux comes through. Lamp should be okay. Alright. Hiding as well, so no one else peeks. Alright, happy to keep playing it slow then. Window. Alright.
Able to make use of it, finding the elimination there onto Zest, and once again,
okay, pushback is alright.
Profit now the cleanup sought after here. Any extra kills that Genesis gets, just that much more time bought.
Terry dead in 10.
RunAway has to win the next 3 fights. At least two. At least 2. Just to stop.
This really feels like a battle of mid. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it feels like a battle for mid, but this is actually the top 4 battle we're watching.
RunAway. If they lose this fight, I can't see a world in which they win this map.
Yeah, I think there's lots of good things about Push. I think there are some comps that just don't feel good on it. Lee J. Kong is just taking every rock.
Getting stunned, but
This guy's just got a really rockable kind of vibe. The Prophet gets the gap again.
They try to get this spot moving forward once again, and we'll be able to do so.
We're actually squeaky bum time. 30 seconds left on the clock. Terry doesn't have Transcendence yet. Oh! Okay, just lose this fight. Just lose this fight now. Lose this fight and what? Genesis should be favored, I think. I think how you want this to go if you are Genesis is you want Vigilante's gonna window. You're going to flux it, they're going to beat, and then you can transcend to survive the beat. Right? High Noon is in there as well, but you should just be able to just absorb the High Noon, just disengage it.
Genesis doesn't really have any great initiation.
Prophet is going to flank with this High Noon. Terry's 99 on Trans. Kalius is going to start with a flux, actually. The flank's coming in. Beat flank coming in. Terry has for Transcendence, though. Risky to do a beat flank when it's a Transcendence. Terry's considering pushing him. DK wants to push him. DK wants to push him. DK's won it. Drops for High Noon. 4 meters in it. DK's going to make him DP. Zest has Pulse Bomb. It's still clutchable. They can storm this out forever. Oh, he's Pulse Bomb the lamppost. All right, there's no lamppost now on the side of Genesis, so they can maybe try and... They'll maybe have to play around that. RunAway nearly having this flux. Cancel it. Or, no rock. Flux is wide open. No. C9?
Here we go.
Oh, no, he's run away.
They move away.
Oh, my God.
The smiles come through from Genesis's players, and they reach match point.
Fuck. He just walked off it, right? There was...
Means he gets pretty free access here. The pick up. Mag, the flux about to be online.
So Mag's touching. Everything's okay. We've now got to the winnable situation, right? We've survived these things. Winnable situation. Ticking down, ticking... Yeah, no one else is touching. Mag had for touch, but he backs up. I mean, he is low as well, but if he's low, can we not just go in here or something? Yeah, he just kept pressing S.
He gets pretty free access here. The pickup, but no one's playing up.
To be fair, this isn't a great flux anyway, right? Like, it's just on Kalios. Like, I know they have lamp and stuff anyway, but surely there was a juicier flux here as well. Yeah. Like, Kalios is probably fine.
And here we go.
We're saved. No problem. Obviously.
Fuck. All right, let me cash that one up.
To say the least. They didn't go well.
Genesis, again.
So yeah.
All right, let me queue up another one, and then I'll catch up on the chat.
I'd say overconfident in swinging that corner, trying to drop the hammer. Everybody was just already so far away as well. So it was definitely a 3-2-1 call because they had swung in the corner like, oh, we didn't get anything.
Yeah, the Mag 9 just kept pressing S. Yes, I mean, it could go either way. I did pick a 3-1, but this would quite easily be like a 3-2 either way, honestly. What time do we release for podcast today? Good question, Chris. I was really hoping, because we've been ad limited. We've been like revenue limited again. So I've had to request a manual review. So I'm just hoping. I'm just hoping that they like let it go quickly, or like review it quickly. But otherwise, because the best time to release it is probably after this co-stream, right?
Clear, but you look at even the one life where Mag was at 87%, and I'm wondering, is he coming back as Ryan?
Oh, they got Zen in the flux as well. Okay, maybe it's not too bad then, but yeah. Still felt like it would have been a juicier one.
Yet again, and then you know the Sigma didn't look bad.
Man U Everton in 15 minutes. Should we VOD review that?
I think there was plenty of bodies for Genesis that it wouldn't have really mattered had they gotten the touch. The flux was a desperation flux to begin with.
You want a KSA guest?
The flux actually.
Yeah, we don't have a European guest in a while.
Anyway, so the only path is forward. Looking forward for RunAway. It is going to be their map pick. I wonder how much. And
the thing is, so what happens is when you upload a video to YouTube, what happens is some kind of robot. So I'll draw the robot for you. I think the robot looks like this.
There's small differences, but for the most part, it feels like they play out.
I think he looks like this. So this guy reviews the video immediately and picks whether it's suitable for ads or it should be limited for swearing or topics or whatever. But then what you can say is you can say, I hate this robot. Can a person come and look at it instead? Can a real human boy come and look at it? Or woman, I don't discriminate. So then what happens is you press that button to request a real review, but this guy says no money for Uncoachable. But whenever we get to a human, the human says yes money for Uncoachable. So this is the situation we're in. The problem is the robot always has to go first, so the robot always says no money. But the human, yes money. But we have to wait for the human. That's the problem. I don't think they watched the whole 2-hour video. You know what? The thing is, I think they only watch bits. But the funny thing is, we have to have every episode reviewed. So there's someone at YouTube, like, review office, that it's just an Uncoachable head. There's like a quiz head at YouTube office who has to watch all the Uncoachables, because we always need review. Yeah, so yeah, it is private first. It's private right now. The problem is it just takes time, and because we've only just got it uploaded overnight last night. Yeah. So no, we have to request for human review manually. Yes, someone at Overwatch League is getting all the Overwatch League gossip. Or maybe there's also another theory, right? Now, what happens when it gets to the human is because the human doesn't have to watch the free like 4-hour podcast. They just have to watch segments of it. So it's really possible. Now, what the human does is he just skips straight to the quiz, watches the quiz and goes, yeah, great content, mate. Get the ads on that. So it's possible the guy at YouTube's just a big quiz head as well. There's no humans, just a smarter robot. That might be true, actually. What we'll do is we'll get the robot on as a guest, and we'll ask him why he doesn't like the podcast. Oh, okay. The robot tells the human which bits to look at when we press the review button.
Of the evening, Genesis able to take advantage of a tiny little oopsie that RunAway made on their final push on Esperanza. They take the lead now 2-1, and they're going to be looking to finish things off with a 3-1 to get their first match victory here.
Did I ban the guy from the last comment section? No. Because the thing is,
map 5.
What you have to understand about quiz heads is a lot of people are initially really keen to be a quiz head. Some people, it takes them a while to see the light that is being a quiz head.
Not as egregious as some C9s I've seen before.
You should have me on as a guest.
There's only one person alive, and they end up like.
I feel like if anything.
I mean, I know we all like type in chat, but
no one from chat as a guest.
Yeah,
but still, Genesis.
Is that too blanket? Is that too much of a blanket rule?
Maybe a surprise to some people, but
or only people from chat from a guest.
It's not what I wanted to see as far as score-wise, but like get a feel for Genesis, and then also, I mean, this is starting to lend credence to WAC being like one of the super top teams. They did just absolutely beat down Genesis 3-0 in Genesis.
This is your first time here? Yeah, yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Interesting to see.
What you guys don't realize is the main purpose of this Twitch stream is actually to find people to blacklist from bringing on Uncoachable.
That they do. I mean, that
and you've all fallen for our trap perfectly.
It's a difficult situation. Is it a full blown C9? I mean, it is, but it's not as egregious as I would say Genesis is wise.
Uncoachable's just countdown. I feel like it just wouldn't be good. Well, we need like a, what's her name?
This one was.
Well, it was Carol Vorderman. Who's the new Carol Vorderman now?
GC Busan versus RunAway. That's right. I'm still throwing Apex references.
Oh, yeah, we've not actually factored if people make new accounts. That's true. Rachel Riley. Okay, yeah. We need like who's the Overwatch Rachel Riley?
Why wouldn't you? This is Apex Season 5 after a 5-year...
Yeah, being a quiz head is like being a dart head. Exactly. There's just more people to convince.
Just a continuation of the history that you continue to write.
It's actually you? Well, that's a shame. Shame you're in the chat then, unfortunately. We're going to have to find a new Rachel Riley.
2017 was a while.
Get WD-40 and ask what happened. Well, unfortunately, we had him before it happened. Is Jake is like our Carol Vorderman, Rachel Riley type? All right, let me close these spreads.
Not here nor there.
Custer's always doing word games and stuff, isn't he? Maybe it's him. Custer does all the word game stuff, so it might be. All right, Mags. Why was he on? Why are we on Diva here, Kalios? Why is Mag on Orisa? Surely the Zarya feels pretty good into the Orisa.
A little bit more protection as well.
Can't be Custer because he's not a challenging wank. Okay. Is that how you think we pick our guests? We just pick someone who's a challenging wank each week? I can't believe you finally managed to crack our system.
Good job by Terror early on to be able to protect themselves against that dive, but on the other side, things switch up and they lose one. So.
Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, you're right. Great reference.
The speed of it, really, because now you're. It seems like it's.
I wouldn't call Seeker a challenging wank.
If you win first point, you get first cap. You win the second one, putting the other team in a bad spot. Yeah.
All right. We should probably watch this game. Because honestly, if we want a challenging wank, we should try and wank to some of this game. Because it's not been great so far.
Target the strike, but we're basically just going through the merry-go-round right now.
All right, going all the way around. Window comes out. It's spooky. Oh, where's Terry going? He's actually just. Oh god, good boop actually from. Actually, a masterclass from Terry there, unironically. All right, Mag's gonna go down. Surely they can get the retake going now. Gonna lose on Meg. Oh, he's got a high noon. He's got a high noon. Oh, Decay misses one shot. He actually, he kills him if he doesn't miss that shot.
He will bleed down, and RunAway will claim the first flashpoint.
Now this is all about this entire map mode is about rotation.
Okay. All right, first one to RunAway. RunAway up.
Have more of an anchor tank.
RunAway up.
Get Mag in good position. Take the high ground.
Okay.
Just wait it.
It's also not quick play settings, so it's a valid vote. Just so yeah, exactly. Good point, Ninja. Kalios has gone Sig. This is okay swap. This is an okay swap too. This is a really fine swap.
Sneaky beaky like. Needing some information here from the rest of his teammates.
Genesis win that if it's quick play seconds. Profit, dropping the Overwatch League player spray. Terror Surge is good. Forces for Lamp. No other follow-up. We give a beat out too. Okay, Lee J. Gong's got a later beat. Oh, Vigilante is walking in there first. Okay, Vigi, mate. Fucking hell. It's a good beat push, though. All right. Nice and steady. Clear advantage.
On the flashpoint in their hands.
Yeah, that's just really, I mean, intelligent Lucio play. Of course, the beat's already down from the other side, so that you're going to be even no matter what. And then
Profit playing with Cloudy?
Just going to win you the fight.
What do you mean?
90% of the time. There's no way that it's not going to unless you're against a Sombra.
LG Evil playing today? Yeah, they are. LG Evil are playing.
Not a problem there. RunAway in a great position, and I think the window's got to be the next to come down and just deter them even more.
Yeah.
Overwatch League spray check.
Still a bit further behind there, 70%. His own amp matrix.
I don't understand. Is this for Robot who demonetizes our videos? Can't believe he's in chat.
It's going to be damn near final fight territory here for RunAway. Get a 2-0 lead and force Genesis into a reverse sweep situation here on.
All right, window around the corner. All right, disengage. All right, by Mag. It gets Decay as well. Well played by Mag.
Heels coming across. Profit in the meantime will get caught. So trade out here on the Cowboys.
Oh, he's weak.
Under heavy duress will eventually fall.
All right, all right, all right.
Genesis now looking to occupy it, looking to flip this back into their favor.
Can take point as well. Okay. Getting like a difficult situation.
RunAway gonna have to try to reapproach for now. Genesis will get themselves on the board.
Yeah, Kalios with the enormous kinetic grasp ended up being a raid boss with about 1,000.
Yeah, the problem is
No
Mag's
way they were
swap.
gonna die, so
We talk about his
next
counter
fight
swap meta
should
in
pretty much
tanks.
decide
The
if
problem
they
is like
move
how
this
that works for a lot
or
of
not.
teams. Is that's like,
Get
oh, they're
back
on
to
Doom, so I'll go Zarya. Then, oh, they're on Zarya, I might go Winston, or maybe I'll go
Actually, on both sides, but
Sigma,
this
or
could
I'll
be
go
one of those
Ram.
great ultimates that you
The
flush
problem with
and
Mag's
flush.
like
One of the best ways to
decision
get
tree is it's just they're playing a tank.
Approaching pretty much from the same angle.
I'll go Orisa.
No defensive ultimates available, just gonna be
And then that's the end of a tree.
Trying to keep people alive through it, perhaps.
All right, trying to force point here.
There's the pickup.
Oh, they're all behind the corner here for this flux. Not a great flux from Kali. He's getting pushed in. Mag's just pushing him around. Lamp is good. Everyone's dropping now. Zest has a pulse bomb.
Ready to go at a moment's notice. Genesis also take this into final fight territory. It's a push forward here from Kalios and Teru.
Coming through. Fuck, it's on Teru as well. Could have really done with that beat. Could have really done with that beat. And that's just it.
Coming through for RunAway.
That's just it.
With that pulse bomb, Zest has just saved them from.
I didn't even see how Zest really found that one. Feels like, yeah, Zest has sort of snaked his way into the back and just no one had any eyes on him.
Conclude the fight to make sure, so they do know that they have a 100% barrier lead. Does Genesis. Genesis actually super ahead on both support ultimates, so if they can find the correct way to set up, and it seems like they are in the perfect spot to be able to set up, then they should be able to at least get first capture, or at least win first fight.
Teru's a toaster. He's something.
So many times I see teams try to cap first, and they're
all right, coming back in. Window here for Maka. The window disengaged, going to be good again. Oh, wow, nearly good, nearly good. It was good, give or take. My mate Lee. Alright, successful first point. Now need to reverse sweep the flashpoint. But it's possible. Good thing about getting pulse bombed when you have beat is it means you get a save beat for next fight.
Yeah, and I think
they played Ilari Bap when Majid was in. I don't think it was a prepared comp. I think they just wanted to play, give Majid a run out. Getting some minutes under his belt. Okay, retake now. Beat advantage. You have to just play it coy, I think, if I'm RunAway again. Choice 1 just trying to make Mag's life hard. Trying to make money moves here. All the cooldowns have to be used now by Mag. Mag's going to be potentially a sit-in duck here. Alright, beat push. Flux is good. That's expensive though. We should kill enough people here. They're all low as well. It just seal the fight. It does feel expensive though. Yeah, it really feels expensive. It felt like the beat push was probably good enough.
A lot of commitment there, but you have to if you're Genesis. You're down 2-0 on.
Yeah, I don't know why Kalios isn't considering Ram. I don't really know how Ram Orisa like. I feel like Ram probably is better, but I don't really know if Ram's better than Orisa. Yeah, choice trace has actually been really reasonable. I think way more reasonable than Decay. Not as good as Decay's, I don't think, of course, but I think this in theory feels better for Genesis. Teru is Teru is also playing by. Why are they called Genesis and not Genesis? I don't know. Alright, pulse bomb. Oh! Boops out the lamp. The lamp dies as well. Well, both backlines are just in tatters. Teru's still alive though. Oh, Lee Jae-gong, he's 1 HP! That's alright, Teru is still alive though, so we have healing here. Teru and Choice 1. Come on! Kill him! Alright, Teru! Nice, Teru! Nice, Teru! Oh, he's back.
Yeah, really nice 2v2 work from Teru and Choice.
RunAway have been terrorized.
It was on a razor's edge from both of them, but
absolutely terrorized. Alright. Mag is now taking the Sig Mirror.
Particular map. RunAway does.
How is this the meta? Come on, this isn't the meta. Lucio, Bap, Cass, Sigma. Okay. Lee Jae-gong has the beat. Window comes out. Prophet's just dead before the beat. Gonna beat anyway. 4v5. Lee Jae-gong. Oh, that's a great lamp actually from Maka. Nice job, Maka. Mackie D's with a downtown lamp. Genesis are coming back into it. Beat advantage now for Teru.
Now built up. Choice 1 more than happy to just hold this for the next approach.
Yeah, you're always happy as Tracer to be able to hold a pulse bomb. Usually it's a
All right, coming around.
Really smart.
Kalios is going to have faster one. Oh! Fuck.
Finds his mark.
Fuck.
Recall popped.
All right, do we just give here? Yeah, just give. That's a huge one for RunAway as well, because they were actually kind of fucked in the ults, right? Because Kalios was going to have Flux and Terry was going to have beat. It was so hard for him to win that fight, but Zest has just pulled something out of nothing for him there. They still don't have great ults for this fight, though. But at least they have point control. Where are we going? Coast? Or Decay's going coast. Forces Lamp. Opening for the Flux. Opening for the Flux now. Oh! Gets his toes with a magnetic grenade. Flux to finish it. Reverse sweep is on. Kalios just... Do they have Lamp back yet? Probably not, right? Alright, he's still low. Alright, there we go. What if Prophet kills everyone, though? He's in a 1v2. Oh, that's a crazy shot. Assess is with him. Tracer 1v1.
The flip is back into their favor.
Tracer 1. Ah, he gives it. He gives it. We're gonna have a retake. That shot, that flick on the Tracer was insane. Fuck. He's so good, actually. I was worried Prophet was going to be like a Widow one trick, but turns out he'll literally click on anything on any hero.
They waited for the accretion to come out, so anything that could have stopped.
All right, one desperate retake.
And they did not get enough people in the Flux. It was only a one person, and then meanwhile, while everything was in the sky, the rest
all right.
of Genesis got taken.
Needs to get kills with his beat. Lee Jae-young doesn't have it. Heru. Us. All right, one more round. One more round. One more round. Which one haven't we done? The big open one? E? Yeah.
First week now to finish the series. RunAway, multitude of ultimates, but a world away from the point.
Oh.
Chance to be a hero.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, the previous fight should have been a lot easier. I think as soon as like that pulse bomb forced out by Choice, or sorry, as soon as Choice One's pulse bomb forces for Lamp, feels like there's a huge window for Kalios just to drop it and win it cleanly. And then maybe they have the beat for this fight as well, but still win it. Kalios has gone diva now.
Okay, trying to play this out quietly. Just creeping around. Matrix now thrown down.
It's only a flashpoint reverse sweep, even if it happens. Alright, Flux. Choice One's got two. The backline's in shambles. Teru. Maka's dead. Is it just 1v2? Yeah, he has to leave. Kalios is baby diva. Oh, he's gonna get mech. Ah, he's gonna get mech. Alright. Genesis have actually weathered the storm. Whack 3-0'd Yeti. It was not close. Alright, Mag is back on Orisa.
Genesis, they've got nothing to work with. RunAway's gonna look to set up a window.
Alright, just have to disengage this. Alright, everyone's safe. This is good. Lee Jae-young's got beat advantage as well. If I'm Genesis, if I can get beat out of him this fight, it's probably worth as well. Just stall it for ages, try and force beat. Pressure onto him. Vigilante's taken low. Jae-young has the beat now. Doesn't want to have to use it. 1-for-1. Vigilante's dead though, so there's no heals on the side of RunAway. They'll get it. Okay. Good hold from Lee Jae-young. Good hold. And now not great ults really coming back either. Alright, so it's just one retake. One retake for Genesis. Yeti's the Dong Hack team, yeah.
We're absolutely getting down to it right now. Tied up 2-2 here. Map point.
Alright, Lee Jae-young has B advantage. Kalios has bomb advantage. Probably, I don't know, you swing aggressively with hiding for this retake, try and bait the beat push. And then if they beat push, you bomb. We're gonna go all the way coast. Alright, hiding on point. We eat the spear.
Nasty chunk of damage. Deadeye widely though going to expire, but there it is. The flip back.
Get the flip. That's important. All right. Terry was 81% from beat. Oh, it's a scary flank to take to K. Just as long as Terry gets beat, we're okay. Where are we? Where are we? Where's Terry? Bomb. Oh, Kalios doesn't get mech. We don't have to commit beat here. Don't commit beat here now. Just reset. We don't have to commit beat. God, why would he commit beat?
Means that RunAway are in with a pinch. Hero cannot make it out. He gets taken down, and that's a crucial ultimate for the retake here. They knew that Legion didn't have it.
Why?
It's the saddest song in the world right there. I can only imagine that Terror thought that was the last fight, which, I mean, it very well might have been, but it only gave Terror shields.
It's gotta be! It's gotta be so unlikely he presses that button!
Right now, there is still gonna be one more fight. Pulse bomb up to Cade. There's a lot of single-digit ult charges on Genesis right now.
There are.
Alright, Decay's gone Genji. It's just a Hail Mary. Choice one and Decay's just gotta kill people. Alright, wait up a high noon, then we just gotta go kill people, eh? Terror Surge still there as well. That's gonna make Maka's life hell. Alright, one touch. Kalios touch. Maka's gonna die. Prophet's gonna clear Terror Surge back defensively. Decay's got his one. Oh my god. There's no way these teams are top 4.
Game 5. Escort to be played here at long last in Korea.
Oh.
You know, it's only been, what, 4 days of matches? So, not too big, you know. 12 matches so far. This is the 15th.
For the love of God.
I never try to mess with numbers on broadcast. It's always a good idea.
Alright, well.
Yeah, our 5th day. Yeah, this will be match 15. And we finally do see Escort coming through, which is that
all right, I'll cash it. Let's give it the next poll up. Jesus Christ.
Come into question a little bit more though, because RunAway, yes, they're pushing.
Jesus Christ.
And they close on the map that is widely going to be reliant on.
Should we get a replay? Should we get a replay going? It's got to be impossible. All right, let's break it down.
This series will be over.
All right, because we do this retake. We do really. This is a great decision, right? We hide in, we get the flip. Perfect. Now we can play slow, play for beat. Perfect. Just need to play safe. This is probably a bit risky. I really think this is quite risky from Decay, but all right. I'm gonna pocket him out of it. Kalios makes an aggressive play. Again, I feel like there's just a weird, like, I don't actually know why they're going so aggressive right now. I feel like we can just hold point and play maybe to disengage and play it slow. Yeah, I feel like all of these decisions to go aggressive just aren't really necessary from Decay and Kalios either. Then this bomb ends up being like are these guys really going to pocket Kalios through this? Like, what are we doing, if you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of fucked. So alright, so we've sort of shit the bed, but because we did a good thing first and got the flip, shitting the bed is a little bit, you know, is not as bad. And now we're gonna... Do we actually window as... Wait, when do we window? Kalios dies. Okay, then whatever the Korean word for winnable is, Maka seems to be screaming winnable with a 1 HP window. So we have a 1 HP window. Kalios is dead. Maka's dead. Decay's in trouble. Terry's just got beat. Like, he just gets beat at this moment. Kalios is dead. Maka's dead. Alright, Maka's dead. And then let's see how long it takes. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds later, we make a decision to beat. It's a solo beat as well, which really just... I mean, it doesn't make it... It's a bad beat no matter if it's a 1-man beat or a 2-man beat. But it just... it just really... really adds to the aesthetic that it's literally a 1-man beat.
The beat gets committed by Terror.
Oh, because if we don't do... Let's say we just don't do this, right? Let's just say we keep these ults. And then what's the ult situation? They have Terror Surge. They have, like, their DPS ults, but we can window for space. If they try and Terror Surge us, we can beat. Like, it's not like it's a guaranteed fight win by any means, right? In the last fight. But it's so much better. It's so much better than this situation, right? Oh. Fuck, yeah. I don't know. But it's just over. Just over. And Haagen-Dazs beat. Oh my god. Yeah. 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 Terry's mental is boomed. It's also like so horrendous as well, because what do you even say when you're the team there? You have to just try and like big it up, you know, or like not big it up, but really like play it down, because it's a shocking decision, but ultimately we saw as well, like, Kalios had a shocking decision that really led to that situation as well. Like, the reason they're 1 down in that fight is Kalios just 1v5 dives. So yeah, if you're Genesis right now, you just have to not completely shatter Teru's mental and try and, like, bring it back up. Yeah, you need to actually just pour ice cream down this poor guy's throat. Like, what's that thing called they do with geese to make foie gras? You know, where they just, like, stick the pipe down their throat and then force feed them? That's what Teru needs with ice cream right now. Just force feeding him ice cream to get him over this situation. That's the amount of ice cream to repair this amount of damage. Unfortunately. Poshest analogy on Twitter. I'm just, you know, something we can all relate to, right? Foie gras. Heck, I feel like you've, Quack? How do I say it? Quack, I feel like you've just said that every map is like, alright, I'm all in and runaway. I'm all in and runaway. Which surely means you're broke by now, because they keep trading maps. I've actually never had foie gras. I just, it's one of the more, I guess, uniquely made things. Oh, you went half in on the push. Ah. You worked in a restaurant that served it? Yeah, I've never had it. The way it's made really makes it a very unappealing thing to eat as well. Does Chris vote UKIP? Not that I know of. Isn't it illegal now? I think it might well be, yeah. Yeah, well, here's the question, Pad Sander. I agree with you that there's a top 3, a bottom 3, and RunAway and Genesis are in this, like, middle dog tier. But where are YETI in that? Are YETI still kind of... YETI is still... Are they below the dog tier? Are they in the dog tier?
I knew it wasn't going to be a 3-0, but
what did I have for breakfast? Bacon and brie sandwich.
It was going to be a 3-2 scoreline for one of these teams.
Circuit Royale.
End of it all. Circuit Royale.
YETI are the unknown, but they lost to RunAway yesterday, right? So maybe they're just fucked.
On RunAway.
The middle is Mickey Mouse. Yes, it's just... I don't know.
Yeah, do they have the...
I mean, they lost to RunAway yesterday, didn't they? Am I gaslighting myself?
Like, Circuit just feels like it's always been Sigma.
I don't think I am.
Even when the meta is completely different. So I think.
Oh no, they lost to FTG yesterday. They lost to FTG. You're right. No, yeah, that's a much more reasonable loss.
As far back as I can remember.
Yeah, so YETI losing to FTG and to WAC doesn't quite prove anything. Tomorrow's game is the indicator, right? This is YETI's chance to put them above the dog tier.
Except for the DPS lineup.
This weekend, we talked about it a bit earlier, but this weekend is actually unbelievably important for RunAway. We just talk about this tier, right, between Genesis, RunAway, and YETI for this 4th spot. RunAway play both Genesis and YETI here, so this weekend is must win for RunAway. This map is actually pivotal for the success of RunAway's like season. Well, I don't really call it a season, like for their success in this tournament. Are you a YETI head? Originally I was, but I've become decreasingly a YETI head. Let's 2x so we're in the future as well. Circuit Royale. What do you think the meta is on Circuit Royale in Korea? Are we going to a Sig mirror? Like a double flex mirror?
Step button for the last time this evening. As we get into the action and see who is going to...
You talk some wang. What?
Genesis with their first match victory.
Arissa, fuck, Sig. Now, I think everything I say is really insightful, really well thought through, and based. All right. Magarissa, Kalios, Sig. That's a Sig mirror. Sig mirror double flex. Teru's not going to be on Lucio. Teru's not going to be on Lucio. Nice, Vigi. All right. Lock in the votes. Lock in the votes.
I wonder.
I have to invent a new one, but okay.
Profit on Widow, though? Yeah, but Decay had for Widow 1v1 earlier. Decay's got him on the ropes mentally. All right, it's a double flex mirror. What a way for this series to end. What a way for this series to end. Thoughts on Circuit Royale? Terrible map. Ooh, okay.
First fights happen right here. This
All right.
is the corner of circuit where
So Prophet can really carry, and that's a good thing for RunAway. And Vigi is on Zen as well, right? So like, Vigi, really good Zen. Don't think his BAP is anything crazy, but Vigi, really good. All right. The first Widow duel, so pivotal for everyone's mental. Who's going to get the initial upper hand? All right, Zest trying to clear it. Oh! No problem for Decay. Prophet's got one back. 4v4. Oh, that's such a scary swing from Mag. They have to lamp. Grapple shot. Misses. Oh, he goes down. Oh, those lights starting to shine a little bright here. Mag in trouble. Clean up.
Now Genesis holding the line and building up ults.
Lee Jae Gong BAP. Does he know he don't do the BAP rollout, Lee Jae Gong. Just stay behind a corner. Don't do the BAP rollout.
But I mean, with the addition of Zest into this mix, you can really try to mitigate some of that. So
can you switch your pred from YETI to Genesis? No. No swapping.
Oh, jump shot for jump shot. Probably not realizing that this was actually, or Decay rather, was above him.
All right, Flux, everything available for Genesis slightly earlier here. So they can really stall this out for time. Such a painful map because of how slow it is. Window. Oh, they catch Kalios immediately. 3-2-1 window. Rock for sign. All right. D-peek for window. Prophet gets the kill. It's all falling apart. 2 for Prophet. All right. Prophet's won the first. Did he win both duels? He's killed Decay twice now, right? Prophet over Decay twice. Decay just hit that nice shot on the Genji.
Yeah, and Maka had just committed the
okay.
As well. Thinking they could pull it back, and then the headshot comes in and removes all doubt that they for sure cannot. All right, so we're probably going to get into the Flux portion of the map now, and then Transcendence has come out. The thing about Circuit Royale is it does kind of play like, you know, flowchart Overwatch in a lot of ways.
Sure.
This Flux is so early from Magnite. Didn't even lamp. Transcendence for both teams.
At this one.
All right, now we force Transcendence. Oh, Prophet again. 3-0 Prophet. 3-0 Prophet. Terry still has Transcendence. Oh! Prophet is taking over. Prophet is taking over. All right. All right.
That King's Row performance, and he is absolutely electric here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, I mean, Prophet didn't know he was going to get into a Widow fight on King's Row. Now he's prepped for it, right? Now
MN4. He's the next. We've upgraded. Choice 1 going Genji now as well.
Shots coming through from him.
That's true, MO1. That's actually not true. Blizzard won't even give me the clean feed, so I'm actually getting cucked by Blizzard at this moment. You didn't pred again? Prophet on Widow map, yeah. It's actually a great pick. A great pick from
look, the objective being pushed, so you don't have to do
from RunAway. Decay. And Choice 1 going Genji will help here. This should make Prophet's life harder, in theory. In theory, only though.
Trying to see it's going to be poolside with that enemy Widow, but nothing spotted quite just yet. Decay, I mean, he's playing such a hard.
Oh, bit laggy. What's happening? Oh, we're okay. We're okay.
Maybe scouting this a little bit here for them. As yep, it's going to go
Where's
across.
Prophet's on top.
Positioning. Now spotting him, but
4-0. 4-0.
It's dropped. Flux now being used. The Transcendence will be forced out. Zest still holding onto the blade. Dash out from Choice 1, trying to
he's rotated away. He's going to get an angle here actually as well. Zest just going to kill everyone.
Prophet is just filling the kill.
That's just it. That's just cap.
It looks like RunAway are just
we were looking like a full held potentially, and now we're on like a 3 minute 10 time bank. 3 minute 12.
I'm gonna give you guys another kill. Add your stats. I'm just gonna let you finish this one.
Decay's getting clapped. Yeah.
not the necessarily expected.
Prophet is just better. Unlosable. Now remember, one thing we know about both these teams is it's never quite unlosable for either of these teams.
And also, like, you give a ton of pressure to, or
it's circuit winnable.
The supports there who really cracked this one open, dropping the window, the Zen volume. So yeah, Decay opened it up with the first kill.
Here we go. Let's just see the Prophet highlights again. 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 Again?
Slowed down in isolation. Kefri would be calling sheep. These are just nasty shots from the side of Prophet. And I just one after the other, just nothing to be done here. And now that much more pressure on Decay.
Delete Widow.
Because this is the stage has been set, the bar has been set, and it's like, okay.
Are the shoot free spots allowed on? I'm pretty sure so. I'm pretty sure I've seen people using them before in matches.
I mean, even just finishing this map.
Yeah, he's used ult as well. Yeah.
At times. So. Yeah, like I said,
best Widow sits hands? Possibly. I mean, we don't see a whole lot of Widows these days anyway, really.
Being able to crack around that first corner.
Freeman's, yeah. The thing is, it's a super snowbally map. If you get that snowball, second's the trickiest bit. If you get that snowball on second, you can actually finish with a really fast time.
Was enormous. And then the response from Genesis was to try to bring it back and drop their own window, and that's when Prophet
started
just hitting everyone in the
mental reset Decay. You have to take down a Goliath. But it's okay. It's doable. What's Choice on Genji like? I feel like I have a clear memory of him playing Genji. I feel like I have memories of him playing Tracer mostly.
How catastrophic it would be if they happen to die in this position. Getting wiped, that basically means that A is
Let's see.
Okay, on the hunt, sending out that shot. A little bit short of it though. Okay, Mag. Taking low. Good damage. Back out on the Kaliosos.
Alright.
Corner. Prophet. Able to get that dink through.
Jukes it.
Looking for a little bit more and
aggressive swing.
Feeling it. Starting to swing out here. Back statue. See if we can find some eliminations. He's looking for the jump shot.
Decay was peeking that one back actually.
Waiting in anticipation.
Nearly got the shot. Grapple shot from Decay.
Poison trap. We'll find him.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, it's a trade. It's a trade. It's a trade. It's okay. It's an outrageous shot, but it's a it's a trade.
Will have that high ground advantage. However, now Terror getting dropped means that Genesis have to backpedal.
Alright, they actually hold strong despite the trade. Okay. That is actually outrageous. Choicer One's got another trade though. Oh, Choicer One is dragging his team back into this, mate. How does Lee Jae Gong die there, by the way? How does the BAP end up dying there? Prophet's back though, which is the main problem.
Long walk back, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them give up a little bit ground, play second corner of this horseshoe. So far,
check his BC. Yeah, we maybe should check his BC. If Kalios shifts, they win. Yeah, it's a shame, like, because even though Prophet hit the crazy shot, it was actually a fine situation for Genesis because they got the trade. Probably, if anything, better for them on balance of how the Widow duels have been going. Window around the corner, RunAway take a step back.
Swinging back around that second corner, as you said. Now answering it.
All right, window back. Everyone's out. Gal Genji out. Okay.
Time is being bought.
Mag has ult advantage here. Yeah, problem is they kind of just have to wait for these ults here. Prophet's just playing like the safer angle as well, so it's really hard. It's again a bit early from Mag. Mag needs to stop doing it round a corner. Like, don't do it round a corner. Do it where everyone can see. Alright, coming in. Genji fight on the right.
Genji spotting one another.
Alright, this flux, they're inside as well, so this one's a hard flux to kill on as well. They're still walking forward. Kind of wanting to force lamp, but I don't think so. No clear win conditions. Zest is coming bottom right now, like just a choice of one's right, yeah. No Widow kills through all of this. Okay.
Not able to find much of anything there. Pops back down with just 5 meters now.
All right.
About a minute to go here on the clock. The dashboard.
Decay's got one. Decay's got one.
Already finding an opening there. His Prophet is going to fall.
Decay can take over now. Now, just mark. Just keep an eye on Zest and we'll be okay. Terry dies with trans. Oh, Vigi's got him. Blade's coming out. Oh, there's no transcendence. Vigilante's done it. Vigilante with a pick. Oh.
It was absolutely everything. They thought they had it right, like just around the edge.
Fuck.
All the better angles.
Choice one's gone Tracer.
Better blade.
I mean, they have trans advantage now, so they can in theory just push. But it's so hard to rush stuff on Circuit Royale, and they only have 30 seconds. It might just be a full hold. They have to rush it. I don't know why Choice one's gone Tracer either. I guess with a touch, right? Yeah. Tracer's kind of still rough on his around this cap fight. Oh, all right.
Teru waiting. Still Zest occupying some of that forward space, pulls back for a moment. Amp Matrix
window. Do they transfer it? They're transferring through it. They're pushing. Trans doesn't save you from headshots.
2% left to go. Flux.
Oh, Mag's got Flux. No rock. Choice one's got Widow advantage though. They die for it.
So far, it's going to be a 2 for 2.
Oh, Decay's got one. Zest can carry. Zest and Mag to carry. Need to touch. Zest has won. Oh, he's got it. Oh no! 1v2, Choice of one. He's had to recall. He doesn't quite have pulse bomb. He needs to touch again. Oh, he's dodged everything. Oh, he touched for so long. Terry Lucio. No. Oh.
Coming into this map, we saw that it was going the distance. We saw it was Circuit Royale, and we saw the hopes and dreams of this team dwindling, given the meta.
RunAway on top.
From Prophet, from Mag on the Sigma.
RunAway on top.
Here. They get the full hold and they get the win.
Mag getting a hug. I think that was Prophet getting his hair tossle.
I don't. Well, it's like an orc. Terry's probably not the worst player in OWCS Korea. That's like, you know. But out of these top 6 teams, yeah, he's probably like on this role, yeah, he's one of the worst.
On the edge, it gives you all.
How did that? I don't even know. I can't even really see because he kills him here, right? So Decay wins for duel. Can we even see? Terry's like full HP. Where is he? Oh, he's here.
Is going to fall on the clock. The dashboard. Choice and Juan looking to try to take the fight, but Decay already finding an opening there.
Wait, hold on. We're going into the. We need to when Choice One turns his camera. All right, so we're just peeking left here, peeking into kind of nothing. What do we get hit by? Widow's dead, so we don't get hit by the Widow. Don't get hit by the Genji. So it's just like a Vigi gap then.
Finding an opening there. Prophet is going to fall. Mag now.
Yeah, I think him and Vigi just trade like orbs, but Vigi hits more. Then Vigi just finishes him.
Opening up a little bit more.
Gets right clicks. Yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it? And then he doesn't even die to the right click, but he's just like 1 HP, and then Vigi finishes it.
Mag finishing off Kalios, and now it's 45 seconds remaining. That was damn near everything expended. I mean, unfortunately.
Why even swap in main support? Well, I guess it's just a way onto the team, right? Profit player of the match. Agreeable. Show us your triangle. That's actually an Illuminati sign. I think he's telling us he's in the Illuminati.
Was just getting the better of him. I mean, really only having those head-to-heads a handful of times.
It's not a heart. That's the Illuminati. It's the Illuminati thing. Like if I put an eye in here.
You know, put in this position where it's a map.
Look, it's the Illuminati thing.
This 3rd match victory of the season so far. He absolutely.
It's actually a heart. No, it's the Illuminati thing.
I will say, we were all
you guys wouldn't know because you're not in the Illuminati.
We're going to be able to turn around. I think Zest had a wonderful performance from the outset.
It's Echo Beam. No, it's the Illuminati.
Just looked really critical in those opening matches, especially. But then
that's the best of spades.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our questions
nobody sees France.
You know, because Mag's best hero so far has been Orisa by a mile.
Might check my glasses after today.
It's just that they made choices to get off of the Sigma.
Look, I know when I see France and I know when I don't see France.
That's it. If the other Sigma, if you win accretion and then you get dash to and you get orbs, like there's any mistake you make on Sigma on those corners is going to cost your team that fight, or at least that corner. And played rock.
Look, I'll find it for you. Let's see.
So some questions answered about Mag as far as the Orisas.
Illuminati
Sigma look good,
images.
Prophet, I mean,
it's the same, no? Let me get
really good, but it's.
See? 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 Tell me I'm wrong. Now you think it's a heart? You think it's not a heart?
Able to hold this high ground here and slink away. There are a lot of fights that you figure they shouldn't have been able to win.
Well, exactly. That's fine. Conspiracy theorists making connections from absolutely nothing. I don't see that. I mean, that's true, but I don't know why it's relevant to what we're talking about here, Tablecloth.
Yeah. Just shutting down the case jump shot was
you see a burger? You might just need lunch.
There's just plenty of things to work through first, so We'll get through that.
Do you say that about every single triangle you see? Yeah, I do.
Here we go.
Just every time I see a triangle, that's the Illuminati sign.
Yeah. Just a couple of
Illuminati as next guest on Uncoachable. Yep.
Have vision on him. But now it is time for our POTM interview, so we'll hand it back over to Quest one last time here.
All right. Let's go speak to the mate. So last time we spoke to Prophet, he looked like he had had enough and wanted to end his life after beating SPG. Let's see if he's happier today. Hopefully he's happier today.
We are back with RunAway's Prophet.
러너웨이가 가져갔습니다. 순위 축하드립니다.
Obviously a nail biter series between RunAway and Genesis.
러너웨이의 POTM을 받으신 프로페 선수와
Not too much
이야기
happier.
나눠보도록
Not too much
할게요.
happier.
자,
Little
오늘
bit.
승리 소감 들어볼까요? 정말
Can you tell us about your match victory today? It's a five map series. Obviously a nail biting one, and it was a hard one, hard fought one. So it was really fun.
알겠습니다. 자, 끝날 때까지 끝난 게 아니었죠. 1세트
It's not over until it's over.
2, 3세트 약간의 고전이 있었지만 4세트, 5세트
Rest in bitch face? Yeah, possibly. I think he might do.
Obviously a nail biter series, and she's asked that has your hands warmed up, and Prophet says yes. What were some of the calls that were talked about?
자, 4세트만 이기면 5세트 이겨준다고 하고 들어갔거든요.
I said that as long as we can win map 4, I will carry this team in map 5.
Oh, Big Balls Prophet. Just get us to map 5. I'll win chicken for us, guys. I'll win Circuit Royale. You just get us there.
Widowmaker in map 5.
말을 계속해서 반복했는데 제가 아까
she
인터뷰
kept asking,
전에
how does he do it?
보여요라고 물어봤거든요. 정말 보이나요?
This is the hardest part of the match for him.
His targets?
마음의 눈으로 봐야 되나요? 어떻게 해야 그렇게 볼 수 있을까요?
What is the secret behind such incredible aim?
Wait, the secret.
And Prophet says you just have to look through the mind's eye.
Look through the mind's eye. He is in the Illuminati. I knew it. Mind's eye. Mind's eye. Guys, I was right.
캐서디로 어제 POTM을 받으셨는데 오늘
Cassidy. His performance on Cassidy is what received him the POTM.
평소만큼 하지 않았나 생각합니다.
And so how does he compare the two performances between yesterday and today? And he says that I think I just played at my normal level. What is your favorite hero, Prophet? And Prophet says Widowmaker.
Oh, I might have guessed that.
And will you be able to show a better performance for the fans if the Widow comes into the meta more? And he says yes. And says, please say thank you to the fans. Thank you for cheering us on, even though the series went to map 5, and we'll come back stronger for the next match. And that was the interview between
Thank you, Prophet.
with RunAway's Prophet.
So remember you can see World Cup VODs?
Back to the casters.
I mean, VODs will just be on the Blizzard YouTube, but I don't know, what replays would be dead forever. You're not a big watcher of Pro Overwatch, but I watch here and there. Are these tournaments only going to be Korean teams for the future, or they'll make mixed team tournaments? So yeah, so what's happening right now is there's 5 regional tournaments: Korea, Pacific, Japan, Europe, and North America, or EMEA and North America, I should say. They're going to have, in Korea and Japan, it's like 2 tournaments or 1 tournament for a couple of months, and then there'll be 2 tournaments, just regionals in Europe and America respectively, and then there'll be a major in, I want to say May, the major, there's a joke there somewhere, which will be an international event of the top teams from each of the regionals.
It's going to be a highlight reel.
Are you covering EMEA NA later? I'm doing EMEA for sure, and I'll do a little bit of NA.
Over YETI.
I'll do my Toronto-based responsibilities. But yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll come on like maybe an hour before the start time of Europe, and we'll watch some replays from yesterday. Maybe that seems like a reasonable way to go about it. You'd be so litty at the Illuminati rituals. I think it's stuff like that is why you're not in the Illuminati. Do we know the exact schedule regarding the teams for, like, for tonight's games, you mean? Yeah, tonight's games are locked in, I think. starting at. So this is the first one. My times are in GMT, so CET is just +1. Yeah, no problem, Grillim. Yeah. Hopefully, it's like this is like a new era. You know, it's like not better, not worse, but just different. But yeah, so Twisted Mind versus Peps first. Then Left Right Good Night against Spray Check. Rock versus Sheer Cold. And then the last game... Wait, is this the last game or did I make it up? No, it's tomorrow's game. Fuck. Maybe are there not good games today? Is this game the best game? Peps v Twisted Minds? Yeah, it's only a free day, isn't it? Free a day now. So weird seeing Pokerface 5th over Yeti. Fuck. Oh yeah, let's get a refresh going. Can we watch the United game on stream? I feel like it's not super against... or it's not super... Twitch terms of service wouldn't be super on board with that. Are we winning? I can look at the score, though. Are we winning? All right, we're winning! Not too bad. We're back. We're back. We're going to win the league, I think. Think we're winning the league. Yeah, why did we have a different person take each penalty? Any watchers figure that one out? Why is one penalty taken by Bruno, our normal penalty taker, and the second one was taken by Marcus, not our normal penalty taker? Surely this isn't the real formation. You know, I was actually thinking this, though. This is going to sound like cope because I'm saying it in hindsight now. But after Højlund got injured, I actually thought, rather than putting Marcus Rashford up top, who doesn't fit the role, is it crazy to just put Scott there? Like, Scott McTominay's he's our top scorer. I actually thought it wouldn't be crazy just to play Scott McTominay up front, because at least he fits the profile of how, like, Ten Hag wants to play. And he's a goal scorer, right, ultimately, in, like, a weird way. Or, like, in at least not a way that most people would expect. So I'm actually... Even though I think it's probably more like this, right? This is actually closer to the formation with Bruno playing just behind Scott. I feel like I don't normally use their first names, but I'm using their first names to impress you like I know them. Where are we? So that was all the career games. So what do I do now? Let me think. Preds for tonight. Yeah, we should do Preds for tonight. Yeah, let's do Preds and then sleep. No, I actually had a full night's sleep last night, feeling rested and recovered. You saw Nanny riding his bike once, basically best friends. Do a backflip? Fuck. Is NA Games better? I think the answer might be no. It's 1 PM. Yeah, what are you... you want me to go to sleep at 1 PM? How long have you been awake, Artemis? I think you're the one losing the plot here. Alright, let me get some more daylight on the go. I feel like I'm not getting flashbanged anymore. The clouds are out, so we can have more natural light. You're ill, you have an excuse. Okay. Alright, so... let's think about this. Let's do thinking. So, thinking is... oh, wait, I need to check something first. Let me do a check before I do thinking. Hold on. Let me send a message before I do thinking. Hold on, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out uncoachable. Frio. Let's see. Midnight Hearing is so much to watch still. Yeah. Why are they Boobo now? Are you not allowed Overwatch League in your name? Yeah. No owls allowed. All right, yeah, let's do predictions, and then I'll shut down the stream for a bit, and we'll be back probably about an hour before Europe. That's the current running plan. They hate owls? Yeah, they have fucking hate them. That's what they said exactly. Why not play Overwatch after Preds? Can we get OWCS spray check? All right. So Twisted Mind versus Peps. Did anyone see what Twisted Minds played yesterday? Or no, what Peps played yesterday? Who played for Peps? Hybrid played, right? And Hybrid's going to play Doom? Yeah, was it Hybrid Doom the whole time? Yeah, Hybrid Stelios. I actually thought I watched a Pep scrim the other day, and Stelios actually went kind of hard. So I'm actually a bit of a stellar head, I think. Why a spray check still called spray check? Why not? Why not, eh? I feel like Pep's actually making us close. This might be the closest game of the day. I think like a 3-1 or something. I think like Twisted Mind's hard win the Ram Mirror. But maybe like the Doom... I think the Doom stuff is actually like a nicer matchup to take versus Peps than taking any kind of mirror. Cloudy said wait for the org to announce. But what org? Spray check versus left right good night. Apparently left right good night are actually alright. Yeah, I don't know what org is. Nah, I don't know if it's that org. It might be... Don't know. Maybe it's Luminosity again. Luminosities have two teams, right? There was an LG and an LG Evil. This is... Right? This is LG Evil. They're going to be LG Evil again. This one... I actually think this one is like... This one's close as well, I think. I think they were... Maybe just 3-1 category. This one... Fuck. Do I go 3-1 again? Do I genuinely think these are all going to be true? Let me think, because I feel like I've just written the same result 3 times and feel like I'm kind of trolling as a result, surely. Surely I have a more interesting thought on the go. Let me think. I think left... okay. Maybe it's actually something like this. This is... Maybe Pep's take a map, but probably not. Maybe left right get good night take a map, or maybe not. I think this one is the dog. This one is like... This is like one... Yeah, this one's maybe the dog fight. Most decisive prediction. Yeah, just... I don't know, like I sort of like... I can see the logic. There's part of me that's like, oh, well, Peps are going to play Doom, and therefore if Peps are going to play Doom, does that mean that in fact... Oh, it's a bad matchup for Twisted Minds? And I think... I do believe that. But I also think Twisted Minds are just really ahead on quality. So I don't know. Maybe if Hybrid can do loads, they can take a map, but it probably still feels unlikely. Same with Left Right Good Night. I think they're really good, but ultimately are they just not as good as Spray Check? And are we playing similar comps? You think Sheer Cold easily 3-0? Rock beat Twisted? How do they lose a map? What do you mean, sorry? Oh, the Saudi E-League one was 1-1, and then they had to... The match was... There was a protest from Twisted Mice. Rock beat Twisted yesterday? What? Did they play in what? 3-1 clean and fair? Yeah, but what do you mean they beat him 3-1? Where did they play? I thought they didn't. I thought Rock and Twisted both skipped this part of Saudi League. Gaslighting? Oh, base. They played at Starlight's friend's house. Yeah, I actually don't know like Starlight's friend, so surely they know how to play. Well, I'm pretty sure they. No, I don't think they do at all, Cuba. I think, from what I understand, they just started playing Doom themselves in Korea, and that's why the scrims started getting closer. They thought the RAM was unplayable into Doom, which is why they tried that meta for so long. So I don't think they're very good at playing into Doom at all. But I think they also just have a big quality gap on Peps. You know? So I think, as much as like the matchup is probably favourable to Peps, maybe Peps take a map. I can really see that. But unless like Hybrid and Stelios can really go crazy, I don't think so. Because they'll just go Moira, right? Like, Slay will just go Moira and Kellex, and they'll just become hard to kill. So even if you're playing well, they're still hard to kill. So yeah. Will Ben Best be able to play? I don't think Ben's playing. I'm not sure, to be fair. I might be wrong, but if he didn't play yesterday, I don't know if he'll play today. Yeah, I mean, even if they can't force... Like, I think it's really possible they'd lose it. Would they even lose it to Mirror to Peps? I don't even know if that's true. Team on your scrim EU? It could be... Yeah. In theory, yeah, but I think it's like that's like a long-term disadvantage and anything that'll make like a huge difference at this point in time. Then Spray Check versus Left Right Good Night. Yeah, I think it's just Left Right Good Night are good, but don't know. I just can't see it, right? They'll just be playing similar comps. I feel like all the strengths Left Right Good Night have, Spray Check just have the same strengths but better. Like, oh, Ramon's pretty good at Tracer, right? Yeah, but Kev's better. Oh, Lethal's pretty good at a pretty good hit scan, right? Yeah. Oh, but Kai's better. Oh, Ariel's pretty good at Ram, right? Yeah. Oh, but Vesla might be better. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I feel like there's just a lot of situations like that, right? Where you go, oh, yeah. So I don't think so, really. You think, oh yeah, pull a loser's run? They got to get past Bingers first. But then Rock versus Sheer Cold. I feel like Rock is just... Rock on paper should 3-0 this, but I feel like Rock is the shakiest of these top teams at the moment. So maybe that's the one for like biggest upset potential. But maybe it's just not a problem. You know, maybe it's just like, well, they're just going to play like Checkmate on Tracer and TVNT will play Ram or Diva or something and it'll be alright. Yeah, Left Right Good Night are on ping. But even if they weren't on ping, I think I'd still feel the same way. Admiral versus a retired plumber? True. Could be an outrageous Lucio gap now pulls them through. I don't know how hard. I don't know exactly how hard you have to gap on Lucio to carry in a sort of Ram mirror. But I think the gap is... You'd have to gap severely hard. I don't know if it's possible. You put Admiral on Doom and that'll solve the problems. But who plays Lucio then? Ariel? Kuffa Lucio? You don't know what's happening to LFO? Oh, should we watch that game? Oh, maybe not right now. Maybe I want to have lunch. Maybe we'll do it beforehand. No, players aren't allowed to stream their POV anymore, I don't think, now the official broadcast has started. It's like full BM, really, isn't it? Like, like obviously, like, Chris's tweet. What? Our Chris? Let me get rid of my pen. Yeah, because this is bullshit. Let me read Chris's tweet. So, because I think like even just principally, I think I was, before you told me Chris had tweeted it, I probably think I was going to say something not too dissimilar. Now, it's just really shit that because yesterday, they don't even stream the broadcast. So they really rely on the players to carry the boat, as my friend Dave Goggins would say. So the players be carrying the boat, and then they just say, well, now the official broadcast starts, you can't do it at all. Fuck you, it's over. So yeah, let's talk through it point by point, because I think there's some other stuff to this as well. So let's see. Blizzard last night announced players are no longer able to stream their POV. I don't know if it was it really was it late last night? I don't know. No, actually, yeah, no, it must be, yeah, okay, so, okay. Yeah, I've remembered something else now that is relevant to this, but we'll get to it when we get to it. So Blizzard last night announced, I think it's a massive mistake and move backwards, a lot of fun watching all of this stuff. Yep, all agree, it's a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to co-stream. Even watching the watchers is quite a lot of fun, you know, from me when I did like the EU1 and I watched the watchers, I thought it was really good. I had a good time sort of doing that Gillette Soccer Saturday one. So, okay, my guess is that it's easier for Blizzard to do sponsorship if everything goes through the main broadcast via clean feeds, blah, blah, blah. However, I strongly feel that we should find a workaround for this. So this is interesting, because originally there was a workaround. So what there originally is there was like, to co-stream the games, you had to do a co-streaming application, right? And on this co-streaming application, there was a bunch of stuff, right? You're just filling your details, your channel, your name, your whatever. But then there was also a box to tick for clean feed, if you wanted a clean feed. And there was also something about an asset pack. Like a asset pack. Asset pack. Alright, and this is, I think it's probably still there about the asset pack. And the rules were, if you're a co-streamer, so you're just like a person like me who's not playing in the game but might just want to co-stream the game, you don't have to use the asset pack, which is just like a series of official graphics and stuff. So I was like, oh, okay. I think I'd use some of it, you know. It'd be nice to have the official graphics and stuff. It'd be a nice thing to add to the stream. Can I have the asset pack? But I was like, if I don't get it in time, it's not the end of the world. But for players, it was mandatory to have the asset pack. If you were a player streaming your POV, it was meant to be mandatory you have this asset pack. But I don't think it's available yet, from what I know. But then, obviously, if you say we have to have this mandatory asset pack to stream player POVs, it sounds like your plan is to stream player POVs. So, I guess so. It just feel like a last minute change, and I don't know why. X approves women in music. Do I? Oh, yeah, I guess I do. Yeah, these are actually my real trends. So you're gonna have to Manchester United ones. Yeah. Let's see. So watching OWCS for each player's POV as they win or lose has, in my eyes, been most enjoyable. Blah blah blah. Hearing and seeing the fun and banter emotions. Yep. All agree. I also think that's a bit disruptive for players, and it's big off-season players of stream scrims and Swiss stage, keeping interest in Overwatch Live, where Blizzard's largely been hands-off during this time. Scary sports means to learn from mistakes I've had too difficult to follow, and there is no amount of excellent casting or observing work that can change this. Now we have almost no lands being one of the first esports to showcase through player team PvP. It's a great way to build, rebuild esports, help create brands, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, agree with all of it, really, ultimately. Oh, yeah, the codes are in a document, yeah. You called Garnacho an asset. Yeah, no, agree with all of it. I think it does seem like a last-minute change, and it also does feel... It does feel disrespectful. Like, why can't they stream it? Is there anything kicking... Do people kick off in the Discord? Let's see. I still never really kicks off in the Discord. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's not allowed. Like, because... Yeah, live POV. I mean, I guess if you're available to watch, sure. Turns out it's in retaliation to people protesting that teams being banned. What do you mean, Artemis? You mean like the disqualifications? You want to know what Kira does? Fuck's sake. There you go. All right. Get your own Twitter. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with the sentiment of Chris, really. I don't understand why they can't just do both. Like, what does it lose to Blizzard, right? Because the thing is, I don't know about you guys when you do this. You got a foreign retweet? Let's see. View post engagements. Reposts. Where is it? Is that quote? Can't find. Are you gaslighting me? Retweet. Oh, okay. Okay. The easiest way to check is actually through foreigns. I don't know why I say check. I'll just bring it up. There it is. There we go. You look like Saitama? Don't know who that is. Probably some kind of male model. Yeah, well, the thing is, I always figure that really what happens is... like, when you guys watch a bold person, thank you. But when you watch, like, when you guys watch the official broadcast, you know, or when you watch a co-stream, do you not just have both open? Like, just two tabs? I feel like that's what I always do. It's like, quite often, I'll have the official broadcast open, and then I'll just have another tab of something open. So it's, I don't know, I feel like half the time it doesn't even actually impact the viewership or anything, or what will actually be happened. Yeah, I mean, also it feels like it's also just like, I do, so you get the rewards for watching the code stream. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like it won't actually affect the numbers. And also, even if people are watching through the code streams, right, there's like, because if I'm this, let's not watch the Xabi Alonso video now. But if I'm this, if I'm on YouTube, and let's say I'm OWCS and I'm sponsored by Samson Odyssey, to pick a random example, right? And I show Samson Odyssey on the screen. It's going to be on all the co-streamer streams as well, right? Like, when we were watching Korea, we all watched adverts for the Samson Odyssey on this stream, essentially, right? Because it played while we were waiting and stuff. So we all saw the adverts as well. So it's not like the advertisers in theory aren't getting the same sponsorships. You thought the ads were maybe going to be part of the asset pack? Yeah, that's true. Like, it's the same thing I have for, like, where is it? If I go to my Toronto one, like, I just have this, right? It's hard for me to draw because but I just have something like this, right? Where, why can't we just give this to the players? You know, like, just something like this, then there's, like, adverts on... There's actually... You'll probably get more advertisements than anything else, right? If you add up, like the total number of viewers and all of this, you'll probably get more. You don't know why we're surprised? I mean, we're surprised because the original co-streaming thing, like, I'm probably even still apply for it, right? Let me find it. Where are we going? Where are we going? Co-streaming. I think the big element of the surprise is that they said the implication was very much it was fine. Let's check now we've not missed anything. Alright, streaming guidelines. Is it this one? Because then I feel like it was something about the asset pack. Streaming guidelines, good standing, yep. Alright, no having minors on, cool. No harassment. Cool. No promoting religious or political views. I mean, we barely discussed the Illuminati, so it's fine. Where is it? Don't know. I feel like all of this stuff suggests it's just fine, right? Oh yeah, here we go. Media kit guidelines. To support co-hosts in creating a compelling, consistent viewing experience for co-stream, Overwatch League may, upon request, provide co-stream hosts with access to approved logos, branding materials, and an overlay package, collectively the co-stream media kit, for use in connection with the co-stream belief. The use of a media kit is encouraged but optional. Co-stream hosts who opt to use the co-stream kit must comply, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so if you put all of this stuff on a player's POV, does it not work? Where is it? Hold on. Did I scroll past it? You find it, Toby? I knew there was something in here that specifically referred to players. Up a tad. Wait, if I just search min, will I find... Oh, wait. I'll just search select. Here we go. Co-streaming hosted by a player in OWCS must have a 2-minute delay. Co-stream using a clean feed must have 2-minute delay, right? Yeah, I mean, I think to be fair, if you say to the players or co-streamers, like, if you say, hey, you're fine to co-stream, but here's a media kit that you have to use. You have to use these assets on stream. Would anyone have said no? Oh yeah, co-streaming hosted by a player in an event must utilize the media kit. For others, for co-streams of a media kit. Yeah, but exactly. So if a media kit was mandatory anyway, that's fine. But to be honest, I didn't watch any of the streams last night because I took some personal time. But did any of the players have a media kit on or have any sort of official branding on their streams? Like whoever was streaming, like Vess or Astro or Massa? Did any of them have a media kit stuff? Not that you could see, yeah. Well, the problem is almost the entire point would be so you could see it, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was given to him either. So I don't know really. It feels like there's an element of fumble here. So I don't know why, because all of this stuff, I guess, is like why it comes as a surprise. I guess to for a long-winded answer to the question, because it really felt like all this stuff was in place for this, you know, to set up the players with co-stream. So I don't really know why it's been yoinked away at the last second. Like, again, I don't know what the precedent is in other games, but I feel like, I guess the problem is in a lot of other games, when it gets to the big tournament games, like the high stakes matches, they're all at LAN, right? So nobody's going to co-stream, none of the players are going to stream their POV from LAN. But because we're a mostly online game, unfortunately, Fortnite doesn't have LAN and they all stream their POVs. Okay, yeah, that's probably a good example. Because all the ones I'm thinking of, like Valorant or CS or League, it's all like LAN play, so it's kind of impossible for any one of the players to stream. But yeah, why not? If you're playing anyway. Same with Apex. Yeah. So I don't get why it's why the change. Don't know. When they said they announced it, was it like a public announcement, or was it just a announce it on the private Discord announcement? Discord? Oh, okay. Yeah. Don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's just shitty. I just see why. Like, why not? Like, not to get into the whole thing again, or like for like financial viability of Overwatch, but like it's obviously less financially viable than it once was. So an ability to like supplement your income with, say, a stream or something is a great thing for players. You know. You telling me somebody's mad? You know, like, do you not think it's helpful for if you're like, maybe if you're one on like the full salary teams or something, it's not the end of the world. But if you're on something like Peps or Left Right Good Night or Sheer Cold, or, you know, is streaming your POV not actually going to be like a decent supplementary thing? Even if you're on some of these players' full-time contracts, right? You have to bear in mind, even some of the players on full-time contracts are on like 2,000 a month or something, right? Which is pretty good money, but not really, right? Like, it's pretty good money for Overwatch, but in the real world, it's not crazy money at all. It's just like, you know, you could quite easily make that money doing something probably a bit less time consuming, a bit less stressful. So the idea of making extra money while you do it seems really reasonable. Should we do the math? Okay, let's see. USD to GBP. So then it's like 2,000. And what's 2,000 times 12? 24. Someone check the math. So 18,000. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what minimum wage UK. Minimum. But I'm pretty sure it is. Minimum annual wage UK. If you're currently working, yeah, 18,964. 80. Yeah, it's like 300. It's like £300 below minimum wage. Yeah, was this pre-tax or post-tax? I think this is pre-tax as well, to be fair. But yeah, so unless you're on like one of the really fortunate orgs, you're even like a top salary now is about minimum wage. So it's really reasonable. Yeah. And obviously bear in mind, that's just for the UK. I'm sure if you do like some of these places, like I'm pretty sure like Finland, Sweden, Norway, all have like, it's all more expensive to live in those countries, right? So the minimum wage is presumably higher because of that as well. So it wouldn't translate very well to there either. So I don't know. Yeah, it feels really restrictive. If you're in Poland or another recent, it might. Yeah, I guess it does go the other way too, right? But also bear in mind, what about like North America, right? What's the minimum wage? I guess it varies state to state, right? Minimum wage. America? Minimum annual wage, America. Okay, I guess it's like above this then. But this also feels outrageously low. But it's different in each state, right? Yeah. So like, because in LA, it's almost like it's like 60 or something. I think 60 or something is like way higher than this. But obviously Cali, one of the like premium ones. But either way, right? It doesn't. I feel like it is minimum annual wage. Los Angeles. I should type in California, really. Yeah, 66,000 a year. Because we actually, well, not me specifically, but because we were based in LA, we had to be above the Overwatch League minimum salary because the minimum salary in the state of California is actually higher than the minimum wage in Overwatch League was. So if you were an LA-based team and they were actually going to put you in LA, you got a slight bump above the minimum. Get in the bag. Well, because I was technically remote, I did not get the bump. No bump for me. But I didn't have to spend the whole time in LA. So maybe, who won really? Probably not my bank account. I didn't notice, but just went back and Terry was crying his eyes out on stage after the match. Oh, really? That's sad. Doesn't get the bump. Oh, yeah, that is sad. Actually, I'm not going to replay it. Yeah. If you did cry, of course, like it's understandable. It's like a real. Just have back-to-back moments like that, map after map. It's really painful. You have to bear in mind, even though they're really bad mistakes, that if they keep the beat, they're in a way better situation on New Junk City. But that fight is even at best. Similarly, if he keeps the Transcendence and they win that fight on Circuit Royale, they cap first point, but they got 3-minute time banked. It's not like it was right there to make the series. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like if those two things didn't happen. Like, they were definitely like bad mistakes, but if they didn't happen, it's not like, Genesis 100% win the series, you know? Like, there was still a lot of stuff to happen either way. But yeah. You think the Blizzard side problem is they aren't paid to think for the players, paid to keep their own jobs? Well, it just feels a little bit, to me it feels a little bit chaotic right now. In terms of the Blizzard stuff. Stuff just seems to be changing all the time, or like slightly different and when it's announced and all of this. Like, even with the clean feed, like, I don't know, not to, like, get really egotistical, but surely my stream's, like, substantial enough of a clean feed. You know, surely I can get that premium access, but it's just, it's been very slow coming. It's not really coming at all. Or I don't know if I'll have it for tonight, for example, you know? But I feel like I've done enough streaming over the last 2 weeks to, like, qualify, surely, to get that bump up, but I guess not. Guess not. I mean, I'm sure it'll get fixed eventually, but I've personally have at least found it quite tricky, I guess, or like quite slow and unresponsive. So my guess would, my real guess to why that happens is that there's just not enough people to essentially respond to all the queries as quickly as maybe they would like. Is there a stream replay to watch? I might watch some of them later before my thing, but you can go to... Let me link it. If you just want to watch the replays yourself earlier, you can watch... They should all be on there, I think. Where's my thing? Yeah, they're all on here. You're so diplomatic. Well, I can see it from both sides, right? Because the thing is here, who are we actually mad at? Right? Because I've worked plenty of, like, jobs where I work in customer service or I work in an office, and I know it's a horrendous fucking service we're providing in the sense that, like, response times are fucked and all of this. And is that really the fault of the, like, actual admins? Or who's actually making the decisions, right? There's like a right person to be mad at here. Like, even when the disqualification stuff was happening and people were just having to go at the fucking admins, I was like, do you think it's really fucking Trev who banned Russia? Do you think it's just Trev or Pizza or Manny or whoever who banned Russia? Or do you think it's Blizzard's legal team? Like, who are we? Yeah. You know, like, there's like a right people and wrong people to be mad at, you know? And I think there's, like, it's important to get at things right when we're, like, mad at Blizzard. You said rules at players, it's only regarding the Swiss? And what's this co-stream thing for then? Because this is for the whole event now. Oh, was it always for rules then? Oh. Are we the clients after all? Fuck. Was it always in the rules? What is it in the official rulebook? Yeah, they're kind of two different things, but they're sometimes... The co-stream is used interchangeably to describe both things you need to, which I think is probably where some of the confusions are. If I just skim this for player, what do I get? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, co-streams hosted by players. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You get him screamed at for a price of alcohol. Yeah, same. I used to work at the cinema. People would come out of the cinema. I was a supervisor. Big deal, I know. Try not to be too impressed. But people would come out of the cinema and then complain to me and ask for a refund because they didn't like the film. They didn't like the film, so they would complain to me and ask me if I could give them their money back because they didn't like the film they had just watched. They would have watched the entire film, all like 2 hours plus of it, and gone, I didn't like that film. Can I have my money back? And I'll be like, you know, we didn't make the film here. This cinema here, we didn't make the film. I didn't. That's not me in it. That's Tom. I know we look similar, but that's Tom Cruise. That's Tom Cruise. That's not me. So does this mean that players can't co-stream other matches while they're not playing, or does it mean they can't stream a PvP during their own games? Yeah, only POV during Swiss. So they should, if they just want to be a co-streamer otherwise, you know what I mean? Like, let's say, for example, I'm a European player, I play my games in Europe, and then I hop on my stream afterwards to watch the remaining games and watch North America. That's fine. You'd still have to apply for the co-streamer thing, but I think that's fine. So I guess it's always been in the rules then. which I think probably takes the edge off. Like, if we go back to Chris's thing, it probably takes the edge off, like, the announcing it last night type thing. But it doesn't change all of this other stuff. You know, it means that, like, announcing it last night is, like, not a fair criticism. But all the other stuff is a fair criticism. About, like, well, isn't it good? Isn't it better? Would it not be helpful for players to have this access? And also, you know, given how much you're going to rely on them at these stages, because you have to remember, as much as the fact that the Friday games weren't broadcast was only announced after Swiss ended, right? Yeah, they were advertising player PVs in the Discord yesterday too. Well, this is what because I think originally, everyone's original assumption was all of groups was being streamed. But they didn't even announce that. Like, if you think, like, I imagine lots of us here in this chat probably have, like, the inside scoop a little bit, or who are on teams or who are aware of this already. But they only announced the Friday games not being streamed officially, like, the day before, right? On their Twitter and stuff. If we get the timeline right, it was only the day before. I watched Esports. There are no games next Friday. No games next Friday, just Saturday and Sunday games. Because where is it? It'll be before all this, right? When we're approaching it all. I've gone past it. I might be an idiot. Might be an idiot. It's this one, right? Is there talk of a players' union? None of the teams are locked in. I mean, the problem with this qualification system is it actually really works against having a players' union or anything like that. And the thing is, like, if we're being honest, is anyone going to actually fucking do it? Right? Like, no one's going to create a union, are they? I don't mean to be, like, the downer on it all, but, I mean, are they? Right? Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know what the contender strike was. I was obviously too big a deal. I'm not saying Union Buster X. Maybe what I'm actually I'm trying to bait someone to spite make a union. Don't know. My honest take, and maybe, hopefully someone will prove me wrong, but I don't think I will be proved wrong, is I don't think anyone already have, like, that much about them to make a players union type thing, because it also costs money to have a players union, right? Because you actually have to actually exist as a union. It's not just like, you don't just start a Discord server. Like, you can't just start a Discord server called Players Union and then you never have a Discord server. Well, who's paying union? Yeah, well, normally, like, normally you sign up to pay a union, and then the union uses that money to make sure it has all, like, legal practices and lawyers and stuff ready to fight for rights and negotiate rights for players. Yeah, I don't disagree with the concept of a union, and that's a good idea. But it just feels like I would be so surprised if someone sets it up, right? I'd be so surprised. You pay the dues, yeah, then if anything was to go wrong or you were to be unfairly treated or unfairly dismissed, then that's where obviously being part of a union becomes, like, a big help for you, because they'll give you a lot of support in that thing. Yeah, like, this isn't an argument against union. This isn't an argument, to be clear, this isn't an argument against unions. This is me saying I think it's really unlikely anyone in Europe, anyone in Overwatch will bother. That's more of my take than an anti-union stance. Yeah, I don't disagree. Don't disagree, Lord Denning. I'm just saying that's actually, is what you're saying not been true this entire time in Overwatch, though? The original players in Overwatch League had to sign outrageous contracts in terms of like limitations and stuff. A player union would have been great then. And back then, or even like while Overwatch League was running, everyone in Overwatch League made enough money to contribute to a union. It actually would have been a really good time to start a union in theory. Liberal, I'm not, this isn't an anti-union thing, I'm just saying. I don't think anyone would do it. I don't think there's anyone who's willing to put the work in or figure it out or even provide for funding. Don't forget, but if you want to like make a union to actually have it be worthwhile, it has to sort of operate as a business. So yeah, this is a bit of a mystery, and this is probably something like a fair criticism that's been labeled or leveled against Blizzard as well, is about why don't they want player POVs? Might put us away from the stream. So what's the actual like argument for why these things are? Surprised you didn't have traction now. Yeah, I think like because there was that original. I feel like this story's told before, but the original Overwatch League contracts were really, I don't know words, over the top. Should I just go to cam now? I feel like I'm just got background for no reason. Where am I going? Yeah, the original Overwatch League contracts, they were all forced to sign and agree to the rules. Like, there was a big Blizzard, like, player conference thing, or, like, player welcome day, or whatever it was called, before Overwatch League started, because it was all in LA, so literally all of the teams, all the players in one place. So they had, like, a big day of, like, here's what you need to know, blah, 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 blah. And then they were all given a list of rules to sign this big conference rule. Like, I think it was literally every player in Season 1 Overwatch League. They were all given, like, the player agreement, or whatever you want to call it. And then they all read this contract, and it contained lots of things that seemed really over the top compared to normal contracts or anything. It seemed really, really aggressive in terms of the length of term, in terms of, like, the access it would give to your player rights and all of this. So a lot of the players were pretty hesitant and said, well, maybe there should be some sort of players union, or should we sort something else out, or can we just go away and check it first, or like, can I maybe go find some legal advice to speak to before I sign all this, because it seems quite heavy-handed. I'm not sure about this bit, that, but you know, all reasonable questions to say, can I have somebody else look at this or do this before I sign it? And then the message from Overwatch League was basically that if you had sort of left the room without signing it, you wouldn't be able to play in Overwatch League that season, so everyone signed it. I don't know if that's my recollection of the story, but it was something like that. It was something like really heavy-handed. I feel like maybe it's like a Richard Lewis story before, but I don't like exactly quote it, but it was something like that, right? Where there was an element of pressure put on all these teams to actually sign it. But that's the exact sort of thing you should want a players' union for. But even after something like that, there's no players' union. Well, yeah, they're all just like kids with like their first thing, so they're just getting pressured into it. Yeah, I think it is vaguely illegal. I can't remember. I feel like it's on like a story Richard Lewis tells on one of these videos about Overwatch. But I feel like I've heard it ages ago. Richard Lewis? Yeah. Will you become esports like Jane? No. No, I think I'm good. Yeah, he has a reputation for blocking people, but I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the Overwatch community has like my impression is the Overwatch community has a weird relationship with Richard Lewis, but I've always found his content to be pretty good, pretty accurate. And he seems to be the only person saying half of the stuff he's saying, so yeah. Yeah, I imagine the case is that actually you could have made it, if anything ever did get out of hand or go to court, a lot of these things might have been really hard to actually get to hold up. Hi, Dirty Farthead. Yeah, I guess the big question is really just what is the concern with these player co-streams? Like, what's going to happen? Like, what are they really worried about? Will another tournament scene emerge outside OWCS? I don't think so. No, because I think Blizzard still control everything. Like, as much as we're moving to, like, an open circuit where FACEIT and ESL are running things, FACEIT and ESL FACEIT are running part of it, ESL are running part of it. Is it WGS? WDG? Whichever one is running it in Korea. DreamHack are going to be running the LANs. They're all essentially, FACEIT and ESL are the same thing. I think technically it's run by FACEIT, even though FACEIT is run, like, FACEIT ESL is like the parent company or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know. Like, as much as we're not really an open circuit in that sense, you know. Like, I don't really know how much control FACEIT actually gets and how much of it is still done by Blizzard. Yeah, FACEIT ESL are all part of the same conglomerate, and they're all owned by, I don't know if they're completely owned, or they're at least part or majority owned by what's it called, the Savvy Games Group, which is the Saudi investment fund that the Saudi state runs. ESL owns DreamHack as well. Oh, okay. So it's essentially all being run by maybe either the same company or different companies under the same umbrella. But anyway, I digress. I guess the ultimate summary is it's a bit rubbish. Seems unnecessary to clamp down on the players streaming their POVs or not have it as an option. Don't know what they really risk to lose when they're an online league. Do you think Blizzard might go back on their decision? I mean, not for today. Guess it depends how much of it is like actually a desirable thing as well. Like how much demand there really is for it. Why you bait me into watching the JKRU Duma tweet? Is it actually about Overwatch or is it just about his own life? I don't want to shame JKRU's... Is this his right account? I never know which JKRU account to go on. What, this one? This is ages ago. Have I seen the betting odds? Can I show betting on stream? What are the Twitch rules? Oh, actually, the co-stream rules might forbid me. Yeah, I think the co-stream rules say I can't show betting stuff on stream. But if I just say the numbers, I can say the numbers, right? Overwatch, let's see. Ugh. Oh no, I am co-streaming. Yeah, I just saw him. They're all shit for today, really, aren't they? All just like massive favourites. Maybe the sheer cold one's like worth a punt, but I don't know. Ask Will if he thinks it. Is Will still in chat? Are you winning, Will? If Will says he's winning, you should cop a quid on it or something. Couple of quid on it. So I think the sites I provide, I think Bet365 are normally the ones. You can only bet on entire match, not the thing. Yeah, it's probably not anything worthwhile there then, in reality. At least for today. Yeah, okay, yeah. Alright then, though. I'm gonna... Yeah, Bet365 is the one I think that does it mostly. But what I'm going to do now, we're going to end this stream. And we'll be here for another stream. Probably only in a couple of hours, honestly. But I'll shut down the stream and that for now. And then I'll catch you guys in a couple of hours. GG's. Sorry, to answer your question, Unito, I presume they were actively encouraged to stream their POVs yesterday, so no. That won't be found to be in violation. So, I mean, that's actually, now you're saying it, Unito, you've actually raised a great other point about yesterday wasn't the Swiss stage, so that's already working outside the rules. But anyway, I think the ultimate thing is it's bad. Hopefully Blizzard change it in the future. But I'll be back in a couple of hours with the co-stream. Yeah. All right. See you.